I've been waiting for you to come through, for all of your promises to be true. It's heartbreaking and gray is the mood. I wanna believe in you. You can run and you can hide, learn to live with your denial. Oh baby, I'm losing faith, cut to the chase. I can read between the lines, don't wanna live up all the time. Oh baby, I'm losing faith, cut to the chase. Liberating, you know what to do. Don't let your demons define you. You can run and you can hide, learn to live with your denial. Oh baby, I'm losing faith, cut to the chase. I can read between the lines, don't wanna live up all the time. Oh baby, I'm losing faith, cut to the chase. You can run and you can hide, learn to live with your denial. Oh baby, I'm losing faith, cut to the chase. One chance for the world, one hope can save us now. Our time for history. Brave hearts will win the day. Run strong all the way. It's time for you and me. 'Cause nothing can hold us down. On the ground, nothing can hold us down. On the ground, we can be heroes. We can be heroes. We can be heroes. Step up, take it on. No turning from the storm. It's time now for what's to come. Together we will stand 2 feet on the ground. Let's hope now for better days. 'Cause nothing can hold us down. On the ground, nothing can hold us down. On the ground, we can be heroes. We can be heroes. We can be heroes.
아무 느낌 없었어요 지금까지. 최악입니다. 이제 올라가야죠.
DRX 이제 다 왔어요.
데레프트 꽉 잡아라. DRX
올라간다. 연승을 찍어버립니다.
정말 미친 플레이인데요. 광동의 진. 야!
페이트! 광동의 분위기가 만들어지고 있는데요. 4연패 끊어냅니다. 광동 프릭스.
고점이 어딘진 아무도 모릅니다.
아직은 덜 보여줬기 때문에.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the pre-show of our second playoffs day. I'm Atlas, joined by Wolf here to really break it down as we get ready for these two teams to face off. DRX up against Kwangdong Freaks. And this one, I think, will be much closer than yesterday.
I think so. I think this is going to be a very chaotic series. When you think about the bottom 2v2, anything could happen down there. It's Teddy versus Def. They have such an insanely close record against each other, historically speaking. Both of these teams start at the bottom of the standings and work their way towards the top. Made it into playoffs here. And I think, for once, we can actually realistically predict this one is likely going to be a 5-gamer.
I'm actually right there with you. I think you and I both predicted the 3-2s on that one, so a bit of a giveaway for what the predictions look like. However, we'll bring up everyone's predictions very soon. First, though, let's have a look at the playoff bracket and have a look at what these two teams are fighting for. It is for a place against either T1 or Gen G, and as it stands right now, I'm expecting one of these teams to face off against T1 in that semifinal.
That's right. I think given Damwon Kia's current form and how much they crushed Frederick Brion in their match yesterday, T1 will likely choose the winner of this matchup, and Damwon Kia will very likely face off against Gen G. I suppose that something crazy could happen tonight. One of these two teams could impress us so much that T1 thinks the other way, but I think they'd like to avoid Damwon Kia as long as possible.
I would agree. I think that Damwon Kia has been a thorn in the side of T1 for a little while, so avoiding that matchup as well as just, you know, based on the two teams' histories, right, does make a whole lot of sense. So I think DRX and Kwangdong Freaks, both of them, with a pretty strong idea that that will be their next opposition. Certainly going to be a difficult one to keep out of their minds while they focus on taking down their opponent here today.
Yeah, it's going to be such an exciting matchup because there's so much history to discuss and get into here. Teddy back in playoffs again. If he wins this, likely faces off against his old team in the semis. Just so many exciting things floating around. I think momentum in this series is going to be massive, and DRX having blue side start, I think is going to be a huge boon for them going to the specified.
No, absolutely. I think that plays into that 3-2 prediction potentially. But let's have a look at the points of the match and really start breaking this series down with a really cool VCR, which we have prepared earlier. Both of these teams came from the bottom, now we're here, Wolf.
Yeah, both of these teams started with losing streaks, and now they ended up 4th and 5th in playoffs here. Kwangdong Freaks, of course, winning that tiebreaker match to head into 5th place. But if you look at their road to get here, DRX started off with 3 losses, then went on a massive tear at the end of round 1, had very strong finish in round 2, nearly getting 3rd place into the regular season. On the other side for Kwangdong Freaks, an even rougher start. They had that 6-game loss streak, or split, of course, by that one win over Live Sandbox in round 1, but in round 2, beating everybody except the big 3 here to make it into playoffs.
Yep, and then you've got it led by the top side of the map. Both of these teams relying on their top laners. Kingen, less at the beginning of the season, but we saw his meteoric rise, and a large reason why it was that 6-match winning streak. His huge Gnar plays, of course, I love it when he picks things like the gangplank there towards the top side, but he's up against the Keen test, Wolf. This is our biggest top lane test. It has been for like forever, right? Like Marin leaves and then it's a couple of years and then Keen, you know? You've got Marin, Smeb, Keen, and then Keen has just stayed forever. He's had so many outplays this season. This Akali play that we're highlighting here is massive as well.
Speaking of Akali, let's talk about undefeated Akali, Zeka, heading up against Fate here in the mid lane. Both of these players are 2nd and 3rd in solo kills right now in the mid lane, and the majority of these solo kills are not actually in the laning phase, but actually around the map. Notice this particular pick against Deft himself from Zeka. This provides so many, actually this is not that pick, but this is another one he gets onto aiming here. On his Akali, on his LeBlanc, you know, we've seen Zeka get so many solo kills actually out on the map in brushes when they have vision control, which is going to be so critical in a series like this. They both love their assassin play. I think that's what's really going to play into how the priority goes in mid. I think things like Ahri, things like LeBlanc are going to be massive here. Even though this record, 5-4, doesn't seem that impressive, remember, Guangdong Freaks started off with a really rough start to the season. This is that pick on the depth I was thinking of earlier.
Yeah, this is actually that matchup in game one.
Exactly, and this is just such an impressive outplay here we've seen from Fate so many times. When they have vision control on the LeBlanc, he does so well.
No, he's just absolutely amazing. Fate really is someone to look at, but I think eyes are going to be glued to the bottom lane, Wolf. Deft versus Teddy is a tale as old as time. It goes back to the telecom war, right? T1 versus KT all those years ago when, of course, it was SKT instead of T1. But now they're backed by former Damwon Kia players in Beryl and Hoyt there beside them. Hoyt has really been an uptick, but we need to talk about Deft first. His Jinx, his gigantic win rate was hindered a little bit this season. 4 losses so far, 8-4 on the Jinx as it stands, but he is still so incredibly formidable on the pick. He gets a lot out of his gold as well. Like, that gold stat actually did lower a little bit during the massive winning streak. Deft was making way more out of the money that he was actually picking up. Plus, he's the second leading kill scorer here in the LCK, just behind Faker. And by just behind, I mean like 600 behind, but Faker's been playing for absolutely forever and he didn't go to China. So it's a little bit of a different story. Deft, absolute king in his own right, but Teddy's the fountain laser, Wolf.
Yeah, Teddy also in the matchup against Deft is just almost 50-50 with him, which is pretty crazy. We consider how long these two have been pros, but also on the different scale of teams they've been on. Deft has kind of been on the top side of things more than Teddy has. Of course, Teddy recently on T1 turned that around quite a bit. Notice the solo kills here, though, in lane and in the 80 carry matchup. Doing extremely well is Teddy. Such an exciting matchup we have on our hands here, Atlas, with DRX against Guangdong Freaks. There's no, like, David and Goliath story to talk about here. There's no, like, okay, what were the problems with COVID and stuff like that. DRX had COVID problems, overcame them, brought their challengers roster in, and dominated, almost got top 3 this season. And both of these teams win ahead. When they have leads, they are formidable. Gold lead at 25. 9-0 for DRX, 13-0 for Guangdong. If you go as far back as 20 though, and 15, win rate's still incredibly high. In round 2, Guangdong, if they have the lead at 15 minutes, that is still 10-0 for them, 100% win rate.
Yeah, exactly right. We're having a look at the consistency here with holding on to these advantages, and Guangdong Freaks have been known for this since they started making their rise here in the LCK. We even talk about it like a meme, you know, you get to that 15-minute mark, if Guangdong are ahead, then you get the Monkers in the chat, right? Because that's when things can start going wrong for the other side. They're so good at having a vice grip on that early advantage. But DRX have been very similar. Plus, the last time we saw these two teams, it was a massive win in game 1 for Guangdong Freaks, and then DRX were able to turn it around. They were able to settle, and I think a lot of people are looking forward to another performance similar to that.
And I think if we look at where these teams came from and their like road to playoffs, it's really exciting to actually break down the start, because if you look at the weekly standings graph here between these two teams, you'll notice they both start off at the bottom. Notice that it's a very steep increase here for DRX. They went on that crazy win rate. They stayed stable around 4th. Whereas Guangdong Freaks, it was a much more extreme rise towards the end. Right around week 6, really starting to peak there, going on their own winning streak, dipping down a little bit, but able to finish out in 5th place. But I think the big comparison to make here is how quickly DRX were able to grow and improve from their weak start. The Guangdong Freaks, it took them a little bit longer, but they're almost able to peak just as high as DRX in the end. And these are by far our two most improved teams. I think when you look at Fredit Brion, who's close to them in standings, of course, they lost yesterday, but they didn't like rise suddenly. They were kind of like around 6th place the whole time. Both of these teams massively improved, and their form right now is way better than where they started at the beginning of the season. I just think it's really cool to highlight the growth of these two teams. They're right now at peak form.
No, they absolutely are. I think this is exactly where we're expecting both of these teams to be, right? When we debuted the season with Liv Sandbox getting that win over DRX, we're like, well, what the heck is going on here? But I think a lot has to be said for developing that synergy. And I think starting with DRX, this is a team that has put a lot of work into making these players work together. Kingen has been a fantastic role player, but if you don't know your role yet, how can you actually play it correctly, right? And I think now he's figured that one out. Zeker as well, you mentioned a few of his solo missions and things like this that he's been able to do. The team plays around that, allows him to get those picks in the sides and assassinate members of the opposition team. But I think looking at Guangdong, it's more about these support positions, the jungle, the support, and what that's done for their map play early.
Exactly. Let's talk about their vision for a second here, because at the beginning of the season, there was a lot of K-Ram freaks, as I was calling it. And if you look back at their first matchup against DRX, actually, this is in round 1, you'll notice that they're just kind of K-ramming here in the mid lane, pushing up on this turret. They don't have a lot of vision control, and this ends up leading to DRX being able to wrap around and punish them. They just, if you look at the map as well, you can see there's not a whole lot going on for them here. And this is in a massive advantage they have right now. 1,000 gold to lead, but 3 Drake advantage. And they just don't have enough control of the map. They're pushing up here. There's also no vision to the left of this where the Baron is being controlled. You see the teleport coming in through there. A lot of problems here for Kwangdong Freaks in terms of vision control in the early part of the season.
Yeah, and also a lot of their vision is in the wrong places
wrong
as well, right?
wrong
You can
side
see
of
it
the
all
map.
on the bottom side of the map where there's a Baron up and it's still like half the timer on the Drake. It's a bit of a mess. As we hop into the next one and check out how things have changed.
Yeah, I mean, things changed a lot here for Kwangdong Freaks. This is actually their match against T1 in round 2. And you notice there's a lot more vision control set up here. Not entirely sure which part of the replay we're going into here, but Kwangdong Freaks have this setup right here, pushing T1 away. But I wanted to highlight just in general how much more vision spread this team has in the second part of the season. Because at the beginning, it was all just, let's K-Ram, let's push mid. We're not really going to get many objectives. Notice they're splitting off. They have Fate side laning here a little bit. Things like this we were not seeing actually in round 1. But in round 2, it leads to picks like this, for example, which we see in our third clip, which is actually the second matchup against Kwangdong Freaks and DRX. Now, if you look at the vision here around the map, DRX have no idea where Fate is. Deft is getting dove upon non-stop, being harassed here, and they're really choking out vision against DRX, making it very difficult for DRX to actually play the game against Fate's LeBlanc here. And these are the type of things I was talking about. We did not see this in round 1. Round 2, yes, this is a massive lead for Kwangdong, 5-0 in kills, 3 Drake lead, but once again, very similar to the lead we saw in that first clip, but they have so much more vision on both the top and bottom of the map, and using the threat of this LeBlanc pick to great effect.
No, exactly right. And they're playing around their vision as well. And I really like that you brought up in the first one that they have vision on the map, but they're not near it. They're not actually utilizing it. Whereas in that final clip, that was the beautiful utilization of vision knowledge and knowing exactly what DRX are capable of seeing and exploiting it 100%. And I actually really love that. I think that that really does highlight the development here of this team as we've moved forward. We do have a Twitter question here that did come in as well, and we can bring that one up onto your screen. Who does Jisun think will win? And including the graphics not just for the finals, Saj.
Well, I'm gonna leave that up
guess,
to you. She's in your ear, not mine.
Yeah, well, I guess we're gonna have to make some very quick alterations to our predictions graphic. If we could just do that. Excuse me, producer, Jisun. Can you add yourself to the prediction? Oh, there we go. Okay, so Jisun has been added now. And she's given it a 3-1 to Kwangdong Freaks.
Wow. And I guess we'll just go ahead and look at all of these. I think it's time to check those out. Notice that there's a lot of predictions here that are very close, but DRX favored. Dongjun 3-2, Cloud Temper 3-1, Conqui 3-2. You and I both in the 3-2 camp. Valdez was a 3-1 to Andy today. But Chronicler comes in with a 3-2 as well, expecting that the series will go all the way to 5 games, or in Valdez's case, 4.
Yeah, and all of the red is to follow here is Bito, Gorilla, Kuro, Lyra, Jonghyun, and Subin. Jonah Strong there with the 3-1, and so that makes me a little bit nervous about our predictions. Jonah Strong generally a bit of a savant when it comes to understanding exactly who is going to win on a given day. So for those Kwangdong Freaks fans out there, I would definitely breathe a little bit of a sigh of relief as we move into this series because Jonah Strong he has a knack. He just has a way.
So many people expecting this series will go the whole distance, and I don't think it's going to necessarily be one game. We could see a reverse sweep. I think anything could happen in this momentum-based series. But I think why you and I went for the 3-2 is because we know that with side selection here for DRX in game 1, picking blue side is going to give them such an inherent advantage. If we do trade games and trade sides back-to-back, in game 5, they'll have that same selection.
Yeah, and I sort of had a different approach when, yes, side selection is going to be really important, but also I just feel like DRX are often a coin flip. And so I wanted to illustrate that I think this is going to be incredibly close because honestly, PureShit could turn up or he could not. Like this could be a team that is actually on form together or it could not. And I'm looking forward to seeing whether DRX have developed to the point where they can give us a really competitive series. Also, looking towards the more supportive roles on the side of Kwangdong Freaks. Hoyt and Ellum, will they be on form? Will they be able to keep their concentration as we move into an incredibly important match and the most important this year so far? Fan prediction
7-3
is alongside DRX, yeah.
Yeah, I expected a much closer one. I was expecting maybe like 60-40 or 55-45 for DRX here, but a lot of faith in their recent form. And, you know, I hope those fans are ready to potentially be disappointed tonight, because I think anything could happen. Like, there could be an upset. I don't think this is like a clear DRX advantage. It's a very slight one. And I predicted them, but I think 70-30 is a bit hopeful.
Yeah,
let's just say for
honestly,
DRX
what
fans.
are your odds of flipping a coin, Wolf? It's 50-50,
50-50.
and so that's what I think it should have been. However, when you're predicting, even if you flip a coin, the odds might sway based on sample size and things like this. So I think it's within the realm of possibility. Of course, there are a lot of Deft fans out there as well, so you can imagine there are a few alpaca votes getting through. But you look on the other side, and there's other huge names here in the LCK, in Keen, in Teddy, and we want to see these guys really perform. And now we'll get a chance to, Wolf, as it is time to throw it over to the casters for game one. Let's get it started.
Hello and welcome to another day of the LCK Spring 2022 playoffs. It is me, Valdez, with Chronicler tonight, and we are going to be getting into DRX up against the Kwangdong Freaks. And as the guys on the desk so wonderfully pointed out, this one really could go either way. I think it is going to be a fiery series, very back and forth. What are your expectations, Chronicler?
No clue.
Great.
That's it. No, as you can see from the predictions, I really am curious to see, because so much, as was mentioned by the desk as well, is what is the form going to be of these two teams. Both of them have had such varying forms throughout the split, so that's, to me, going to be the main indication here, and it can change game to game as well.
It really can, and it's a best of 5, it's playoffs, there's everything on the line, a lot of pressure for both teams. But guys, we do have an interview with the coaches. Let's go to that right now.
그래서 긴장되고요. 이번 플레이오프를 첫 걸음으로 좋은 성적 거뒀으면 합니다. 저희가 이제 정규 시즌 막바지에 다양한 시도를 했는데 그 중에서 저희 팀이 가장 잘 소화해내고 좋은 모습을 보일 수 있는 뱀픽을 광동전 상대로 준비해서 왔습니다. 아무래도 기인 선수가 요새 폼이 좋으니까 상체 쪽에 구도에 따라서 게임 양상이 많이 결정되지 않을까 싶습니다. 저희 팀의 조합이나 컨셉을 잘 이해하고 제대로 된 실행이 되는 게 중요하다고 생각합니다. 전부 다 3대0으로 이길 마음으로 시작은 하겠지만 사실 스코어보다는 이제 좋은 경기력으로 게임을 임하는 게 더 중요한 포커스로 잡고 있습니다. 이제 플레이오프 첫 시작인데 이번 경기를 통해서 계속 성장해 나오고 또 좋은 결과 나올 수 있도록 최선을 다하겠습니다. 정규 시즌 계속 달려오느라 고생 너무 많았고 상대가 누구든 우리가 할 수 있는 최선의 플레이랑 우리가 할 수 있는 운영 보여주면서 게임에 임했으면 좋겠다. 파이팅!
저희가 1라운드 때 성적이 되게 좋지 않았잖아요. 근데 이제 2라운드 때 결국 플레이오프까지 오게 됐는데 어렵게 진출한 만큼 좋은 경기 보여드릴 수 있도록 하겠습니다. 일단 저희가 제일 잘할 수 있는 걸 하는 걸로 일단 준비를 해왔고요. 네, 그렇습니다. 선수들 컨디션은 되게 좋은 것 같아요. 저희가 좀 풀업 전까지는 좀 쉬는 날이 많이 없어가지고 선수들이 피곤해했는데 최근에는 휴식도 많이 했고 오늘 좀 다들 좋은 것 같아요. 오늘 좀 미드라인이 제가 보기엔 중요하다고 생각을 하고, 그리고 저희 팀의 키플레이어라고 하면은 역시 미드라고 오늘 생각하고 있습니다. 혹시 상대 팀은 좀 베릴 선수가 확실히 플레이메이킹이 좋은 선수라 그 부분을 조금 고려하고 있는 것 같아요. 저희가 3대1로 이길 거라고 생각합니다. 이번 스프링 시즌 정말 쉽지 않았고 선수들 힘들었을 거 이제 알고 있는데 이제 마지막 플레이오프 꼭 다 같이 잘해서 좋은 결과 얻었으면 좋겠다. 얘들아 파이팅!
Really cool to hear from both of the coaches as we do jump into this one. Of course, DRX, lots of smiles before we do get into this one. I think it's good to, you know, blow off some steam, get ready for the match because it is about to be a grind fest, you would have to imagine. This is not going to be an easy series for either side.
And most notably, as was mentioned, I think that you have the paragons of stability in the bot side, Deft and Barrow, and especially about Barrow, it's funny to say consistency because one of his issues in 2021 was his inconsistency, right? But although there's been some engagements that haven't worked out, I don't think we've seen any of the issues that he ran into, most notably last time around in Spring and MSI, of course. But it's about the top side. It's about Pioshik. Is he going to have a big impact? Is Kingen going to show that in his best form he can actually match up to Keen? I wouldn't say he exceeds him, but he can definitely stand up to him and either neutralize lane or at least lose gracefully. But we've also seen Kingen have some very subpar matches. Zeka has ranged from unkillable Akali god to invisible.
Yeah.
So that top side really is also where Kwangdong Freaks, I'd say, is the strongest.
Yeah, similar for Pioshik as well. You know, just sometimes he farms really well, he gets a gank, and he is carrying the game.
He
Other
keeps
times,
going and going and going.
Other times he's just farming and doing nothing. So
Yeah.
we need to see what Pioshik will show up tonight. And here's Kwangdong Freaks, of course. As the coach, Cade, did say, I think that Fade is going to be their biggest asset. We saw what he was able to do even in the replays they showed on the carpet space with that LeBlanc. Keen, you know, he's great. He's really consistent, very strong to have up there, reliable. But I think that Fade could be the guy that pops off. And if a Kwangdong Freak series win does come out tonight, he would be my guy to watch out for.
It's also something that Fade has struggled with in the past. Some high-pressure situations that he was in on Kwangdo or in Live Sandbox rather previously ended with him kind of becoming invisible and in this case would be reverting back to his earlier part of the split form. Whereas when it comes to Teddy, when it comes to Keen, I have no worries about the player's form whatsoever. I think Hoyd has actually been the most improved player. Ellen is still the weak point, but again, it's Pioshik. So, depending on which Pioshik we get, is it 1v9 hacker in Pioshik, or is it farm for 30 minutes on Lee Sin Pioshik? Because depending on that, I think, but like that's going to have a big impact, right? Whether or not Ellen can match that or not.
Tellum, Teddy, and Ellum, of course, the combination. Don't see it too often. But this matchup, the key players, Deft up against Teddy, and I mean, what can you say, right? A couple of veterans, they have been through the ringer, and you can see that both of them have performed quite well this season in multiple different facets.
Most notably, Teddy, in terms of solo kills, which again, both these two players have extremely low duo proximity, actually very relevant. Deft only behind Gumayushi and Carrier, which, well, I mean, who could blame you for that one? 22 duo kills. And that's really something that I'm going to be looking towards. We also see that Deft is, I think, still a really large part of the reliable damage. Because again, Pioshik, Kingen have had their ups and downs throughout this split. Whereas you can see for Teddy, in his wins, he barely dies. Reason why his KDA is so high. And in addition to that, I do think that Keen and Fate, second half of the split as well, have been stepping up in terms of actually helping their AD carry with his damage output.
So Deft has played 599 LCK games so far. So the first game tonight is number 600, and you can see what he has been able to pull off so far at the LCK. It is the second player to reach 600 games behind Faker. And yeah, I mean, his form coming back for this season especially, like, he was always pretty good, but now he's like taking another step up this season, it feels like, has definitely helped push DRX to the next level.
I think especially early on, he was arguably the biggest contributor to the fact that they got wins at all, right? They had such a rough start to the split, as was pointed out very nicely by the desk with the graph, where you could track the win rate for the team. And it was Deft and Barrel that even in the losses looks really, really good. And when the wins started to come through, were also the most consistent part. For me today, in terms of drafts, I think Hecarim is going to be extremely high priority. I honestly would not be surprised to see a return to Udyr as well, as it is Pioshik. And I mean, I honestly don't think that the champion is in a bad spot, specifically in that Hecarim matchup. Xin Zhao has slowly been climbing in Prio as well, and both these two junglers have really liked it. Maybe we'll even get Elim's Poppy again, which has just kind of disappeared for no observable reason, really.
What with Ari and Akali
yes,
really coming back in full swing, of course, Poppy just entirely it doesn't make sense. We will have to wait and see how that does come along here. I think that the LCK loves to just get set in their trench, in their rut, and kind of just sit there with some of the picks. And we have seen a lot of Lee Sin versus Xin Zhao until this patch, where Xin Zhao did fall a bit, and of course Hecarim was coming in over the last 2-3 patches. DRX will select blue side here, so the colors will match to start us off, and we'll see how that does help them. It does mean that, of course, Keen gets the counter pick for the top lane if Kwangmong Freaks decide to use that.
Gonna go on limp and say they will.
Yeah,
bold statement.
Yeah, I think so.
When it comes to utilizing Keen, that has been a big thing that Kwangmong have leaned on many a time in the past, and I don't think this draft will be any different, Valdes.
All right, well, here we go. Game number 1 will begin right now, and there were no 3-0 predictions. Not that I saw, at least from our talent here. Everybody's going both ways. Really, anybody could win here, and we'll just have to wait and see where we go with the draft to start us off. How will this best-of-5 draft meta begin?
That's the key thing. Yesterday we saw a lot of Karma and the Caitlyn bans, of course, from Fred Brion. Now, I don't think that DRX has been relying on that as heavily, so would not be surprised to see some more traditional bans. Things that come to mind are, again, as I say, that Caitlyn gets banned, so maybe they'll go for the Karma as well. But with Zeri already taken away, there is, of course, still the TF, which I think Zeka can pick, but it doesn't really, to me, feel like as iconic of a champion as it is for Fate. With the Riser also banned away, though, I would not be surprised to see Kwangdong ban it here to not run the risk. But then you leave the Hecarim open. So maybe you just say, we let both of those open. Either we get Hecarim or we get ourselves the TF. That's a win-win for us. We're going to be able to make our way there. But no, going to be the Hecarim banned away. Pioshik's, I'd say, strongest champion. And I get taken off the board, and yeah, this is 100%.
Yeah.
You don't have a choice, because Kwangdong pick it up, and Fate is in the mid lane, so don't
you don't want Twisted Fate to play Twisted Fate. Yeah, so they are going to take that away. The LeBlanc ban, by the way, showing some respect to Fate's LeBlanc, and LeBlanc right now is in a really good spot in the meta here in Korea. As Nautilus, speaking of which, he is as well. He will be picked up first here for the Kwangdong Freaks.
And there's a couple of schools of thoughts when it comes to countering TF. You can bully him by picking a nice Hover.
Blind pick Malphite.
Maybe later. You can punish it by going into things like the Galio that match it in terms of global. Alternatively, you can pick lane bullies into it, right? Things like Syndra, although we haven't seen that for a while. The LeBlanc would be another option, I do think, but again, banned away, so not available. And I think DRX have put himself in a pretty nice position here to be able to get away with this pick. Xayah has been rising very steadily in Prio, and into Xin Zhao and Nautilus. Going to feel very, very good. They just hovered Malphite though. I don't know about this one.
Yeah,
Zaya's
interesting.
fine, but I don't think Jace nor TF really enjoys playing into Malphite. But I think they're going to ban it if it's not locked in here. And locking it in here does mean that things like the Galio might get taken away. So I think DRX puts Kwangdong in a little bit of an uncomfortable position here.
And we're going to see Corki coming back here once again. We did, of course, see Lava playing it a couple of times for Fred Brion yesterday. That was a little bit of a team diff yesterday, so I don't know if we can totally judge the Corki. But we did have some issues with where the Corki was picked in those games as well in the draft, as it will be selected here third.
Now, support bans for Kwangdong here will be my expectation. Yeah, obviously Rakan's going to bend away. That's kind of a given when the Zaya's already locked in. I don't know if they also want to go for the Leona lock in January, or a ban rather. January, we've seen teams just kind of accept that that is going to be a lock in, and if you have Nautilus, you're fine. If they have Nautilus, you get Leona, you're happy as well. Think another support ban here outside of the Leona could also be an option. We have seen things like the Kench be pretty high in priority into the Nautilus. Now, I'm not the biggest fan of Kench into specifically the Corki, but LCK teams at times have had different thoughts, but it's going to be the Lee instead. And Pyoshik's Lee has been pretty up and down, so
yeah,
interesting choice here from Kwangdong.
Yeah, I mean, as it stands right now in the jungle, kind of an awkward spot. You know, the Hecarim already banned. You take away the Lee Sin. Xin Zhao picked by Kwangdong Freaks, so those are definitely the top tier, and then Viego's like right behind them, so that's what you would expect here at the LCK, but who knows, maybe they go for something interesting.
Well, we banned Cyan, which Jace doesn't really have a problem with, instead of the alternative, which I hope is going to get picked up R5 here. And we have seen many a different pick picked into the Xayah as of yet. I personally don't love the Aphelios, as MF gets locked in, and okay, I actually really love this. I think that MF has been kind of in one of those spots where she got nerfed like a couple of patches ago, and then she slowly, as more and more changes come in, as other carries get nerfed, has been rising. Very strong lane priority. Should be able to bully a little bit more, and this is something that they need, because again, they have the Corki win condition, and picking something that can actually reliably bully the Xayah in lane might provide them with a lot of value, as Viego and Leona would be the no-brainer lock-in here. And then we round it all out with a Malphite, hopefully. And then I think we have some pretty good setups here.
Yeah, I don't mind it. The Leona will get picked, of course. And I think as DRX, you're fine. You know, just take the Viego. You can get a bunch of those pickoffs with the poke that they already have. You don't need to play Lee Sin. They get the Leona as well because the Lee Sin was the ban. And Ornn is being hovered right now. Keen has played the Malphite. Will he just go for this pick instead? As 1 second, 0 seconds left, it will be Ornn, the lock-in for Keen in the top lane.
And the Ornn, when it comes to the engage and the over-utility he provides to his team, I think brings a lot more than the Malphite. Also, as mentioned, Malphite can struggle into Xayah specifically because it's really easy for her to negate the pressure and the threat that he has with Unstoppable Force. Also, the fact that you can negate things like the gold card from TF, very, very nice. But the laning phase, a lot more rough. Going to get shoved in there, going to get shoved in to a certain extent in mid. I think that will be a very non-interactive lane, but that 2v2 is a lot stronger for DRX.
Jesus.
It's mostly about the bot side. I do think looking at this for Kwangdong, whereas for DRX they have a lot of lanes they can play through, but if they don't get enough done, and you're going to Corki Ornn in the mid to late game, good luck.
Yeah, definitely a lot of options for disengage on the side of Kwangdong Freaks as well. You got the Crescent Guard, you even have bullet time in your face, right, if you are not careful. But the Jace and the TF can definitely get a lot of work done from range. So we'll have to see how that does go along and how Fate's Corki is feeling, because definitely feel like Corki did not get represented very well yesterday, just based on the team matchup.
The idea of Corki, of course, especially in a matchup like this, is, yeah, you have some poke with Jace, that's nice. We have the better poke, and Kwangdong's comp does it all. It can, as you pointed out, disengage very nicely, can engage, has a great amount of range, has a lot of options when it comes to team fighting front to back and objective control. It's just about getting to your spikes. That's the raw part for them. But if they can reach those and stay on relative parity, DRX are going to have a very tough late stage of the game. But then, look at the picks, right? Viego, TF. These picks are really good at snowballing early leads. So Kwangdong needs to be navigating the map very carefully.
As might be starting off with some shenanigans in the
Key.
top side.
Yeah, we'll spot them. And of course, is on. So worst case scenario can always just W out of a unfortunate situation. Notably here, I was gonna bring this up. I was wondering whether Teddy was going to play the Lofella TMF, and it looks like that is going to be the case. Has gone for Comet. And in terms of bullying the lane, it's obviously a lot more consistent. The burst that you get is very, very strong. Also went for Gathering Storm.
Yeah, I was going to
We
say.
love.
I mean, I guess with Comet and MF, you're already bullying enough, so you don't necessarily need that extra.
Yeah.
But you could definitely see, I mean, a Scorch angle in this case, right? With really trying to put an end to the lane and bully as hard as possible, but definitely going to be nuking as this mid to late game does come along.
Yeah, top side for Keen, it is a matter of just do nothing, mostly, if you can. That's ideal. Just get your waves in. Try not to get dove. Try to get as much experience and as little turret damage as you possibly can. And cruise towards, right? Like, I think the first Herald and Drake fight, those are still a little bit finicky unless you can get a really great bullet time setup. But when it comes to second, third Drakes, that's when the composition of Kwangdong, I think, truly will bring a large amount of strength. As Fate feeling a lot better than some of our other Crokies did, at least early on here.
Yeah, he's going to be having a pretty fun time just farming it out. Not really under too much pressure as the Corki, unless he does get flashed on, as Teddy has played a total of 23 games of Misfortune in the LCK. And yeah, I mean, definitely a pick that has been in and out of the meta from time to time, from year to year, and Teddy's been around for a long time, so not surprising to me.
It's been mostly the, as far as I can remember at least, has been mostly PTA crit build for MF.
Yeah, there has been some lethality as well.
Every now and then.
Yeah.
Oh.
Pyosik sees him on the ward. We know where Pyosik is. He's in the enemy jungle. As a trade here in mid, Zeka's taken way too much damage. He will not have to flash, though, as this gigantic trade happens in here. Mid-Prio going the way right now of KDF, but Pyosik with the smite will be able to take down that blue buff.
And it's the bot side Prio working out very nicely. Deft and Barrel immediately there to back Pyosik up, and that's going to be an early CS lead. And if they can also deny Gromp, it will be even worse, but Alum is going to be able to, at the very least, pick that one up. Entire jungle still very much in control of DRX, and a nice early lead for Pyosik is a good sign when it comes to DRX, their general performance.
See, we have seen a lot of this matchup as well.
Yeah.
14-12. You were kind of talking about this. Keen kind of just wants to sit here and build items. And,
That's it,
and
yeah.
forge things. You know, he's the blacksmith. He
Really doesn't like fighting.
He's not really into fighting. He did go, by the way, Unsealed Spellbook, so this Ornn might like fighting, actually, if he does switch over to the Ignite. That's something we used to see in this matchup all the time, actually, where it's like, okay, Jace will get the Prio, but if Ornn picks up the Ignite with the Unsealed Spellbook, then all of a sudden you have kill pressure, and Ornn has a really nice combo where you can get on top of him if he's not prepared, and of course can deny the knockback. So we'll see how Keen decides to play that one out. For now, the Jace will have a fun time.
And the benefit of the early invade is that now Pyosik has already got his first back in, able to pick up a couple of longswords already on his second rotation, or second clear rather. Alan, still level 3, down a level. Gonna have to go back soon as well to spend the money that he got off his first clear, and that is gonna put him pretty significantly behind. Might provide an opportunity if Pyosik is able to steal away some chickens, for example, would be even better, although LM might not want to take the risk and clear those out before backing, as I think you are very happy giving up the Drake here early as Kwangdong anyway, so there is not really a definitive need for you to go and be at your strongest as you can possibly be.
Yeah. Still going to be very nice for Pyosik to get a super early Drake, right? Because if you can scale and get that tempo going with the TF and the Viego super early on in the game and start the respawns on the Drakes, it's going to be a really nice time, and I wouldn't be surprised if he does just start it up right now, take this one down. Beryl has also played a ton of games of Leona, about a 74-75% win rate there, and is feeling pretty good about that.
I think both teams doing nicely here. Kwangdong should not contest this. DRX has to take this. So for the first Drake, pretty much the expected outcome. King also identifying that this is a non-interactive lane, picking himself up the early pull. As maybe in the next one, Atlas.
It's okay. I'm okay with it.
I mean, I am. You know my opinion on
I think we're all okay with this, actually. Maybe even Atlas. Because in a series like this, as we will have the ults coming out here. Ignite is taken, by the way, by Keen. He's getting on in there. It is used. And the damage might be enough here as Kingen will be forced to flash away. And that's exactly what we were talking about.
Fellas has seen this one before. And it works out perfectly. Really nicely done there by Keen, because that is so much gank pressure that is now there in case Elm ever drops by towards the top side of the map. Really, really nicely done there. And it's kind of expected at this point, right? Like, this is not something new. We've seen this countless times. Old on, I don't know how many patches ago it is now, but
after his 7,000
like a year,
nerfs,
year and a half. Yeah, he doesn't actually 100-0 people in a situation like that anymore. But you can see the remnants. You can see the history in that play right there.
It's, you know, the champions work the same way, right? None of them got any big reworks, and he still is able to do the same combo and put that pressure on. And it just means that Pan can't be as annoying, just, you know, a super lane bully or anything like that without a splash. Viego Cull, by the way, ends tier. As we do have a big engage on the bottom side, Def takes a ton of damage. Teddy not yet level 6 and will hold on to his flash. Has to use his cleanse, but that is a summoner win for Kwangdong Freaks. Zellum getting bullied again, still down a level, and is having trouble with Pyosik right now.
Yeah, this is the unfortunate reality of Elm, is that if your lane's down the prio, you are the one paying the price as a jungler. And I am very impressed. This is really, really nice from DRX.
Level 6 is hit. It's not quite enough, though. Yes, you trade ults, but at the same time you had to flash. So whether that's worth it or not, I would say not. But you do force them out of lane very aggressively, so that is one thing.
If they can push for a plate here, I think that is an okay trade, but it looks like instead they might be thinking about roaming up. Oh no.
And Elm just going to come on in here, face-checking the Viego in a ton of trouble, has to flash away. Remember, he's not level 6, so no Crescent Guard. As now Keen is getting into his own jungle and being bullied. Zeka a bit all alone here, as he will flash away right on time to get away from Hoyt. But now Zeka super deep in there. Keen taking a ton of damage as well, as Hoyt will be the sacrifice, as everybody on the side of KDF is so low, and DRX should get the objective for free.
Oh, and really the only one that's really strong here is Teddy. And Teddy wasn't actually in that fight, right? Fate wants to scale. Beryl is just going to take a look-see. But honestly, I am loving the aggressive playstyle that we're seeing here from DRX. They're really pushing the lead, identifying that they put Ellen behind right from the get-go. And they need to do this 100%, right? This is exactly how they need to play this. The only downside there is that with Zeka being caught in an awkward position, they couldn't actually force the type of fights that you'd love to with a TF. But still, we're invading. We're making the enemy drop waves. We're making the enemy drop plates. We're taking away buffs. And DRX coming out pretty strong in his first game, and this was a draft from Kwangdong that was supposed to get pushed in. So that's happening for now. Second Drake presumably should be given up as well. It's really when those first items start to come through that Kwangdong is going to have to, at the very least, stem some of this bleeding.
Yeah, absolutely. I like, by the way, that Kingen, you know, identifies he's going to be the lane bully, and he just goes full, you know, greedy, scaling items essentially with the Cull and the Tier. We're going to take another look here at the fight in the jungle as Hoyt flashes in. And there's so many summoners already burned when this fight begins.
It's not only the summoners, right, but it's also the health bars and the fact that many members from Kwangdong at this point haven't backed in a while. So they're sitting on gold. And there's scenarios where if Ellen isolates someone, Keen knocks them up, you get a little CC chain, then maybe. And again, if Teddy is there, who is working towards his Eclipse, then you might have some power, but Teddy wasn't there. And then you have Ornn.
And Teddy didn't have his ult or his flash
No.
or his cleanse. So
No.
it's like...
I mean, like, yeah, even then, like, it'd be risky, right?
Yeah, it just feels very forced over this first Rift Herald.
It did.
When you don't need to take that first Rift Herald with your comp, you know.
Oh, I like this. Sneaky.
I'm just a Nautilus. I'm just hanging out, and there's no sneaky Xinjiao in the brush. I swear.
Oh, yeah, that has ult. Barrel also has flash available, so don't think this is going to lead to a lot, but there might be a small window here where if they can get Preshow, make their way over to the Drake and sneak that one off, would buy them a lot of time, but Pyosik in the area, and he is fed.
Yeah, again, they are challenging pretty aggressively, and they do not have vision of where Pyosik is.
Oh,
so if Pyosik's here and you force a trade, you might just lose 3v3, so Kwangdong have to be so careful.
Ooh.
They're going to start this up, though, but this is on vision.
I like this, actually.
Mate.
Using the ult, but you can't fight. You cannot fight here with that bullet time gone.
Okay, but they're going to try to get on top of Pyosik, and they burst him 100-0 with the package as well. Fate gets on in there. Barrel goes down on top of the package there, too. And now Deft and Zeka get baited into this one. They will have to back out of this and give the Drake and the 2 kills to Kwangdong.
Well, as it turns out, I was wrong. Bullet time is only for Preshow. Don't need that to actually fight as... Man, DRX, want to see the replay for that one because that is a disaster. It is a Drake going over to Kwangdong. It is 2 kills to Teddy, who was looking strong enough without the kills. Now also going to be able to pick himself up a plate. That's going to be a very good back. That is a Drake, and that is so much time bot there. And honestly, I think it started off with Hoyt actually finally engaged on top of Pyosik, and then all of them just completely 100-0ing him. Now, the counterplay here for DRX might still net them this first turbo on top side, but Hoyt taking the Hex Gate.
Yeah, Pyosik still has the Rift Heralds here that he did pick up from that fight in the enemy jungle, so this should be at least 2 plates. I don't think they're going to be able to get this full turret, although they are sticking around. not going to make a big play on this one.
The heal from Keen is like, no! Get away from my turret. And that is a lot of resources invested just for plates. Not really getting a whole lot outside of that. And Teddy's the king of solo kills, and Deft has no
Careful
mana.
now.
Yeah.
He's got double buff, and he's about to have bullet time.
He didn't even back yet.
Yeah. And again, this is the power of Nautilus, I'd say. You know, he sees Pyosik, and
That's
then
it.
100-0 CC.
Oh man.
What are you gonna do?
Also really nicely played from Fade there. No hesitation whatsoever. Using his package there for the maximum amount of damage. Very, very nice.
Yeah, really good stuff. Now, DRX are going to group up with 2v1 up on the top side just to revisit and take down that turret. As this Fate is actually, this trade rather, is actually going to go the way of Fate. And feels pretty good. By the way, in that replay as well, I think Pyosik misunderstood his sightlines. You know, he should know with all these games on Viego where he can stand to be invisible to Hoyt, but he was literally just standing there still in front of the Nautilus. Like, if he weren't Viego, that would just be the most hilarious replay.
Yeah, there was also pink in the in the brush, right? So I don't know what happened there, but Hoyt was engaged basically. Even with that first turbo giving over, right? Keen can just decide to freeze. I know he's a blacksmith. They don't like the cold, but he's also a goat, and I think they're fine with it. So maybe we can make that happen in top side. Try and starve King out of some resources. And again, once the Mythic starts to come through, Keen crucially hitting level 13, 14, gets his own upgrade, starts to be able to give out upgrades to others. Fate just needs his Ludens. This Kwangdong comp isn't even truly online yet.
Yeah, they're kind of just sailing by, you know. Everybody's
taking it easy.
Kind of made it through lane very nicely. There is the jungle issue, but I mean, at the end of the day, the Viego isn't insanely fed at this point in time. And then eventually your Ornn and Corki and super fed MF are just like, well, we're just going to burst you.
I'm actually loving this MF pick into the Xayah, because Xayah, her biggest issue traditionally has been her range. Right? The fact that when she has a range advantage, she can bully very aggressively as Fate.
Okay, that is the gold card and the Everfrost. He's going to jump in there, but the flash is available. As Elam with the Crescent Guard trying to save his ally, he has to flash as well. And the Shock Blast is barely not enough, but here comes TF, and he immediately goes down. Oh man, not what you want to see.
Uh-oh.
As now the Engage, they're right on top of Teddy, but Teddy is able to flash to safety. And there goes the Engage. Pissing able to dash away here from the bullet time as this is getting out of control. Beryl is going to go down as well. And Guangdong Freaks pick up yet another kill.
Guangdong looking good here. Deft has ult, flash and heal.
He does, and he should be able to get out of this one, but he had to use his Feather Storm for it.
Yeah, and again, this DRX comp, it thrives off of advantages, right? It thrives off of being able to take vision control, get first to an objective, and then sit there with the poke. Make use of the Jace. The safety that the comp provides you, combined with vision, can allow you to easily pick up people, making the rotation. And I think this initial play is fine. But just take this. This is already a big lead, right? Like, this is enough. Like, they've used Flash. They've used their ultimates. Just take control of the map. Don't dive. You see all of this. You have, like, even if that works, Hoy just kills you.
And your TF with one item that's down, right? I mean, maybe you burst someone with the gold card and your Q, but the other guy probably kills you. You're not gonna like auto him down as well unless he stands in your Q. Yeah, just
It's about time.
And that does give Guangdong Freaks now the lead in the gold. And that's a very comfortable spot for them in this game.
Yeah, they're feeling wonderful. They haven't even hit their Mana Mune spikes. Like, this is all pre-spike. The spike still has to come.
They're just getting the Drake for free. I mean, DRX don't even feel confident to challenge over that, so they're just going to give this one up. And this package, of course, available. Probably part of the reason why DRX didn't want to fight over the Drake. And instead, they kind of just congregate in the mid lane and farm it out and don't do much.
And this is just the first game. This game, again, I think heavily favored. Heavily favored from Guangdong onwards, but at the same time, a single misposition from Teddy or Fate can still spell the doom. The one thing that Guangdong comp will have a lack of is damage, especially if we get into later stages of the game, but DRX at the same time is kind of squishy, right? So you really need to get both Fate and Teddy, and then there might be some opportunities for you there, but both of those have been playing very well. Big CS leads, a lot of kills. Fate crucially picks up his Ludens here, and they have a Drake lead, Atlas. He didn't even max double up. It's level 2.
The level 2 double up, just just casual 60% dunk on your health bar. Thank you very much. I mean, he's 3-0. He's level 11.
Well, yeah, I mean, he's really fat, but like the
dunking on him so hard, even without the Muramana completion here.
Yeah. Okay, well, at least Teddy now knows how Death felt a little while ago. As, make it rain, comets, storms. Teddy really finding himself a cohesive theme here, and Death's a bird. They don't like any of that. Not on board.
Not liking that. And you see King, and I mean, he's got to hit the targets. I think a lot of this is going to fall onto him now that DRX don't have a solid lead. He needs to be hitting the shock blasts into the squishy targets that you mentioned, you know, the 2 damage dealers that exist on the side of Guangdong Freaks.
And DRX, again, I really liked how they played this comp out early. It all goes back to that one Drake fight. That Drake fight, if that would have gone the way of DRX, they might have found themselves with a lead that would have been really hard to play for Guangdong. Because a comp like this with, yes, really inferior high damage dealers like Corki MMF, when they fall behind, they can kind of lack the necessary damage to actually get through even the squishier members, and then your front line gets blown up because you're not doing enough damage, and it becomes very hard to play out, especially into a TF that takes away a lot of possible options when it comes to flanks and stuff like that. But Guangdong, they can just deathball. They are. Look at that topside wave. Just gonna kill that. It's not relevant. Doesn't matter.
What? Okay, so they're going to drop down the Rift Herald here 20 minutes into the game, 2 minutes until this objective. And Guangdong are kind of just sitting here and taking the poke. I mean, Fate has not been able to put in the poke even after his 2-item spike. And the engage is not yet hitting, not yet landing. No dredge lines here from Hoyt. That one just missed. And with the Rift Herald, that is a nice chunk into this mid turret already for DRX.
Oh, Teddy.
You're spotted.
They know.
The gate comes out, and that's actually going to land on the backside. The Sword ultimate not going to go in, but the bullet time goes straight into a Zhonya's as Zeka is going to use that stopwatch, and they do pick up the turret. I'd say that Teddy is okay with that trade, though. You know, take down the stopwatch pretty early on in the game. It's not a Zhonya's just yet.
Crucially, someone is being used. Zeka used the stopwatch and forced the flash as well. And the reason why this is relevant is because we have a pivotal fight coming up. Ellen going very far forward. The fact that Keen survives here is very, very notable. And yeah, that flash from Allen, not quite it. I do think it's better to hold on to that, especially in a situation like that, where even if that does hit, again, you're going to be in a really high risk if you do go for that engage. As they want to make a play, but they don't have vision, so they can't actually commit onto punishing King. And crucially, in 50 seconds, what might be the most important fight of the game yet. If Guangdong take that, I think they definitively rather have the game in the bag. However, DRX's comp is still really strong. King, if he hits 2 big shot blasts on Teddy and Fate, then they can not contest anything.
It's definitely still a time where DRX, as long as they are in a good position to fight, can feel pretty nice. But take a look at the vision around this Drake right now. There's 1 ward. There is not much flank vision either, or flank wards potentially here. As the teleport is going to come in already from the side of Keen, Guangdong Freaks very nicely set up for this objective.
And that's big. That's all you need if they can. For them, it's the same, right? If Fate hits a couple of key rockets, then fight becomes a whole lot easier. And DRX's ability to start a fight kind of lackluster in the light of Guangdong as ult's gone thrown down.
Okay, here we go. Barrel, you can see he's itching for an engage, and there's another huge shock blast into their backline, and immediately Guangdong are like, oh, no, you can take it. We're sorry. We didn't mean it. And that is going to be DRX picking up the Drake once again without much contest here, just like Guangdong did on the last one.
You have effectively 3 frontliners. Sure, Xin isn't the best tanker, but Keen and Hoy definitely are. Why are Fate and Teddy continuously getting hit?
And they're grouped up together.
I know.
They're standing on top of each other.
Oh, here we go.
Okay, this engage onto Zeka. They get the knock up, and here comes Fate. And with the package, trying to get some done. Deft with a huge blade caller, but it's not quite enough. Big knock up now onto Zeka. As Everfrost trying to keep him alive here. The exhaust not quite enough. As the double kill now will go over to Teddy, who I believe is 5-0 now in this game. As they are considering the Baron.
Oh, jungler is still alive. Pioshik has the opportunity to steal this, but again, it's up to Kingen. Kingen is going to be able to teleport in fresh. He picked up earlier a Dirk. I wonder what he's going to turn that into.
He's not teleporting.
Are they going to give it up?
Yeah.
I feel like I get it. It is a really big risk. At
the
same time, the health bars are kind of low. Maybe you could make it happen, but no.
All right. Free Baron here to the side of Guangdong Freaks. So, of course, I say free after they teleport in for this exact engage in the replay.
And it's Hoyt and Keen doing what they do best. But honestly, Fate, man, the plays have been incredible. Deft didn't have the Feather Storm. No ability to get out of there. So much damage coming down to him in a matter of seconds.
Yeah.
As...
Okay, we're going to have a pick here in the mid lane. They're trying to get on top of Teddy, but he's got a big health bar. But now Pioshik with the 1 reset. Fate in a huge position, though, to just rain down hell. As here comes the Orn engage again. Pioshik will go down. This time, the Blade Caller from Deft and the Featherstorm will be able to disengage and get them out. And this game is definitely not disappointing in terms of the back and forth, crazy nature already in game 1.
Oh, yeah. Yep. The team with Baron... randomly, AD Carry gets caught standing at his own, the ruins, I should say, of his own inner turret. Of course, why not? I would love to see a replay how that happened, because that's not the first time that Teddy has
been caught. If we go into
replay,
we might miss the next fight, you know, like...
Yep, that is Teddy Alone. Teddy Alone, horror movie coming to you soon.
Yeah.
Because it never ends well. It gets blown up, especially into a TF. That in of itself is always going to feel fairly risky. Also really nice flank angle, but unfortunately, and this is something you already touched upon, if you go for any play, prepare to 5v5, because the range of engage for Kwangdong with this on is so incredibly dependable. And it's working out really nicely. Let's see, as Keen is going to start giving out upgrades, who he's going to prioritize. My guess would be Fate, but
Yeah.
he wants to give Teddy a, I want to say
Yep.
Syzygy,
Eclipse.
if I remember correctly.
I think you're right.
Yeah. I had this
Syzygy?
conversation. Yeah. Oh.
Okay, King In, you are just dead. Welcome to MF's world, as Ellen just, pokes a spear in and gets the kill. But majority of that damage, once again, done here by Teddy, who is a monster carry right now. As long as he can land that bullet time. And with that pick, this is going to be another turret going the way of Kwangdong Freaks.
Oh, and the one saving grace for DRX is that there is no soul point for Kwangdong. But even then, you're behind in gold. On the scoreboard, you're further behind because you're playing against a comp that outskills you. And you're even further behind because you're playing into Ornn. So, overall situation, not great, Valdez. When you are a DRX fan, and I really, again, I feel like they started off so well. I was actually really impressed with how they used the priority.
Yeah.
But this composition felt a little bit disjointed from the get-go, barring, again, the ability would have to pressure.
We have to do this, he says.
Ice cold.
I mean, this is just 100-0, and then, of course, Ellen, he's helping. As we are just about to get ready for this next X-Tech Drake, 15 seconds left. As Fate, no package this time you'd imagine, but he does have the teleport, should be able to get on over. As yes, confirmation, he does not have the package. But still, once again, another great setup here in terms of vision for the Kwangdong Freaks. And, that front line is only going to get tankier. And you're not always going to get the huge shock blast as Kingen. And this time, it's not quite going to happen. The Destiny Gate will come out here. But where is your engage? Doesn't look like we'll get one from the side of DRX. As now Zeka, in a large amount of trouble, has to flash the wall. And welcome to Ornn's world.
It's a lot of worlds, but none for DRX, unfortunately. They are currently looking worldless as they get pushed back. And this is the problem at this point. TF does nothing, right? You're playing against a death ball comp. They're a ball of death. There's no picking up. There is no one in the side lane. Side lanes don't exist. We're just going to shove it down mid. And that's what the Kwangdong comp honestly does best.
Now, I wouldn't put it past Kwangdong Freaks to somehow get out of position and maybe mix something up, as seems like DRX know that Teddy is around that corner, even without the vision. Probably saw him walk around and stop. So that poor wolf does go down. But yeah, Kwangdong Freaks now in a great spot here. We still have a minute until the Baron. And they're just kind of baiting here. They know there's zero vision for DRX up there. As now maybe it's Barrel's turn. He does have the Eclipse, and it will be enough with the Locket just to survive there.
Oh, Cyril's Grudge is a great item, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's very good.
Very fun to play into as well, unfortunately. And looking at the gold leads here, Pioshik's gold lead, unfortunately, in the large scheme of things, pretty irrelevant. And Kingen also going for Yuma's. I don't know. Into Ornn, into just the amount of resistances on the enemy team in general, I feel like Cyrilda's kind of a no-brainer. Because you're the main damage source.
Yeah.
Unless they all run into death, which, again, and this is the core issue that that DRX is running into, and why I love this draft from Kwangdong. DMF very clearly a direct response to what they know was going to be high Zyra priority. Add a Corki to that, and what Deft's going to do? Like, I don't know. Who needs to be close to him?
Not too much, yeah.
Not really anyone. I mean, Keen, but I don't think you're killing Keen.
Not with your, I mean, he does have the Soreldas, but
Even
Still,
then.
even then, it's rough. It's an Ornn. It's 30 minutes into the game, and it should be another Baron here for the Kwangdong Freaks unless we do see DRX somehow burn through the darkness that is on the side. They do have the Destiny. They might just use that. Pyosik in the front lines, not really looking for this big solar flare as Zeka goes around the back, finds Faith. They might just be able to burn him, and they do! Huge shock blast onto the Corki. That might be enough here for DRX, but no, the turn comes. Pyosik goes down, Zeka goes down, and Kingen and Deft are left alive. They're trying to kite this one out. A lot of the damage from Kwangdong is out. It's Beryl with a huge flash to get out of there. And now he's trying to frontline here for Kingen and Deft. It might be enough, but the flash is not quite coming in. Kingen now with the engage, and the double up is enough with the Feather Storm. As Deft is jumping into multiple and looking to take them down, but Elam has enough damage, and the Xayah will bite the dust. And Kwangdong Freaks will ace them after the Baron.
And that was almost a heroic stand from DRX, almost able to turn back what looked like a last fight. There you saw, if Fate dies, this comp lacks the damage, right? These extended skirmishes might not have worked out, and honestly, a wonderful flank coming through. Zaka and Beryl completely isolating. But crucially,
Threading the needle too?
yeah, Pyosik immediately dies, right? And with him dead, a lot of the resets that are available normally in a situation like this don't work out. And man, just wonderfully played from DRX here. Keen not able to take anyone with the knock-up. And Teddy, his burst is amazing. But this is, of course, where the MF really... look, yeah, that double up was pretty disgusting.
It was the first hit too.
I know.
But it was enough.
Yeah. As by the end of it, you do see how far ahead Kwangdong really is, right? And Elam is able to actually close it out with the resistances that he does have, very strong into the Lethality Xayah.
Void's on vision here. He does not care. He wants an engage. They want to... Oh, that knock-up not going to work. It doesn't seem to matter, though, because down goes Beryl. And...
Hey, zoning ult. Good enough.
I mean, he slowed him. He slowed him. Yeah.
He did, yeah.
Nice.
I mean, it was good enough.
It still counts.
They killed Beryl.
Still counts for something.
Good enough for me, Valdez.
Yeah. I wonder at what point, I mean... Now DRX down a member. Are they going to fight for this 4v5, as you can see?
Did you see that shock blow?
Yeah, I mean, it didn't do any damage. And now Kingen, he doesn't get to enter the fight, says DRX do have a lane down mid, but this is going to be Hextech Dragon Soul to KDF. And they can immediately just run mid and deny any kind of split push.
And coming into this match, we talked about the bot side, and Deft and Beryl have been the most consistent. And I don't even think that it's specifically them. I just think that this MF response, very nicely done. Deft is all by himself.
That's not nice. Maybe he can take out the turret, I guess.
Yeah, maybe.
He can just... Oh, he decides not to Feather Storm. Yeah, I mean, he could have bought some more time, but he elects to just keep it, I suppose,
Yeah,
for the next
not
fight.
gonna,
Doesn't really matter.
not going to change the outcome. Unfortunately, I think also not going to change the outcome of this game, as at this point, Soul was available. I'm actually pretty surprised to what extent DRX have been able to stay relatively close to this in terms of gold, because it's only like 4K, and they're 5 and 16, so
Yeah.
you know, I'm trying to find a positive outlook here, but
Yeah.
there isn't really any, because they're getting pushed in for the end. Kina CP as well, so this is safe as possible here for Kwangdong.
And you can see this Corki is well and truly online. And so they can just push this one in. They're just going to rotate to mid, take down this inhibitor. And now 2 inhibitors down. Kwangdong Freaks. Still a while until the next objective, but they're not confident enough to end the game at this point in time, so they're just going to go for a bit of a regroup and come back because their comp is online. The Ornn exists, the Corki exists, even the MF has gotten an upgrade. Everybody's enjoying their position right now, 35 minutes into the game.
Except Hoy. Hoy doesn't have an upgrade yet.
Not yet.
Leave him alone. But he's gonna get it now. There we go.
Yeah, he does pick it up.
It's a nice moment.
I
Felt left out, Valdez.
Yeah. Everybody deserves an upgrade. I only wish that airlines felt the same way. And yeah, I mean, we got a minute until this Baron. Kwangdong just got to be careful not to run into any pockets of no vision, and they should be fine.
Just group. Honestly, it's not that hard. Just don't get picked off by TF, and you'll be fine. That is really the key thing here. Can grab Prio very easily with your double supers stacking on top side. Obviously, mid Prio going to be no problem. Inhibitor down there as well, and I think you just take control of this pit, then run top side, get the Baron, and end the game. Might not even have to do that. Why flip it over Baron when you can just 5-man it down bot lane? Which I honestly, I like it a lot. I think it's the safest call, and I don't know, DRX. In the next game, might need to see some changes in draft. King goes in. Carol, not too bothered by all of it.
Yeah. He's fine. And DRX do know that this push is just going to come in to the bottom side. Kingen, the Shock Blast, not really doing too much. The Viego, the TF, can't really get in range. And Fate is pretty gigantic now. So Shock Blast does come in onto Fate there in the back.
He has Ravenous as well.
Yeah. He's got Lifesteal, and you just sit here and you just siege them. Ornn is so good at this. That's another big Shock Blast onto Fate. As, you know, every one that hits makes you wonder. As the engage comes in, Element's just gonna nearly go down. The bullet time is down, and Fate, they're trying to get on top of him, but he will be resurrected at the end of the day. And Elem will survive here for the moment. Teddy is going to get Heartbreaker down. There's Pilsic looking for the reset, as this is a pretty strong Viego. And as he said, I mean, where is the damage? Can any of them kill them? Okay, the teleport is going to come in here. And with the package, here comes the package. Big delivery from Fate, as you will be able to take down everybody and end this game. Kwangdong Freaks will take game number 1 in the series.
And honestly, Kwangdong, a draft that could get punished. They did get punished in the early game. It was actually a really nice first 10 minutes from DRX, but then one fight at Drake snowballs into more and more and more. And Kwangdong take a decisive first game victory. The game might have taken a little bit longer, but honestly, felt like there was a lot that DRX could do once the early game window had passed.
Very true. I think that DRX, if they had just played it a little bit more cleanly in the early to mid transition, we could have seen a much different game. But Kwangdong Freaks, they held on, and I feel like they played around Vision very, very nicely. They didn't make a lot of mistakes, I would say, as well. As you can see, a lot of fans here waiting for the KDF potential victory. That's a great start for them. But again, you know, in that game, I said there weren't that many mistakes, but there was still so much back and forth action. You know, there was Teddy getting caught that one time, and a couple of things like that. So it makes you wonder about this series. If
the draft from DRX, and I'm sure the desk has a lot to say about that as well, can turn around, I think we're going to have a lot of games here. Because I think that Kwangdong, as well as they played it out, also shown that there are still some weaknesses in how they played it. Again, the Teddy misposition comes to mind. Some of those skirmishes against the better team might have not quite worked out. The top side one, the bot side one, both of those were closer than they should have been. And that is something that I think as DRX you're going to kind of cling to. But no more Xayah blind, clearly. And that's the one thing where I'd be worried, because DRX in the past have shown to be a little bit hesitant towards changing up drafts. They've been guilty of just being like, no, we're going to try it again, and this time it's going to work. And if it doesn't, you're down 0-2 in a best of 5 for your play of live. So don't really want to be in that position.
Yeah, against Kwangdong Freaks, that, you know, I thought maybe they would struggle with the pressure of playoffs, but they looked relatively clean in this first game. I don't think it was anything different from their regular season games, at least, I would say, in terms of, you know, nerves or how they were feeling the pressure. And that's a really great sign if you're a Kwangdong Freaks fan, as Kingdom did a lot of damage. So did Deft, actually, both higher than Fate and Teddy, but doesn't matter in the end.
Damage done, yeah. In the end, what matters is objectives being picked up and the Nexus fallen down, and in that regard, DRX just never really got even remotely close. I think that they gave themselves a draft, as mentioned previously, that at the end of it, didn't really feel like a cohesive plan. There were a couple of key counter picks. Again, love that MF.
Yeah.
And gonna require a big switch up from DRX here in game number 2.
Yeah, the Jace blind as well. The Orin comes in and dunks him down in the lane. Has a very fun time there, helps out his team. But guys, we are going to have a break and come back with the Analyst Carpet Space.
저 탑라인 좋아, 탑라인 좋아.
나 패시브도 이렇게 천천히 해봐. 형 우리 짜오 피었어.
오, 야, 소리. 에 봐줄래?
집 갔다 와야 될 것 같아.
천천히 빼봐. 고르키텔 있어, 고르키텔. 천천히. 야, 기나 빼봐 살짝.
자야공 체크, 자야공.
없어. 자야공 없어.
야, 나 텔로 올게.
자야공 없어.
이거 웨이브 끌고
데이트야. 야, 살짝 봐줘.
나이스.
미드.
야, 미드. 나이스. 제이스 큐이가 도네. 킹겐. 더.
아, 포켓은 중간에 너무 많이 맞았다. 나 앞이 너무 흐릿하게 보여.
감기야?
감기야.
좋다.
Is post 6, you can start to get a lot more aggressive. That goes over the plate. Ghost actually popped there as well. Bubba really wants this fight right now. Kraken Slayer is a lot of damage. A flash for safety. Here comes TF. He's going to flash the stun.
That's it.
The last auto gets him, but Everfrost should be enough. Shen's coming. The shield's too much. No, the man is going to live.
I was raised in the struggle. All I really know is the hustle, boy. Y'all don't really want it with me. I'm self-built. I'm self-made, and I'm self-paid. Y'all don't really want it with me.
Of poke on the side of T1. Krako's staying in, not gonna get it. No charm lands either. The stun is in. Everfrost onto Keria, as he will knock them both up, and in goes Owner after a huge shock blast, and the kick is going to clean it all up. And that will be the ace for T1.
I keep it low, bro. Fab, burn a couple down in the meanwhile.
Sau đó Celeb cũng đang chạy tới và chiếm được con BC là phá nhà để endgame họ làm được điều đó hay không, vẫn chưa được cái xử lý hay quá. Các bạn ra cửa bên phía tay trái để nhận đơn xin lỗi.
Nhà cú dịch chuyển kết thúc ban đầu đến từ Chuti. Gamisport có Baron, họ bấm về rất nhanh.
Điên gây đang trang tới.
Đánh nhà, Chuti đánh nhà.
Là win, một phát, hai phát đủ hay chưa? Chuti đập được hay không? Còn thiếu một phát. Đập được và chiến thắng dập cho FBC.
I got love in LA. I got folks in NY. City to city, the operations worldwide.
Doesn't matter too much for LNG. The 50-50 goes the way of Allah in the end. And now the fight ensues. Tarzan turns gold to plunge right in the middle of everyone. Maybe this is it for EDG. 2 kills, 1 for Viper. Is Doombeat trying to escape, but the realm walk forwards. Can they find any more? Scout turns gold and keeps himself alive. Allah stunned against his support here, but Light charging forward, getting the resets. Bail out onto Viper. Viper falls though. JJ in the back line. Light turning it around, and LNG somehow find it.
Y'all don't really want it with me.
視界のコントロール、スピンスラッシュ、トルツ入っていく、ダイシーも合わせるような動き、竜の怒りでワンスディスエンゲージ気味、そこに敷いてあるグラビティフィールドで動きが止まったダイシーデッド、さらにアンサーパブルフォーマンのガップパスが決めた。 あとは一人一人持っていけばいい戦国ゲーミングエース獲得
I'm feeling myself, I killing myself. Just give me some time, I'll be chilling in wealth.
控的配合，直接将这个闪现离开，达维斯鬼步开启，要抓吗？
勾到
被留住，想留，但达维斯左边开启 ID 度，可不可以第二度换牙明敏智的一个大绝，打出了反打结果，但达维斯还在赶第二度闪现，这里是控制665想抓，
有孔道，还有吗？
鱼人第三度，Triple Kill，这里是往前第四度 Triple Kill， 哈哈哈哈，哎呦，哈哈，打孔起飞。
I'm a hustler, I don't do all the chit chat. I move in silence, boy, then I clap back. I put that limo tint on the Cadillac. The ladies like it.
The embers glowing, we're waiting for the blaze, ascending from the ashes, bonfires in the haze. Standing tall now, your feet are on the ground. You fought your demons, nothing breaks you down. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the analyst chairs and collaborative carpet space for the second playoff match of the LCK Spring 2022 season. I'm Atlas, I'm joined by Wolf, and we had a bit of a roller coaster of a draft, honestly. It felt like there was winning happening in the first half on DRX's side, and then the trump cards came in.
Yeah, I will take a look at the draft because I think the Corki pick at first glance seemed like it was a huge risk here. We saw it fail yesterday. Kwangdong Freaks picked up here early in the draft into the Jace, into the Xayah, and there's a Twisted Fate already online. You can follow the Corki, chase him, gold card him. But things changed in the second part of the draft where I know a lot of people are probably calling for the Malphite, but I was watching, I was like, no, this is an Ornn game. This is an Ornn.
That actually happened, yes.
And I felt really good about it because it's a lot safer of an engage option. Keen has the ability to long-range Ornn Horn, set up team fights with the misfortune that we saw Teddy pick up, which was actually a great pick for him as well. And these final two picks here for Kwangdong Freaks made the draft feel a lot more stable. And there were some big errors, of course, in the mid-game, because I think there is a very real possibility if this exact matchup is played again, DRX actually used the Twisted Fate more aggressively, they used some more Destiny Gates, try to actually get further ahead. But they fell so far behind. Fate's laning was extremely aggressive, Zeka was always on the back foot, so the prio they had on top and bottom didn't really lead to anything for DRX.
Yeah, exactly right. And actually, it was weird because the Corki worked as a pressure point for Kwangdong Freaks in a lot of this game based on how the laning actually played out between both Zeka and Fate. And I think hats off to Fate. I think his laning phase was fantastic. I think his use of rockets that you're going to go into later was absolutely fantastic as well. So just amazing play from the mid laner of the Kwangdong Freaks. But I want to go to the Misfortune pick because we haven't seen her this season so far. I've seen it on Twitter, don't worry, I know that she has been called for many a time. Doesn't really matter the build, she's just good at the moment, but I think the lethality was just such a masterstroke because it gave them that pressure point on the map that they so desperately needed with this comp.
Yeah, allowed them to fight really well around the mid game, and we'll jump into some of these highlights because we've got a lot to go through. But
that's true.
The first one is around the red buff. And this is actually a mistake on the part of Kwangdong Freaks, trying to fight this out early. Notice that Keen is going to enter this fight aggressively at around half health. And then Viego comes over here, who's, by the way, Pioshik's start to this game was brilliant, and he was pressuring LM out a lot. But after these health bars are low, Keen takes a lot of damage. Like, you don't really want to collapse in and fight over this. Their idea is we can actually win this fight on the Rift Herald because we forced out the enemy AD carry early and the bot duo is rotating up very late. But actually, DRX don't need the bot duo to win this fight in a skirmish like this before Kwangdong Freaks have any power. Too much health taken away there. Viego extremely ahead against the enemy jungler, the Xin Zhao in this case, and Pyojik is ahead. Keen's got that pressure on him, and he still rotates down. And this ended up giving a huge lead to DRX. In the
Yeah, exactly right. And we got an idea of what it looks like when Kwangdong Freaks are disjointed, right? When they're not actually together, when the phalanx isn't set up and those rockets aren't flying through, right? And in split fights like that, it's exactly how DRX want to be playing out this game. But let's get into the Drake fight and see how Kwangdong Freaks tidied all of that up, because that's our next one. And it was an example of Kwangdong Freaks. This is what it looks like when it's actually a 5v5.
So this is a fight around Valkyrie for Kwangdong Freaks. They know that their comp isn't online, quote unquote, just yet for a second Drake, but the engage here is so perfect from Fate. He completely shuts down Leona as well in this fight. So Barrel's just not able to make an impact, and they zone out Def. And Fate is once again very low, but still able to put off damage. And you can't chase any further here as DRX. They already used the Destiny Gate, obviously, to get into this situation. So it was just a really nice Valkyrie play. And Kwangdong here using their Valkyrie early to set up this fight. And unfortunately for DRX, not really reacting properly to the fact that this is a huge power spike in the early game for this composition.
And it was also a bit of hands check for Fate, right? Because if you haven't pressed the package button, you're not unstoppable. And so the flash forward from the Leona to try and get that stun, like, if that had worked from Beryl, we might have seen a completely different game, like absolutely. But it just made Beryl look a little bit silly, flashing forward, and then the package comes through and the fight is then over. Let's have a look at the last replay that we have here, and this was honestly what felt like the end of the game for DRX.
Yeah, this was such a masterclass for Kwangdong Freaks because they're willing to actually play the long con setup game here and lose their inner turret for it. And this is okay because Corki already has enough farm, and you're not at the point of the game where he's actually trying to be safe. So once again, Fate flanks here, sets this up. Keen's also, once again, long range engage. Malphite can't set that one up, right? And I know that the matchup, obviously, the Malphite to the Jace can be a much stronger one than the Ornn one. But what Ornn offers you in team fights with a comp like this, I think is just so much utility, and it really is illustrated in this punish once again from Kwangdong Freaks.
Yep, plus Keen played the laning phase out extraordinarily well as the Ornn. He's very practiced in the matchup. We've seen already that it is one that has been played many times here in the LCK, even though the Jace still ahead. We've seen Ornns take that one. But let's have a look at the fate of the game. I mean, the POG, as it's going to be...
Teddy, what? Robbed? Fate robbed.
I think Fate was a little bit robbed. But it was a Corki vote, right? And Corki votes are difficult to give out. Teddy was also a small aeroplane with his 737 scoreline, 50% damage per gold as well. And he owned the bottom side of the map. That was his job this game. He absolutely had to. And he was able to do so fantastically well.
I thought Teddy had a great game. His usage of his rain was actually quite good. His ults that he used to gain pressure and prio were also amazing. It was highlighted on the cast. Like, his ult actually is just for prio, not for team fights, because he used it so well to actually get positional advantages. I think we will see a split vote between him and Fate. I really just thought Fate's critical engages in both the replays we highlighted were why I was like, well,
I mean, they were the game-winning plays, right? And the package use was fantastic, but Teddy was consistent throughout this entire game, always going for these aggressive flashes if he had the opportunity to do so.
Yeah.
So I can see that side of the argument as well.
I mean, this pick onto Kingen as well was pretty fantastic. Let's see where the votes land. Damn, it is really split here, but Fate only picks up 2. A lot of votes going over to Hoyt as well on the bottom side.
Interesting, yeah. Hoyt as well on his Nautilus, very famous for this pick, and was definitely the way that Hoyt found his way back to form as well. So we'll see how the drafting's going to change here. And of course, DRX, they can choose blue side again if they want to, but I don't know if that's the best choice.
Yeah, it's a tough call to make. I think one thing is for sure, we are definitely going to have to see a big change in draft. Maybe a little bit less of the early Jace priority here for DRX.
Yep, all I know is this series is looking way closer than yesterday. I'm hoping for 5 games. Let's throw it back to the boys on the desk to get into game 2.
Thank you, Space Carpenters, for your wonderful breakdown that time around. As, yep, me and Chronicler here on the desk, we were all on the Hoyt train, but also I think Fate was a good vote. Of course, we got the triple media kick W, bringing in the Teddy votes there. Very, very nicely done. But again, it's playoffs, and to be honest, the player of the game, very subjective. Who cares? Kwangdong Freaks won the game, and now we will move on to the rest of the best of 5. And you know, I don't know where we go from here. I'm still not confident that, yeah, okay, Kwangmu Freaks took the first game. This feels nothing like the last series yesterday where it was okay, Damwon won the first game. They're looking very dominant. This might just be a 3-0. This is like, I don't know. Maybe the 1-1 comes in here. Perhaps a 2-0 could happen, but maybe it's a reverse sweep. Still feels very even in this series.
The desk already hinted towards it as well. To me, it's about the draft. What are we going to see here in draft? I think DRX need to make it themselves a little bit easier, because the Kwangdong comp, it was literally straight up like press your buttons and the comp works. That's it, right? It's not complicated. It's not hard. You have a Corki, you have a front to back team fight comp. Just play it out like that. I would rather see something. It is a great Pepe.
Sorry,
I agree.
Continue. Just had to point out the great Pepe.
You know, as much as I'd like to think analysis is relevant, when it comes down to it, we just want to be entertained.
Sometimes cute frog is better.
And cute frog is very important, so I wholeheartedly agree. And the key point, honestly, as I was talking in circles, better draft, important. No more blind chase, no more blind Zaya.
Cute frog good, better draft important. Okay,
yes.
I think we've got all our ducks in a row.
I haven't seen a row of ducks in a really long time.
Yeah.
Since like summer.
It's not really.
But even then, like I don't feel like I see a lot of them here. I saw way more in the Netherlands.
You'd have to leave the city.
Well, yeah, that's my point.
Yeah.
But in the Netherlands, I mean, our cities are very tiny, right? But even in the cities there, it's packed with ducks. Ducks everywhere.
Yeah, here in Seoul, there's mostly people. Almost 10 million people in this one city.
It's like
very densely packed.
I know, like 60% of my entire country. We're not very big. Yeah.
It's okay. It's like half.
But we do have a lot of ducks.
Well.
I know that. Oh yeah, I mean Korea is it's pretty similar in size, I think. A little bit bigger.
It's very centralized to Seoul, so that's why there's so many people here. Anyway, we have a series on our hands. Well, actually, not really yet. Not yet.
It might happen.
I said it too early. I don't think it's on our hands, actually. That must have been, I don't know, we were eating some sandwiches earlier. Might have been something else on my hands. But not a series just yet, because it's 1-0. And Kwangdong Freaks currently are comfortably in the lead, as DRX did choose blue side again.
Are we going to run it back? I was not a fan of Zeka on the TF. I would much rather they ban it than give it over. I don't feel like the pick really provided them with anything, and oh my. Well, I don't think they're going to give it the TF first pick. They said Corki was the problem. Not sure that I agree. But let's see. Again, TF has actually dropped in prio, right? There's still teams like, I think Damwon is the most notable one that you can't give it to. Obviously, Kwangdong is the same. But there's been a lot of other situations where it's slowly dropped ever since the nerfs. It's just going to get first picked here again. And now the opportunity for guaranteed Nautilus pick. I don't know if they're going to lock the Zinzao for Elam again. I thought he had a wonderful game last time around. So honestly, Nautilus Zinzao here would make me perfectly happy.
Could be Volibear too. I mean, that's the one thing that didn't get banned this time around. They replaced the Volibear ban with the Corki ban. You know, I mean, there's no Hecarim on the Rift, but Volibear priority has steadily risen.
I like it. Yeah, I think it depends on what Elam feels most comfortable with. Personally, I think the Volibear is strong, but to me, it doesn't feel like you must pick this or you'll lose the game, right? It's a very all-round, evergreen, good early game.
Also, remember Ahri?
No, that's not no. That's champion. No, I agree.
I had forgotten. But yeah, she's still in the game as far as I know. But none of these teams are really prioritizing her at the moment, so it is going to be that Volibear pick. Didn't get banned this time, so Kwangdong are like, hey, I mean, we can just grab that here.
Why not? DRX? I thought we had a mutual understanding.
It's going to be a little bit different. It's not going to be the Jace.
Oh, this is not my...
Oh,
no! DRX! Not the run back.
The instant curse. Oh, man. Yep, it's just going to be the run back.
I wouldn't have loved Trindamere more. And I was like, yeah. Oh, yeah, we can look him effing again. What? What? This is a bold save.
You know, the problem was Corki. Okay, Chronicler, the problem was Corki.
But
That's what they're saying. I mean, that's literally the only thing that we're seeing from this draft, from them. They have identified none of the other problems.
I don't feel like the problem was Corki.
I agree.
I thought the problem was also execution. And as we were walking off, you know, grabbing some water and grabbing our food, I was saying, you know what would be the most DRX thing to do is just draft the same thing again. Be like, no, we can make it work the second time around. Well, that's definitely going to happen. They are probably going to switch out Lee, you know, because Viego's banned, so they pick Lee.
Yeah.
And then just go for Leona again.
What are they going to ban here? Fifth, because last time it was Gragas and Zion. It was a heavy focus on the top lane, and yeah, this is what I was wondering. Do you ban away the Ornn and say, okay, we want to have Jace play into something else? But yeah, the Ornn offered a lot in the last game, but there's still the Gragas, there's still the Sion, there's still the Malphite. Still a lot of stuff that you can pick in the top lane into this Jace, and that one Ornn ban. I mean...
Whoa, I like this. It is...
It's like a blast from the past series here.
It really is.
Who's this champion? I don't remember.
And might you forget, Zoe and MF have a great interaction together because Sleepy Trouble Bubble doesn't care about MF Ultimate. It feels real bad. I'm going to tell you that up front. Yeah, it's Leona Lee Sin, right? Into what probably will be a Gragas. Is it a Malphite angle? I think it's okay. I don't think it's amazing. Obviously really good into Jace, really good into the TF, but Xayah, Lee don't really care too much. The amount of mobility they have available makes the pick a little bit worse. And I do think that Gragas works really nicely with Kongno Halfway already. The disengage it provides. The matchup as a Jace is just, and Keen is an amazing Gragas, so
yeah.
Even I'm like, yeah, this is a great Gragas situation. Wonderful draft from Kwangdong, DRX. If it works.
Are you giving them the red card that TF is showing them right now? Maybe a yellow card?
So they had a good early game, but the situation has kind of changed because previously they were playing into what was, I think, a much weaker 2v2. But now you're playing into Volibear. It's not like the jungle 2v2 now is as one-sided as it was previously. So I feel like you're actually worse off this time around with this draft. Now there were some good moments. There was a good early game, and we have seen teams, most notably T1 at times, win the spike draft. I have also, of course, seen many a challenger game where I'm like, this draft is way better, and then they get absolutely stomped. Play will always trump draft, but my main thing is not even that this is a draft, it's just that it's the same one. And I feel like even if you get a different one that's maybe not as good, but at least it's something new. I feel like you might tread some old territory here with this from DRX, and I'm a little bit skeptical.
Well, they said they were going to come in with comfort, and they did not exactly execute perfectly in game number one, so my read on this is that they say, let's give it another go. Let's give it another shot, guys. We can do better this time. Picks are good. Let's give it a shot. And we'll see if that works out, as they are going into the Kwangdong Freaks here with a new draft slightly. Some picks here that we do like, though. The MF comes in once again against the Xayah. The Zoe this time, which we haven't seen in a while, but great synergy with the MF, as you very nicely mentioned. And they get the Volibear and the Gragas, which I'm a big fan of right now, especially.
I think it's a really good pick. Even Blindable, although great Nas have been able to punish, but we've also seen plenty of Nas being picked into it and not really get that much done. And in Mini Na, you still need to navigate the matchup very carefully. And Keen has arguably been our best Gragas as well. We'll see. We'll see what happens. I think that overall, the Kwangdong draft has some similarities. The outscaling is not as prevalent as it was in game number one. This is a draft that definitely is going to still do very well in the mid to late stage of the game, but is a little bit more reliant on staying even, staying on parity with your opponent. And again, depending on what build Keen goes, I'm expecting hybrid, so Everfrost into a tankier build, which is what we've mostly seen, especially with this rune setup, going for Scorch as well, to really try and pressure Kingen in the lane. See what we'll end up getting. At the very least, DRX is not as obliged to immediately win the early game, as Teddy, after last time around, said, I'm going to make sure you have prio, Ellen. We're not going to let them take your jungle again.
It's true. I mean, last time, you know, obviously Xayah has some pushing elements. And with the MF, you go for the make it rain for harassment mostly. So they were able to get some nice prio down there on the bottom side. Where Deft and Barrel, they were playing it a lot more aggressively. But starting off down on the bottom side now, Teddy and Hoyd pushing that one in. I'm very curious about Fate's Zoe. You know, we've seen it 10 times so far in this LCK. I mean, it must have been like in the first half, because I don't really remember too much Zoe, to be honest. And it's 5-5. So we'll see how he is practiced on this pick, if he's ready for a playoff match on a pick like this.
Into the TF, as we can see, favorite matchup. I think it mostly has to do with the immobility that TF provides, and Zoe, of course, really good at finding angles, and if she's able to consistently land bubbles, gonna have a pretty bad time. As this time around, Ellen not having to worry whatsoever, as Pioshik pathing from the bot side towards top, and his bot lane has the wave in a much safer spot, so not gonna feel nearly as worried.
Yeah, looking a lot more even to start off this time around down on the bottom side. And yeah, we'll have to wait and see how this game does pan out. Fate with the chilling smite already being very annoying in the mid lane here. As Zach, a little shout out to Showmaker using his skin here in this one. Barrel not going to use his skin. That's not the way it goes.
It's not what he does.
That's not the Barrel way. Should have mentioned it in game one, but here we go again. And yeah, he's not that kind of guy. Elam definitely a much bigger opportunity in this game to be a force in the early to mid game now that he has a much clearer path to just farming it out and not getting invaded.
Basically identical pathing here, coming through from both junglers. Both going to end up on opposite side of the maps, do a late clear of the Krugs, just to get on the map earlier. Expecting Adam to go for the same path that we saw last time around, and so does Pioshik, so at the very least also going to clear up the Raptors, and looking very even. Teddy, of course, in the early games, strictly looking to get to that first back. It's really when the dirt comes through that you get a little bit more power. Starting with tier is going to mean that you hit your Mana spike earlier, but your early levels are, as a result, pretty lackluster. And not a lot of action here, at least for now, as both junglers just basically perfectly synchronized here. Pioshik has a little bit of a lead, but not really anything crazy. And wondering where we'll see the first action here, because there are great roam timers here. Both supports moving towards mid.
Both these guys just coming in here trying to get some vision down. There is a ward in position to spot Barrel, and he's going to clear that one out. So wouldn't imagine that there is too much action at this moment in time. I felt a bit bad for Kingen in game number 1 because I thought he was landing some pretty sick shock blasts, but it ended up not mattering as the game just got dragged along. But I thought he was having a pretty good game, and this time going up against less of a brick wall perhaps in the Gragas, as we do have Barrel joining in on the fight, trying to engage on in here. It is a 3-on-3 as Elam is nearby. And they're just going to back out of this one, not really going to overextend this time around.
Helen clearing his Grom first, and this is something we saw so much of in the previous game. And really what, to me, is the most surprising decision is this Xayah blind pick, right? Immediately going for that again, even though we saw the result of the matchup previously, as early Drake would be really nice here. For Kwangnon, Ellen has pretty great damage, bot lane shoved in. Don't have prio on mid, but Zeka isn't 6 yet, so should be fine in that regard as well. And that is going to get a nice early lead here. Last time around, it was a very, very strong Drake, it was Hextech. And we're starting off with a Cloud Soul. Or a Cloud Drake, rather.
You know, Atlas is on the carpet space tonight, so his power is severely diminished in terms of his influence of making Cloud Souls happen.
I'm sure he'll get one.
I don't know. I'm not as convinced. I don't think so. Did we have one yesterday, actually? Was there a Cloud Soul yesterday?
Yeah, I think we did.
I believe there was at least one. The problem is that, yeah, we always joke about it. Of course, we never miss an opportunity. The problem is that that series just ended so quickly that it was like, well, it doesn't really matter. As there is a lot of action around the top side.
Yeah, this is free minions though, so I'm pretty sure Kane can just clear it and be fine. I was like, oh, action. No action.
There's a bunch of question mark pings in their own jungle for Kwangdong Freaks on that red buff. So LM says, well, he's not on his red buff, and we know he's on the top side of the map, so probably going to take my red buff. So definitely a good read here.
And yeah, Kane's pretty ballsy, also just using his cask to, or his barrels rather, to trade as opposed to trying to clear the wave, right? Even with some pressure on him towards the top side. As ultis for Preshow, everyone, so Teddy can get his back in. Make sure that he's completely fine as the junglers clear each other's jungle. Again, perfectly in unison. But when you're playing towards your strong side, being an MF, you're feeling a little better because Gragas kind of a nuisance.
Yeah.
Keen not really in any pressure whatsoever, as there is the Dirk, there is the double longswords. Now Teddy can really get going on the map, and it's 8 minutes, Valdez. You know what that means?
You know what that means, especially in this series, okay? Like, if you...
Oh, yeah.
You know,
no,
like,
there is no bot lane. Lanes don't exist.
Yeah. These teams are going to fight. Yeah, they're definitely going to fight. If you're coming over and you're like, oh, man, you know, the LCK, where's the action? I'm like, just wait, okay? 8 minutes. We're going to fight over the Rift Heralds, especially these two teams. So let's see how it does go. I mean, we got level 6 here for Teddy, but no bullet time just yet. As Elam is just going to go ahead and face check, gets rooted up, and has to jump away. Barrel not level 6, but might continue on this one. Is going to get the leash on here. We do have a trade in mid as well, but Elam will be the first blood that goes down as a huge snipe comes down from Fate. Going to take him out, and now a big barrel on the backside. Pinging goes down as well. As you see, DRX get way out of position, trying to follow the chase into the enemy jungle, and Kane is going to pick up a double kill now.
Not done yet.
This might just be an ace, man. Everybody is out of position. Kwangdong Freaks, they came to party, and they were ready for this fight. DRX absolutely were not. Everybody gets taken down. And that is going to be 5 kills on the board now for KDF.
Well, maybe the draft was the problem, Valdez. Or maybe it wasn't, I don't even know. Because looking at this, it starts off very nicely, right? But this is the key issue that I think DRX has shown this series. This is enough. Elam is out of the fight. You can just take the objective. Why are two people going this deep? Because the rest of your team
fighting over here.
Yes.
Like at the same time, like
yes. And TF gets picked off. Doesn't even get to use his summoners. And these are exactly the type of fights that Zoe loves, right? Where it's not really a 5v5. It's just a couple of small skirmishes happening left and right. She can get so many summoners. So many skills. Keen, of course, on his Gragas, playing it absolutely beautifully. Well, they get Harold. That's something, I guess.
How did they do that? Everybody on the side of KDF, after the fight, they all went home. And I guess DRX, Pioshik immediately just ran at the Rift Herald, and they got that. And instead of going for the Rift Herald, well, I thought they were going to dive bot, but with TF off the map and the ability to just Destiny Gate for defense, I suppose that will just be the Rift Herald going to Pioshik at least.
Yeah, but the gold plate is a problem, and even with the plates going over, it's going to be like 300 gold. So that's still 1,000 gold you're behind. Gonna mean his second Drake coming through here. And coming into the series today, my main worries with DRX, honestly, were more going to be how do the individual players look. But it's a team as a whole, and the way that they're playing right now, that looks pretty disjointed overall.
Yeah. To be honest, I mean, I voted 3-1 for DRX. I thought that they were going to come in with better, you know, veterancy. They're going to come in here and say, okay, we can get this done. Beryl and Def, they've seen every single stage of the world, right? These guys can lead this team. We're not seeing that at all. Like, this is not happening for DRX right now. And Kwangdong Freaks are playing a great series so far, so it's both sides.
It's also, again, like they're trying to make a play towards top side, and King's like, well, what are you going to do? I have a lost chapter. I just insta-cleared a wave.
Yeah.
Like, you can't die from me. Even if they did have a wave, like, still Gragas, seen Keen get 1v3 wins before, and now Second Drake gonna go over to Kwangdong. Teddy is feeling supremely confident here. Should actually be careful because he doesn't have cleanse and Barrel is ultimate, but he realizes so as well. Yeah, Elam's gonna take this, and let's see what the Drake ends up being.
Nope, Infernal.
Oh god.
Now, there is one thing, the Infernal Rift, Zoe doesn't really love that.
True.
But I'm not sure it's gonna matter.
Well, that's she doesn't like the Rift. The
But
soul.
she loves the soul, man.
Yeah.
She loves the soul.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it's a bit of both.
He does. Oh, the read here as well. Kwangdong more than ready for this. Yeah, the plates will come through. That's completely fine. It's more about denying the turret.
Deft is going to use that, and now he's going to get hooked, ulted, and 100-0. See you later, Xayah, as the turnaround here from Pyosik. They're trying to burst down Hoyt, and they do get him. But Teddy now running everybody down, and take a look at this. Fate gonna get the bubble down. Zeka is just gonna be zoned out of this one. It does look like Barrel and Pyosik will be able to walk this one out, but yeah, again, I mean, that's not the Rift Herald play you're looking for.
And honestly, I don't even want to go in too hard on Deft, because I genuinely feel like this is a draft issue. Like, why do we put him on the champion that we've already seen is effectively getting hard countered by this MF? Right? Like, yes, he's too far up, but still, I don't get it. This is a player that has had one of the best splits that he's had in years. And we keep putting him on blind Xayah, dude. And he keeps getting punished. Hoyt again with a wonderful engager. The immediate slam down comes through. And the moment that Featherstorm gets used, you know that it's free.
And Hoyt, once again, you know, perfect positioning, uses his Hex Flash for the surprise. As Fate, yeah. Oh, he's even going to use Stopwatch. I do not agree with that. As not even getting much applause from the audience. I think everybody knew that one was a bit of a whoopsie. As now the root underneath the turret, Hoyt will be able to walk this one out as well. But yeah, got to be careful about giving your big shutdown over to the Xayah.
Definitely not good. Counter response is good, and Teddy will pick up the final plate before they all drop. And again, I do want to reiterate as much as I think what we've seen from DRX thus far is feeling a little questionable. Very different situation from game number one. There is no very clearly outscaling draft. I think both drafts have elements that go very well into the late game, most notably Kingen, because he will actually be hard to deal with. And as we get further into the game, yeah, no idea. No idea.
I mean, he sees Death, so...
Yeah.
And Barrel.
Well, he sees Barrel. That's the main thing, right? So, just not great. It happens. As Hoyt gets tagged, but obviously he's going to be completely fine. But it's probably going to be a who can hit more skill shots between King and Fade. And the reason why, much more so than in game number one, I do think that either team has a really big edge as long as they can get a mid-game lead. Oh, man. Ooh.
Okay.
Does he know?
There's a lot of roam squads right now on this Rift. It's feeling very dangerous at this moment in time.
Yeah. Cool thing. Whichever team's ahead has a great time because they're relying on hitting skill shots like Teddy. Might have to flash? Nope. Nah, he's fine.
It'll be fine. And here comes the rotation now. Barrel has to be careful. Everfrost not going to land, but it slows, and that's the sleep onto him. There's the follow-up engage as the Volibear does slam down. But was it a beat all along? Pyosik with a big kick does come in. And now over the wall, you see Elam and Fate on the run, not able to follow up on that one.
All the damage being thrown into a Leona with Eclipse up. Bit of a bait. Teddy can't join that fight, getting zoned away by the bot side. So overall, nice play there from DRX, able to force a bunch of flashes, Fades most notably, and get some damage onto this mid lane turret as well. And that's now two back-to-back plays while Kwangdong Freaks slowly start to see the lead slip away. Oh, my. Just doesn't miss. Barrel's fine, but man,
yeah,
it's gonna make you a little bit paranoid. As, yeah, crucially, this next fight, if DRX lose this one and you're forced to run into a Zoe comp, good luck. Not gonna be enjoyable.
I mean, face checking into Zoe MF and also Grok, Volibear, and Nautilus, it just really works well. Like, I think their comp is it's very clear in what it wants to do, right? You, if you get ahead especially, you can deny vision, and Zoe's having a fun time. you know, again, literally everybody's having a fun time on their comp. So we'll see if they can hold on to a lead and deny vision, because right now, I mean, DRX are going to get another Rift Herald, but that means they're not in position here for this Drake, but all the vision right now is in favor of DRX.
Yeah, and Def just backs. I mean, the Kwang don't know this, right? Crucially, but I feel like they can just go.
Okay, we're going to engage onto the Nautilus here. Hoyt with no flash available, but he buffers that dredge line very nicely. He is going to tank this one down as the teleport comes in. Keen right on top of all of them. The Everfrost crucially not going to root anybody up, but the sleep into the cask is enough. And they take out Feral, but down goes Keen immediately. Turn here onto Pyosik though, as Teddy is front to backing very nice, but Def, full health, full mana. As we will Destiny into the mid lane as Zeka tries to get some extra value, but he's not really in a position to take down the turret.
Crucially here, Drake not taken yet, and honestly, from both teams, some question of priority towards the Drake. Drake is the most important thing right now, and it does look, even without the smart... never mind, that's fake. Good on you. Oh, do they teleport? I don't think they see.
Okay, well, it's also a TF. He's trying to get on top of Fate, and that's the smite! The smite is gone! As now, Teddy's all alone. He's gonna go down. And how has this game turned immediately back on its head?
That was a baffling sequence of events there. As yeah, there's a lot going on. There is a vision control from DRX. There is their priority on a topside Herald, and the back from Deft, meaning that there's a perfect window. But then Kwangdong have the perfect window and don't utilize it, and then kind of win the team fight, overextend into the Drake. Because, like, again, I feel like they have a perfect window here. The problem is, of course, they're not aware that Deft is back, I don't think. But they should still be more than happy to play a little bit more for the engage here. Crucially, again, a lot of ultimates, a lot of damage is being thrown into specifically the supports. So, yes, Barrel dies, but that's not the end of the world. It's more about the subsequent play.
Big kick.
Yeah, as Ellen goes down, and then... This is really nicely done, but like I don't get why Kwangdong then moves towards mid. Because like, just sack the turret. You get the soul. And instead they don't see this, otherwise of course Hoyt could have made a play. Zeka with an incredibly important, possibly game-winning player because it denies the Drake. It gets them some crucial shutdowns.
And we are fighting again. As if we go here. The bullet time on a Pyosik, and now Def trying to frontline. He's got the double buff. Teddy forced to flash away. As with that recall, it should be enough. Teddy is going to get caught out as Zeka is there again. And he might be looking for more here as Elam is trying to protect the Zoe, but it's not going to be enough. A double kill comes in now for Zeka, and DRX have taken huge control of this game.
Oh, that's a Kwangdong post 15 minutes, I guess, as they dive into two. Honestly,
I guess it's just Baron?
Yeah, I don't agree with that. I feel like you're gonna.
Okay.
Yeah, don't take a page out of the Kwangdong book, please. But as mentioned previously, like whichever comp is ahead has the big lead, and if a team overtakes the other one in terms of tempo, it becomes very hard to come back because, again, why are we opting into this? We're playing into TF. We have a Gragas without teleport. This is always going to be a fight that you're going to be down members on. And that's exactly what happens. And then the extended chase is really, really nice. Keen is unable to join this fight. And Kwangdong not in two back-to-back plays put DRX in a wonderful position. And I've got to say, Zeka was not convinced game number one. Game number two looking so much better than on TF here. Two extremely pivotal roams. Back-to-back, gets the Drake, gets a couple of kills. Now it's looking so much better for DRX and for the longevity of this series.
Yeah, I mean, remember at 8 minutes when it was 0-0 and I said, just wait, guys. Just wait.
Wait for mayhem.
It immediately started, like, they did not give us any time to breathe after that. It's 18 kills at 21 minutes, and it's been 18 kills in the last 13 minutes, right?
Yeah.
So, took me a while to do that math, but we got through it. Yeah, so it's been absolute mayhem, and DRX have benefited the most from it, as Zeka is over the wall with the Blast Plants, getting pretty spicy here with his TF play, but from this lead, I guess he can just abuse that and get on in there and help out the siege.
As overall, now DRX can feel so much more confident, right? If you have the vision, Fate's damage is going to be so much harder to land. Zoe went from what I think was 2-1-6 to 2-3-6, just 2 back-to-back deaths, really swinging the momentum in this game. Picks up the Zhonya's now as well, and not the biggest fan of that. Feel like more damage would have helped out a lot more. At least going to be able to Zhonya's things like Xayah ultimate or maybe a gold card, but generally still going to leave kind of an awkward position.
And then there's a couple of other things for the Zoe too. Not only is she going for more utility build and less damage, she's playing on Infernal Rift, does not have the Infernal Drake that came out here. Also, the Zoe turret, you know, we've got Wolf on our casting team. The Zoe turret is still up. DRX have held on to their mid-tier 1. And that means that, you know, they're not able to close out as much vision. They were never really able to get a full grasp and full control on this Rift. I suppose that's the value out of the Zhonya's. We'll see if he can survive. He is going to flash away. And now you're playing front to back, as in the backside, once again, there's a blue card. As I mean, I like the color blue, but probably not the right choice. But that's okay. DRX just trying to push them away before this Infernal Drake just come up.
Oh, Keen, he's looking. Still has flash available as well, and they need to respect the playmaking potential of this Gragas. But I think that it should be DRX's Drake, and stacking Infernal Drakes on a comp like DRX's is going to mean that subsequent damage from King and Deft is going to be monstrous to deal with.
Fate just teleported top.
Oh yeah, they're not contesting this.
Yeah, but, you know, big cooldown. It didn't look like that turret was going to go down, but either way, just trying to push out the lane and maybe trying to get a turret of their own.
Aww. Would
be nice if they could. Trying to use some of this tempo on the backs of that Infernal Drake. So Fate actually with that teleport should be able to take this top turret, so at least getting some gold for his team.
And man, that gold swing has been so incredibly impactful, right? Because now you see the humongous leads that are found for DRX here. Not even Kingen, who was really the biggest benefactor last time around, but most relevantly on Zeka and Deft. Zeka also the cleanse available, still sitting on stopwatch as well, so collapsing onto the lead, which sometimes feels like one of the more likely ways of dealing with one of the deeper flanks. Not going to be an option this time around.
Zeka totally fine here. Just trying to take care of the vision right now as Kwangdong Freaks, as this Baron is up. It never got taken, of course. And they're just trying to deny as much deep vision in their own jungle around this objective as possible. But to be honest, I mean, I don't think the Baron is really the biggest issue. It's the next couple of Drakes that will be coming up here. And if Kwangdong can actually even contest them, because you were talking about 2 Infernal Drakes, but 3 Infernal Drakes and potentially 4 into a Soul might just be a win condition for DRX.
Oh, definitely.
It'll just be
might be.
I mean, I say that because, you know, this game it's gone off the rails.
No, that's a good point. It's a good point. We can't presume to know the outcome
you never know.
of this game. Yeah, I could see a team get Soul and then still lose. It's happened in the past. We've seen it happen in front of our very eyes. Witness the horror.
And yeah, I mean, DRX, they still have pretty nice siege, at least with the Jace and the TF, so just gonna push mid, come down to the bottom side, push bot. Zeka takes some damage, but the cask is, you know, a bit optimistic, I would say, as now Keen is out of position and down he goes. I mean, just trying to make a play. He's got his whole team there, but the cask, it does not hit. And then he just puts himself out of position. So DRX with another turret here, and just chomping off huge chunks of the map right now.
And the more we see, the more likely it looks like DRX should be able to just really close out this game. Now, that's what I said about Kwangdong as well. So, got to be a little bit careful with statements like that. But look at the itemization. I don't feel like there's any significant breakpoints. Like, yeah, Fate's gonna Hopefully go towards a... I think actually Shadow Flame is not too bad here. I personally prefer the Death Cap to try and just nuke as much as possible, but there is a fair amount of Merc threats as well as a Locket on the enemy team. So maybe they want to go into a more voidy direction. I mean, I'm
embrace the void.
Yeah.
The call of the
I'm
void.
a big embrace the void fan. But for Kwangdong, yeah, even if you hit that spike, right? Even if Teddy gets his Surreal Dust, which normally is such an insane item, with how far behind you already are, like, it's going to become so hard to actually find any opportunity. LM is a Volleybeb from behind, which is a deeply unsettling, unenjoyable, and
deeply saddening state of
really
affairs.
Is. Yes, you do not feel fine or happy about that whatsoever.
At least he gets to summon the lightning, as Deft has done insane amounts of damage already in this game, and he's even more fed now. So you can see the amount of poke damage he does with this lethality Xayah is pretty disgusting. Zeka, this time around, holding on to the lead. Very different from game number 1. He's actually able to side lane here.
Oh, that's big.
It's a big pick here onto Kingen, but he will have his flash available. As now trying to turn here onto Hoyt, who is left all alone, and Death's damage is just gigantic as he's just going 1v3, but he's going to get rooted up by the Zoe, and that's enough damage. A couple of kills now for Teddy. And that's why you never say never in this series between these two teams. The game is not over, but it's 20 seconds until the Infernal, and Kwangdong might be able to grab that one.
Huge wave topside, they're going.
Oh, gonna hit the bubble, and that's going to be another dead member of DRX. Down goes Kingen. And Kwangdong Freaks are back on the map.
Well, at the very least, they're getting Soul Point. I don't know if that's enough, but it's something. Oh, please, someone catch that top wave. It's so many minions. As it was Comet. Comet got deft. Teddy just saw that Comet fly. Nice. Got the bird. That's going to be soul points and...
Ooh, objective bounty.
Oh my god, yeah, they get bounties as well. I still feel like DRX should be ahead here. But I'm
now you're second guessing.
I really am, yeah. That was a sequence of events that honestly within the context of the game should be expected at this point.
All right, looks like Hoyt is going to be picked off here. He does have the blast cone though, thankfully.
Ooh.
Without addition to the game, the Nautilus does survive. I'm not a big fan of the plants.
You really don't.
I haven't made that too public, but I really like the plants.
I don't get it. They're fun.
No.
Yeah.
No. Not for me. Maybe for some. But it shows in the series, right? Like, if you get one pick off with the Zoe, there is still potential. They still do have a ton of burst damage. But again, DRX are still in the lead. So as long as they don't make any mistakes and nobody gets picked off, they're going to be in a pretty good spot. But if Kingen is going to bait his team by getting caught with a bubble and then, you know, going a little bit too far into a bullet time, then you might have some trouble.
It becomes a game of who can dodge the bubble versus who can dodge the shock blast. Basically the minigame we're playing here. Of course, Deft has a lot of poke as well. Zeka, if he hits a card, can decimate people. But that's basically what it boils down to.
Uh-oh, there's the burst again, but stopwatch this time is going to come out, so Beryl will survive, and now here's the turn. Hoyt will bite the dust, but Beryl nearly does himself, throws out a solar flare as the bubble nearly catches him there on the backside. Even Pioshik's taking a bunch of damage. These two teams, man, it's like they're just throwing rocks at each other over and over. It's one huge snowball fight.
Side lanes aren't real if we don't want them to be real, Valdez. We don't care about the side lanes.
Making Jonah Strong's job real easy right now, that's all I'll say.
TF. You can definitely, you know, pay some attention to those. But no, that's not good, old-fashioned, honest League of Legends. 5v5.
TF, it stands for take fight.
Why not team fight?
No, take fight. We take fight in the mid lane.
They're going!
And yeah, they're going to do it again. As, you know, you're going straight into a Zoe and an MF. Just keep that in mind, DRX, because I feel like we may have lost our way here a little bit in this game.
Okay. Are we gonna? No, we're gonna keep fighting. Well, it's 2 minutes till Drake, and that should be the next fight. I feel like DRX should win that. But at this point,
that's your overall feeling. It feels like it's a
yeah,
weather. It's like a weather broadcast, you know.
Well,
It's
they're
like
6.5K gold ahead.
there's a high chance of DRX winning the fight, but we cannot be sure.
Yeah, this is the.
It's just calling that
Look,
Zaya slept.
oh, that comment, man.
Slow. And yeah, I mean, he caught that Zaya was slept. Very nice catch by him. Here's another replay.
And crucially here is that both the bubble doesn't actually find the angle on Barrel, and his stopwatch is really, really nice. Throws a solo flare to make sure that he doesn't die, but doesn't actually have any room for follow-up. But again, why are we in a position where that can happen? I'm not too sure. I think that Deft also going Collector as well, maybe looking to a BT Lost with that Vamp Scepter to give himself a little bit more survivability, but honestly, I wouldn't mind a Maul. I think Maul in a situation like this could actually provide you with all the value. You feel like the main win condition here is indeed Fade, although Teddy might have something to say about that. And I think it's shooting gallery. I just don't know who is shooting at who.
Very true. As Keen, you know, on the backside, Zeka also with the Destiny onto the bottom side here. And Hoyt, you were left alone!
No!
Your team took the blast plant, and that's why I hate the plants. So you can hurt your teammates. Yeah, that's a nice little pick here from the side of DRX. They're going to take out the enemy support, and now Infernal Drake here in 20 seconds.
They left him at the bottom of the ocean, Valdez. They left him behind. Oh. Look at him. Betrayed. Yeah, so that is going to be the soul points for DRX as well. And it's really hard, right? Because I do actually think that the DRX comp has some issues when it comes to actually forcing out, but you have a fat Jace, right? You have a TF, you have full vision control.
Take fight.
I don't appreciate you not taking. I'm trying my best, Valdez.
I'm sorry.
You're not giving me a lot.
Let's get a slow-mo of Hoyt actually being backstabbed by Teddy here.
Where's the LEC song? Reckless with my heart. As Hoyt is like, I got him, I get him, guys. We no, guys.
Nope.
No.
Teddy was out of there.
No.
Had to save the life of the AD carry, I suppose. And yeah, that is the Infernal Soul Point now for DRX. So 3 Infernal Drakes, you would assume, should be enough.
On the flip side, the deeper we get into the game, the less relevant the gold lead is that DRX have.
True.
So we're back again in red side jungle.
Yeah, I mean, you could have Zeka, who currently has Destiny, up in the top lane, right? That keeps you up. Or you could just have him get caught and give 1,000 gold to Teddy. That's also an option, I suppose. And yes, another huge hook comes in from Hoyt. And with the Baron available, I mean, 5v4, they're definitely considering it here.
Oh, that's a big risk. It's more about, I think they're just looking to start the fight. Start the fight, kill some more people, and then maybe you can go for the Baron. Fish for those bubbles.
Okay, there's one bubble on top of him, and there you go. There's the combo. Beryl is going to have to flash out of that one. And man, this game is not over. It is not over.
If DRX lose this one, it's going to be a rough one, Valdez.
Oh boy.
But they can't go for Baron, I don't think, because they're still, everyone is alive. Zek has TP, and so it doesn't actually... It doesn't actually matter.
You know, I think that DRX, if I had to give my professional opinion, I think they're going to return to exactly this exact same spot on the map again.
Yep. Oh.
He just says, yep.
Hey, I love team fighting. Remember when the LCK stood for literally can't kill? No more, Valdez.
Yeah, we have evolved. You know, maybe we should have pressed B. I'm not sure. That was a massive cast.
I thought I was going to get him.
Yeah. Depth just flashes. Pyosik, okay, but the follow flash comes in. DRX trying to create fights here. They take fight in mid lane, and Pyosik's gonna go down. Fate is gonna be able to Zhonya's out of the gold card.
Oh, crucially, Hoyt, I think he tried to use his, I'm not 100% sure, I think he tried to use his ultimate on Pyosik, but Pyosik died before. So he still has ult as well.
Oh, man.
Oh, boy.
Destiny's down. He used it to teleport into the river.
But they can't go for Baron. There's too much damage.
Okay.
So
it's rough. You know, it's one of these games where it's like on the other side you're fighting directly into Zoe MF, but on Kwangdong Freaks' side you're fighting into TF and Xayah.
And Jace.
Yeah, and Jace. So it's like how do we engage? How do we do anything?
Another attempt. Teleports are there for Kingin and Zeka.
They spot the ward, but
That's
they
running. Yeah, no.
They don't.
Peace out.
Okay. Couple teleports used here. Fate has an extra flash. Could consider a play here onto Def. There is the bubble as he does have his ultimate, but that is not enough. And he will get dunked down by Fate, who immediately takes that kill and says, thank you very much.
Okay, now they all need to back, and then all need to run to Drake, and then maybe we can get a definitive break in this game, Valdes. I don't know. That was teleport. Honestly, I think DRX has a pretty good angle for a quick Baron here. Crazy as it sounds, although a lot of the damage, of course, gone with Def now getting taken down. Went for Ravenous Hydra, actually, so let's do a lot of AoE damage, and I don't know. Let's see what happens. Yeah, Fate with the amount of flashes that he has.
Slap. Xayah.
Yeah. And now it feels like maybe after so many twists and turns, has it twisted and turned again?
Yeah, it all comes back full circle. It's a Mobius strip. And we are getting...
They go down.
Yeah.
Who cares?
Yeah, I mean, they are bending the rules of Summoner's Rift right now. And DRX, I mean, they still have 3 Infernal Drakes. They still have a good comp. They still have the ability to fight this. It's just got to be clean as the cast comes through. Barrel not going to get over the wall here, so...
Oh, that's a big ult gone.
Yeah. Fate's taking some poke too as Zeka is way behind enemy lines. Doesn't look like they saw him. I don't think they have any idea. As Fate is going to pop forward. And Sleep does come in and Barrel immediately goes down. That's the end of him, but now the flank comes in from Zeka. They're going to get onto the MF. Fate is the one guy they need to get down here as well. Keen is finally going to be cleaned up. Zeka with the stopwatch. Can they get on top of the Zoe is the question, but Fate, he's got a Zhonya's, he's kiting them out, but Elam is going to be left all alone, and now Hoyt is heroic with this block of the Shock Blast. As now we're chasing down the lane, can they end the game for DRX?
That's what they're going to try. It's a high-risk play. Again, Zeka, that might have been the flank that breaks it off after all. It's going to be enough. Fate is full health.
Oh, man.
Very fed.
He's got it. Okay, He doesn't even have a life. Not able to use the portal jump there. Otherwise, he goes down. That is finally going to be the end of this game. 17-16 in kills, 40 minutes. 18-16, that is, and that is going to do it. We are tied up, and we have a series on our hands.
Oh, no smiles on either side here. As that game at some point truly devolved into madness, and as you pointed out, it's so hard to take any objective against both these two comps. The amount of poke, the amount of damage that is available if you overextend even slightly will come back to haunt you. And it goes all the way back to Kwangdong going for that Drake, going for that soul point with a lack of setup. The opportunity was there, they didn't grab it, and then still tried to make it work. But there was so many layers to this game because it's really easy, right? Especially if you're viewing from home and you're like, what are these guys doing? But you can feel it even when you're casting. You're kind of getting sucked into the. Okay, we can't go to the side lane. We need to pick them off. We need to pick them up. We need to find a way. We need to crack the armor. And armors were cracked on either side, honestly. I don't really know what the takeaway from this game is. I gotta be honest, Valdez.
I think it's extremely difficult to take anyone having an advantage over each other after this game. And I think that we are in a similar spot to what we thought the series was going to be because of that. So I'm the Deft. DRX is Alpaca. That is what that says. And yeah, I mean, he had a great game. He did some insane damage. I mean, take a look at this. It's over 1,000 damage per minute on the lethality Xayah in a 40-minute game. And I mean, when you're fighting that much and the Xayah is getting this much value, you can understand it. He had a fantastic game. We're all tied up, and you know, it's a best of 3 from here on out because we only have 3 more games. And I think predictions are out the window on this one, Chronicler. I don't know what to take from this.
Well, I said a 3-2, and after this game, feeling pretty good about that one.
Yeah, I think 3-2 might be the closest we'll get. Who knows who will take the 3-2. But guys, that was game number 2. I hope you enjoyed all the action that we had in that one. We'll see how game 3 is. But first, a break, and then the analyst carpet space.
노플. 그라 잡았어. 벨가부터. 노플. 우리 미포 잡았어. 벨가 잡았고. 천천히 해봐. 나 합류할게. 봐줄래 이거? 빼면서 해봐. 빼면서 해봐. 뒤로 빼면 돼. 살면서 해. 이거 바텀 웨이브 살려봐 이거. 보드웨이브 살려봐. 보드웨이브. 여기 봐줘봐. 얘 노플이야. 진격해보자 이거. 조이 노플. 끝낼만해. 끝낼만 할 듯? 이거 노텔 구공 잘 모르겠다. 휴공할 때 그냥 박대를 박아봐. 나 정렬할게 이거. 볼까? 깨봐 일단. 박아. 나이스. 다음 판도 잘해보자.
the sky fall and the sun turn black. When the earth halts, then don't look back. Hold me closer, can you feel my heart? We can conquer and win back all. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night. Nothing can break us when we rise. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. We walk through the fire. Leave this place and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire. The embers glowing, we're waiting for the blaze, ascending from the ashes, bonfires in the haze. Standing tall now, your feet are on the ground. You fought your demons, nothing breaks you down. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Analyst Chairs and Collaborative Carpet Space. I'm Atlas, this is Wolf, and that was just a clean win by DRX. Nothing to see here, no worries whatsoever. Just got an early lead and snowballed their way to victory, right, Wolf?
Let's come back to reality a little bit. It's going to be a long segment here from us because in terms of the draft, you and I both kind of felt like, okay, DRX ran it back, and now Kwangdong have arguably an even stronger version of the draft that they had in Game 1. Yes, there's some missing pieces in the Corki damage, but the Zoe that Fate is so good on, historically speaking, is the one they go with here. The Gragas pick as a, response to the Ornn ban. Last time it was the Gragas that was banned, the Ornn comes out. Same situation here for Keen. And the early game was great for Kwangdong Freak. So great that it looked like, oh man, well this might actually just be a 3-0. That was kind of the feeling I was getting in the early game. I was like, oh, the execution is too good. DRX are mentally kind of taxed after that first game. But they brought it back, and I think for Zeka, it was a huge resurgence. Based on his Twisted Fate failures in Game 1, he really turned it around in Game 2.
He absolutely did. It didn't start off super well, though. I think we can move pretty quickly towards our first highlight here, where it sticks with the fact that, like you were talking about, Fate had a really, really good game. And this was DRX sort of splitting up and going for a few different fights and then kind of in the end losing everything.
Yeah, they chased super deep here as LM gets picked super early, or he almost gets picked, right? But then like following up on this and this play as Def does to get the kill there onto the Volley Bear actually costs you in a scrappy fight like this so much because Keen is closing in. And once the Gragas gets on top of some of these carries, like Def's on the wrong side of the fight, Kingan's getting super low, and Fate is just popping off, hitting these trouble bubbles repeatedly. It's just so easy to actually win a fight like this when Def's on the wrong side of a team fight because he was chasing with barrels so deep, but it was 2 team fights in one. And in a scrappy fight like this, Kwangdong Freak's comp always wins. And at this moment, we were like, damn, this might just be the end of it. Like, this might be the end of the series as well. Like, a moment like that in a best of 5 like this can actually push you so far ahead in terms of the mental game. But DRX still were able to fight back. They still were able to take the win in the end. But we did want to show the beginning of this being a bit of an overextension, bit of a tunnel on the bot duo, almost cost them the game.
No, it absolutely did. And I think that like you illustrated, the composition is so good at scrappy fights like that. Zoe just excels. Anytime there's craziness going on, she's always the one portaling around, causing more of a ruckus, picking up all of those excess summoner spells and getting that work done. But it wasn't to be. And I think part of the reason why we were thinking that this is looking pretty doomed for DRX is because Zeka's game 1 was honestly just bad.
It was pretty rough.
It was not great at all. But his game number 2, absolutely massive turnaround. And as we get into our next replay here, this dragon fight, the follow-ups, and we weren't able to get every replay here, by the way, guys. There are like a million different fights, but this one kind of demonstrates that DRX got back on the same page.
Yeah, they certainly did. And this was one of those fights where you could see the power of punishing teams like in moments with teams like this where Kwangdong just stay too long, they take a ton of damage, and by the time Def gets here, because Kwangdong are thinking like, Def's not here, we actually take this fight. The casters highlight this. Def comes in, he uses his ultimate early, but you're just not able to really win the longer fight in these exchanges. And you know, this is another moment where you could see Destiny value, and I feel like Kwangdong Freaks here really.
This is the moment I began to believe in Zeka.
This is the moment where like Destiny Gate comes over here, Zeka gets behind, and this is one of those times where as Kwangdong you're like fighting for something so desperately, you're trying to hold on to the lead you had earlier, but you're not realizing the power of this Twisted Fate pick, the angles you can take, and this is one of those, on the opposite side of things, a scrappy fight you can't take when one champion can actually go back to full health and then return and come behind you. Really risky, stay there. Further the lead that DRX was already building back up.
Yeah, exactly right. And let's get into the last fight here where DRX were... Look, this is after shenanigans. A billion shenanigans. And then we're just going to highlight this because this is where DRX were able to win the fight. We had like a million highlights ready for if Kwangdong Freaks managed to win, but it was DRX in the end, and it was largely this flank from Zeka as well.
And it was really cool to watch as well in the comms how much Deft and Pyoshik were really communicating this fight. Because Beryl usually is the one who actually is making these calls, but I think he's taken a bit of a back seat in the later part of this game because his calls in terms of engages in the early game were not working out. You could see like a bit of a change there. And Zeka's flank was great. He was silent in the comms actually at the end there, just not really saying much, but making the big plays regardless.
No, he was absolutely fantastic. Let's see whether he was worthy of a player of the game as we'll bring that one onto your screen. And he is! 7, 2, and 6 this time around. Massive difference as far as the amount of money he was able to make this time as well. 3,000 gold in the lead. Made 4,000 gold more than he did in the last game, and it was about the same game time as we go through some of these highlights. And of course, it's going to largely be the ones that we were highlighting because Zeka actually made it happen this time.
Yeah, and I don't want to take anything away from Zeka here either. I thought he had a great game, but one thing that needs to be discussed on this desk outside of the highlights and outside of Zeka picking up POG is it's not a clean game from Kwangdong Freaks by any means. They really overextended and threw their lead away at several times. And that's where Zeka punished repeatedly these mistakes from Kwangdong Freaks. And so great play by him. But Kwangdong Freaks really need to tighten it up because this is also where mentality can shift in the best of 5 like this. You had such a great lead in the series. Then you had a great lead in the second game and you're feeling great. You're feeling amazing. And then you throw it all away.
Yep, it was a little bit of a disaster. Same can be said for DRX as well, as Deft is going to pick up a few votes. He did a lot of boom boom damage, as our friend Valdez would say. But I think it was largely these TF flanks that got the work done. But let's throw it back to the casters and get into the best of 3 that we now have on our hands.
Thank you, Carpet Spacers. Yes, indeed, the series is on our hands. And I don't know. I think we might just have 3 more games from here on out after what we saw in that last game, really defining kind of what we expected between these two teams. It is a bloodbath tonight.
Hear me out. 5 games, same draft. We've done it for individual games back to back.
Mm-hmm.
But can we do it for 5? Come on, Kwangdong.
Well,
pick red side.
Kwangdong would have to pick red side.
That's step number 1.
Well, we're not going to find out yet.
I'm waiting for the... I'm looking at that bottom left, but it's not coming up. And
it's not ready.
I do really think that, as mentioned previously in the carpet space, that this is a matchup where both teams have had their fair share of ups and downs.
Nope.
No, not happening. Not happening, and this is obviously the better choice. I was being not 100% serious. Looking at what we saw in the previous game, the Twisted Fate priority definitely going to be the same from Kwangdong if it is not straight up banned away, which is my expectation here. DRX able to utilize that pick very, very well, and I think after the first game, as Kwangdong, you can kind of like leave it up, let it go. After this one, you're like, no, okay, they know how to play it, and let's not do that again.
Yeah, very curious to see how the pick ban will change after all this. The LeBlanc first ban again, so that's 3 games in a row. Fate is just not going to be able to get his hands on that champion, so I think it's a pretty good idea. I think that Fate is a great player in general. I think that you want to take him off his best pick if possible. At the moment, I would say. Corki also going to be a ban here.
And the Corki ban from Kwangdong here is really interesting, right? Because to me, that signals that, unsurprisingly, they would go, or would prefer to go, for a Twisted Fate themselves. I do think that DRX is going to ban that one away. I don't think they're going to let that up. And another thing that we didn't really get to talk about, but that I really want to highlight as the TF does get banned away, is that I hope that Kwangdong drop their Volibear priority. If you think that pick is too strong, ban it away. But Elim on Volibear between Elim on Xin Zhao was like a world of difference. It wasn't even remotely close. On the Xin Zhao, his choices of skirmishes and his overall play on the map was so much more confident, looked so much better. Now, of course, it was also a Volibear from behind, which is a miserable experience. That's very interesting. Banning the Hecarim here on blue side.
The Rise gets through for the first time in this best of 5.
It's got to be the one, surely, especially on B1.
Yeah, seems pretty, straightforward. Fate can obviously play this. I think any mid laner at this point can play this pick, and it's extremely flexible, offers you a lot of early game playmaking potential. It's just a good champion right now in the meta, so they will pick that one up. We haven't really seen too much Ahri, or we haven't seen any Ahri tonight. Not picked, not banned. Nobody wanting to pick that up here. As thinking about the Rakan.
Xayah Rakan would be kind of a, I want to say continuation of the draft that DRX has shown us thus far, but no, going to prioritize the Viego with the Pioshik over the Volibear, over the Xin Zhao. As mentioned, I expect the Volibear to be locked in here. I think that the early game power of the pick, the 2v2 with the Rise, is going to be insanely powerful. It's more about Elim's level of comfort after seeing that game number 1. Wasn't hugely convinced, and Nautilus are going to be a surprise. I think Hoyd has been the one of the shining lights throughout every single series, has just been incredibly consistent. This was, of course, also the pick that started off the current age of Kwangdong as they found more and more and more and more wins. Lee priority here is interesting, but I do think Lee obviously still in a great position. Has a lot of innate win conditions, as I think it's a big risk picking Akali into Rise. Expected to be for Zeka, of course. Flex potential is there, but the lockdown, the fact that Lee Sin is already in the game as well, I don't know if that's enough to trump the comfort, and instead it's going to be the blind Xayah again, and DRX, just ban the MF. That's all I'm asking. There we go.
There it is. The MF does get banned here in game number 3, so we're learning, at least on that pick. So no MF this time around, and it's Xayah Rakan as well, so you're going to have some really nice synergy, obviously, between those two. So don't mind it as much in that case, in the blind sense. And the Galio will be banned away here. Galio definitely a pick that can respond to some of Rise's roams pretty nicely.
That has been the main thing. Also, as he gets a little bit further into the game, is able to, at least to a certain extent, match the wave and the shove that Rise is available, although early levels, that is, of course, still going to be heavily favored toward the Rise himself. And with this Jace Jace ban here, obviously DRX looking themselves to an R5 counter pick for King in here. Kali is going to get banned away after all. And I feel like an Orianna might be one of the more well-rounded and team fight-oriented picks into the Rise that we've seen a lot. Works really well with the Rakan as well, obviously. That's a completely different approach. One I like, nonetheless. This is a composition, especially with the Rise already locked in, the Jace being banned away. It's going to be hard to punish because this comp from DRX. Oh no, no, don't.
You're just keeping everybody at a distance with the Event Horizon, essentially.
I guess if it's AP Kai'Sa, it's a little better.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm hoping that we're going to see, or at the very least hybrid.
I actually think it would be pretty nice, just in the AP sense, right?
Yeah, okay, if it's AP, then I initially, my mind still goes to the AD Kai'Sa, where it's a please no, please don't do that. And Jinx has dropped so much in priority here. I honestly, I wouldn't mind the Kai'Sa. The problem with Kai'Sa, of course, is that your AP profile would be way too heavy, and the Jinx is going to provide you with what was one of the strongest AD carries. Still is strong, but teams have gotten better and better at dealing with it. And honestly, specifically, I'd say it started with this Xayah.
It definitely did, and here is the counter pick potential for Kingen. He knows he's playing into the Gragas. Aatrox is going to be the lock-in. This is something we've been seeing a lot more recently, to some pretty good success. I'm excited to see what Kingen can do.
Key thing here is that the DRX composition has a relative lack of range, but they augment that by having so much hard engage, so much power. Kingen gets fed. Game becomes effectively unplayable for most players on Kwangdong. Event Horizon is an absurdly strong skill into anyone besides the Jinx.
You can be caught by anyone.
Yeah.
All 5 members have a way to catch you and punish you, essentially, and follow up really nicely on each other.
The only downside is that if we get to the late game, I don't think there's an answer for Jinx. I think that in that scenario, unless Barrow can find a really good engage, the actually dealing with this extremely long-range AD carry is going to be excruciatingly hard. But this does feel a little bit reminiscent of game number 2, where it's whoever gets a lead, it's going to kind of run over the enemy team, right? Because look at the Kwangdong comp as well. With Rise, able to get side lane pressure, set up dives. Gragas obviously is really good for both engage, disengage. This composition has a lot of team fighting power, and if Jinx gets excited, you can win any team fight. But if you fall behind, you don't do a lot, and you don't do damage, and you don't do anything, and Aatrox is unkillable. We've seen it happen before. For DRX, it's effectively the same story.
Definitely could happen here. Let's see how we go on to the Rift here for game number 3 of playoffs round 1. Of course, if you guys missed it yesterday, Dalmon Kia was able to 3-0 Fred Brion in essentially the rematch, because Fred Brion had to 2-0 them to even make playoffs. That was pretty quick and easy. This one, not so much. A very different taste of League of Legends here tonight.
That it is, Valdez. That it is.
Yeah, we're looking to hit all the pallets, trying to make everybody happy, essentially. And so far, Kwangdong Freaks and DRX have brought us some great action here in this series. And you would have to imagine that after watching even the first couple of games, whoever wins this series has to play against T1. Because I would assume that T1 would choose either of these teams over a Dom1 that looks a lot stronger nowadays.
Yeah, I agree. From what we've seen, would expect T1 to say, we picked the clearly weaker, more up and down kind of team, because it means that when we get to finals, hopefully, but also expectedly, honestly, with the form of both these two teams, we will be able to keep everything hidden. We can just play it straight, expose the weaknesses of these teams, and not give away things like Dom1 already had to, right? Dom1, for the first time in the split, picking up things like the Ziggs that we really hadn't seen at all, and using those to great efficiency. And I feel like that might have also influenced the playoffs meta as a whole, because as of right now, Aphelios has just been completely ignored. which I'm happy we don't see blind affiliates anymore. It is a good thing. Yeah.
Feels pretty nice. It kind of makes sense.
It
We
does.
were calling for that for a while.
Well, now we have blind Saya.
Yeah.
You know, you gotta get somewhere. It's a small improvement, but an improvement nonetheless.
Yeah. I'm definitely happier with the blind Zaya, I would say, as Kane's doing some nice stutter stepping. I always love to do this, to be pretty trolly, get into the head of your lane opponent. Excited to see his Aatrox. I think his Jace play overall has been pretty strong, even outside of, you know, the whole draft stuff we were talking about. And we also saw a Veigar carry recently. Faker actually picked it up. I believe it was his 73rd unique pick in the LCK. And he had a really nice roam down to the bottom side, and I believe that was against DRX. So Veigar, once again, getting more and more play, and DRX having some recent history against it. So they pick it up themselves.
Like in the matchup, champion, of course, providing so much utility as well.
And he smites and the Q goes through onto Pyoshik, so nice little trade there from Ellum.
It's only going to delay Pyoshik, obviously, as he will instead have to path towards top side, but don't expect Ellum to aggressively contest there, especially not with the lack of prio that he has in his top lane. Kingen just putting down a ward, making sure that that crab stays safe.
Save Krabby is always going to be nice.
Well, I mean, save until Pyoshik shows up.
Yeah. Well, you're saving it for your team.
True. True.
Kingen's being very annoying in these trades, especially early on before the Gragas gets too tanky. The Gragas has nice sustain, but the Aatrox can bully him just a bit. It's going to be nice to have Pyoshik with some of the scuttle vision and extra deep vision on the top side to make sure he can continue putting on that pressure. And, you know, even though things are relatively slow for this early game once again, wouldn't be surprised if it hits 8 minutes and both teams go to the Rift Herald and we fight again.
Oh, no, 100%. Yeah, that's going to happen. No doubt in my mind. The only question is, are we going to have a fight before that? Is Faye going to use a priority that he should be able to generate a mid lane? Because obviously threatening Zaka is not really something that you're ever going to be able to do in this matchup. But you should definitely be able to try and spread your influence to other lanes. Is Ella and Pyoshik gonna see each other here? Gonna have maybe a little bit of a fight, but I think for Pyoshik, especially with a Veigar, just let it go. Back, and he does. Just lets Ella have this one and leave it at that.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
Zeka just, you know, getting pushed in. Some harass underneath the turret, but as you mentioned, you know, he's not going to be in too much danger. He's just kind of sitting here with this Corrupting Flask. He does have his teleport to get back to lane after this wave on the cannon wave. As the Event Horizon not quite going to land, but that's just okay. He's just looking for a back.
And even without Phase Rush, Phase like, yeah, no, I'm fine. I can walk out of that. If you don't, then that looks very silly. You just die. So good knowledge of his limits and the range and time of the Event Horizon there. And crucially, as you pointed out, I do think that Keen, if we get to the latest stages of this matchup and there has been no lead for Kingen, that's when the Gragas can just kind of sustain for everything and should be fine. I think that Keen is also going to go full tank here, as opposed to the build that we saw him previously. But Kingen really, once he gets some AD, once he gets some cooldown reduction, that's when the Aatrox traits really are going to start to wear down, and longer term you're going to be able to get a lot of damage down, as LM might look towards a play here on top side. Setup is of course good. Keen has Cask.
Yeah, gonna get that slow already. They're going in onto Kingen. There's the body slam. Cask is good. Kingen in a lot of trouble, still has his flash, but elects not to use it. A clean first blood will be given to LM as DRX and their jungle were on the bottom side taking Infernal Drake.
I think a trade you're not too sad about is DRX. Picking up an early Drake is definitely nice, but LM also going to be bolstered in any subsequent fights that he is able to find in the either 1v1, 2v2s, any roams that he might want to undertake together with Fate. Meanwhile, Keen is like, yeah, I have a jungler. going to do about it? As this is, I think, no matter what the matchup is, always a risk that you run with the Gragas. The setup is just so good. Like, Kick's not even available.
Yeah.
There's just not a lot of counterplay there, unless Kingen goes for the immediate flash at the moment that the body slam comes down, but that is also going to feel like a hefty investment. And only half a more minute, Valdez, and then we'll be greeted by absolute mayhem.
We're just chilling out for now, you know, just waiting for the 8-minute mark just to get the fighting going.
It's a no rush 8 minutes, yeah.
Yeah, it's like a little intermission, you know, like after a game like game number 2, you can't just rush back into the action.
Oh,
like that's no fun.
Oh, no.
Got to give the players some time to, you know, cool off, get ready to show a great performance for the fighting after 8 minutes, of course. So we do have the Bramble Vest, by the way, completed here, so Keen, extremely tanky build right from the get-go, just as you were mentioning. As now Elim is on the bottom side. We'll see if he can make some play here. No level 6 yet for Hoyt. And there is a ward in that bottom brush, so it's a little bit difficult. You can see Hoyt is trying to bait this one out, trying to get Beryl to grand entrance in, but Zyra Khan, Beryl can dash to Deft extremely far away, and just does that to safety.
Might be Prio picked up here at the very least, and Hoyt not 6 yet, crucially. Yoshik gets spotted.
Oh, he's going to land. That's a lot of damage already. The Blast Plant, again, is going to save him, but Elim's still lurking around. He's got some help from the top side. The Gragas over the wall is perfect. Keen going to land the body slam. Zeka trying to flash away now, as he will be kicked. And where's the damage? Everybody's kiting the turret, and finally Keen says, I will collect. Thank you very much.
What a beautiful roam there from Keen. Setting that one up. Even with the knowledge that that Elim is still hovering around, they're like, no, he can't go. We have the safety, we have the event horizon, but not keeping track of the Gragas. Keen also, I think, should be able to pick up this top side here. Really nice interruption from Kingen, but Keen, yeah, if he can walk it off, if he can proc his passive a few more times, then he should be fine. It's going to be a plate given over. The main question is it going to also be a Rift Herald? Because in that case, trade still good, but might not feel as worth as I see 5 people rotate, so I have my answer. They are definitely getting Herald. Teddy at least should be able to pick up a plate when they read this here, because of course they don't know where the rotation is heading towards, but should spot out soon. Although Deft is going to take the top part. Beryl will get spotted though, and that should be the indignation, or the indication rather that rest of DRX, like, yeah, we didn't actually have to come. And I think Teddy picked up a single play there. So overall, still, DRX close, but definitely behind in gold.
They definitely are. And you can see that they don't have, you know, the full answers on the bottom side, but now they know that they will be safe. They can clean this one up. As let's take a look at the replay here on the play at mid lane.
And this is obviously Pioshik unable to fight back, knowing that he does not win that 1v1.
피해고. 이거 베이가 노플. 나 오케이. 잡았어.
Yep. Me? Okay, I'll take it. And yeah, just calling out no flashes and stuff like that as Rift Herald dropped in the bottom side. But again, it's one of these Rift Heralds where it's like, yeah, I mean, you got to charge, but Deft isn't getting any gold. It's very well responded to by Kwangdong Freaks, as 320 will go to Pioshik.
Now, of course, this is a Kwangdong game, so we gotta be a little bit careful. And it's interesting to say, because that has not been a problem for this team for what feels like the second half of the split, right? It was definitely in the previous splits a very, very iconic, at the time, Freaka thing to get a lead and find the best way to take that lead and throw it away. In this scenario, I do think that unlike game number 2, that did feel a little bit more hit or miss. Right now, Kwangdong's looking very in control, as Keen able to walk that one off just about. Now 2 Drakes, or rather 1 Drake given over to either team. Hextech Soul again here.
Wow.
And that's a big boon for Aatrox. One of the champions that, if he can get backline access, can absolutely wreak havoc. And it's going to be a Bolster the King, and who has not had the greatest laning phase. Not bad. Has a small lead, but got ganked. Not able to get any definitive leads, and Keen got some crucial roams here as well.
Oh, big play down on the bottom side. They're looking for the engage now onto Hoyt and onto Teddy with the immediate cleanse and flash. Means that will not go in. Is the damage enough onto Pyosik here? He will dash away. Teddy still on the chase. Looking for a potential zap as there comes the rocket, and it is going to blast on top of him as Teddy will get the AoE on Barrow.
And this is such a big risk. You know what you're playing into, right? If you don't hunt it to zero, the Jinx, that play might not work out, and Fate with the Realm Warp joining later on there, so you need immediate death on that Jinx, and I don't think you're ever getting that. Veigar, at this point in the game, still not the greatest pusher of turrets, and that's first turret blood here for Kwangdong, who are looking to snowball this lead completely out of control.
Yeah, absolutely. They are in a super comfortable spot, as Keen says, thank you. Thank you very much. That's totally fine. Kingen now being chased down. Did he go too deep for this blue buff? Might be the answer here as Hoyt continuing on, but he will not get in range and did not have his ultimate either. So he's going to land here, but Event Horizon is up. And you could say, oh, well, DRX have an Infernal Drake and they have a Veigar and stuff like this. They have some scaling components, but the way this game is going and the lead that Kwangdong Freaks have, and with how well Teddy plays this one out,
yeah,
it's feeling pretty good for them right now.
Cleanses the charm so that he can immediately flash out of the grand entrance. And then with the Realm Warp,
He's calling the kill as he's shooting the rocket. He knows.
Splash damage more than enough. Hoyt.
Hoyt's going for a little bit of a walk here.
No, don't do it.
No. Yeah, I think he's going to do it. He does have to flash. And that will be a summoner down now on this engage from the side of Kwangdong.
Nicely done. Setting up these vision traps and keeping Hoyt's engage potential limited. Score still has the Hex Flash, but if that hits, Yoshik might end up biting the dust, but not going to be the case here. And the Kwangdong Freaks that is actually playing around the priority that Rise provides, that is finding kills across the map. It's going to make it very hard for DRX, as mentioned previously. Whichever team gets a lead is going to feel really good. Whichever team falls behind, playing champions like Aatrox, like Veigar, when the enemy team can just straight up run at you and hunt to zero you, can definitely create some issues as, guys, it's a minute until Curly.
By the way, another blue buff taken away. As Keen is going to take that one down.
I think it was Grump.
Oh, was it Grump?
But
okay.
that's I don't think that's better. I think it hurts more because that's the second one in a row.
Yeah, I guess he still has the blue from before. All your jungle is belong to Keen, including the Rift Scuttler. So he gets that. And yeah, I mean, this is just the thing, like both of these teams really just love the Rift Herald, so they're both going for it, even in these positions.
They don't know.
They don't know. Keen is a crouching Gragas, hidden Gragas.
Oh, Zeka's gonna die.
Yeah, Zeka's, he's got Kingen nearby, but you know, the 100% potential is big as a really nice dodge and flash. Zeka, extremely quick response.
Very nicely done. Of course, Keen could have gone for the flash there, then the play would have basically been uncounterable, but doesn't want to invest with Summoner. Actually really agree with that, considering the Drake that's coming up in 40 seconds. That's going to be a big objective here. Shirley also up. DRX last time around went for the trade, and looks like Kwangdong might have a first 5v5 here. It's starting, Valdez.
I know. It took a little bit longer this game, but looks like we have begun the show, ladies and gentlemen. As the cast will begin. But a nice little save, and there's the Event Horizon. Keen in a little bit of trouble. Has mostly armor, because he was laning against an Aatrox. But at the same time, Zeka not very fed at this moment in time. So just the catch, and DRX with position on this objective.
Ooh, are they going to keep going?
Zeka wants to back and teleport back in. The Event Horizon is here onto the backside, but take a look at the turn here onto Fate on the left side. They get on top of this Rise, and the stopwatch is what keeps him alive. That is going to be huge as the turn is not going to be successful here from the Kwangdong Freaks. Or rather from DRX. They're not able to turn here onto Fate and get him down, but Fate pretty low. And Zeka now able to teleport back into the play.
No one has damage. No one is dying. Fate almost has TP.
Kind of feel like I'm commentating baseball right now. Here's the pitch.
In they go.
And strike one.
They get the eye.
Well, you can see he's loading up for the second pitch. And Barrel, he's going to be going in for this one. He will give up his life, and he will only give up his flash. Not his life. And yeah, he feels like he stole a base there, you know? He's just able to get in, get out, and that's the end of that.
Well, I know nothing about I know nothing about baseball, Valdez. I was just shouting.
It's okay.
Stuff.
Good job.
I don't know if I did, but I
know home runs, so that's...
I appreciate the sense. Yeah, yeah. I mean, that's
better than most
baseball.
Europeans. So.
And on the flip side, Kwangdong Freaks going to be able to pick themselves up the second Drake here. No definitive advantage gained. Obviously, going to give a little bit more leeway, but unlike Soul Points, there is no immediate pressure to be gained from this. And we do see an issue that Kwangdong, I think, are going to keep running into, which is that effectively this is a one carry composition, because Fate's damage might be enough to do some, but
형 이거 여기
quite enough.
바뀌어줘.
And that's it.
Yep.
Says, I'm going to go get it.
Keen versus Jungle Cam. Or King and Keen versus Jungle Cam.
Still fighting over that. They're going to give the blue, though, over to Teddy. As this Rift Herald is actually going to get some good value. Pushes into the mid turret, takes it down. 19 minutes into the game.
Thank you, Barrow.
Oh, the Event Horizon, they catch one, and this is what this team does. And Barrel is going to survive on the backside of that. Keen does as well.
This is one of those points where Keen going for the plated steel caps, which in the lane were very valuable, is actually kind of costing him. Sure, he survives here with the rest of his team helping him, but Merc threats into the Vega are actually really, really powerful, and I'm kind of loving. This is something that we often see where teams go and pick up the Vega when they already have either a lot of magic damage or a lot of CC. But if you look at the DRX comp, steel caps, great item. Good into King, good into Bioshik, good into Deft. And a lot of the CC from Barrel, Merc threats doesn't do a whole lot against, right? The Grand Entrance, which is the most notable one, not really going to be negated by Tenacity, so that does mean that these Event Horizons from Zeka are going to have a much bigger impact than they might in some other matchups. As I was saying, as we kind of seen here, is that while the damage for Kwangdong is quite low until Teddy hits what I assume is going to be a 4th item Infinity Edge, looking like a Last Whisper is very likely with the 2 longs.
Spotted. And now Fate, he does have Realm War, but there's just too much damage and too much CC. Doesn't even bother. Down goes Fate, gets caught in the side brush. And I remember, Chronicler, you know, that we had a huge lead for Kwangdong Freaks, at least for the early game, but they weren't able to push it. And now, once again, I mean, you're losing another turret. There's still that one Infernal on the side of DRX. They took out your mid turret. They're controlling vision now, and that's exactly what this comp loves to do. Although, I say that, and immediately now Kingen is the one on the run. He does have to flash. The Aatrox will get away.
I think if Alan plays that a little bit slower and waits a split second so Hoyt can actually chain CC, they might give over a kill to Teddy, who, again, the more fed Teddy gets, the more winnable this game becomes for Kwangdong, right? I do think that they're somewhat reliant on this.
Okay, looking for the engage. That's the charm coming down, hoping that Zeka can burst someone down 100-0, but not quite able to. Ellen will survive.
And crucially, Zeka not having that much damage yet. Not sure how much AP, how much stacks he's currently sitting on, but come for the Seraph's Embrace as well. Not the best item on the Vega. Currently 400 AP. And still pretty far off of his death cap and off other itemization that's really going to bolster his damage. Honestly, I think this would have been a great game for a Deadman's Plate, you know, some Anathema's value. There's a lot of items here that basically makes Zeka unkillable because, again, look at the damage profile for Kwangdong. It is just Teddy. That's it.
Yeah. And it's not the first time we've seen this. Just harken back to game number 1 where felt like they were lacking a little bit of damage. So Fate is originally seen here on this ward.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I think that they were waiting for him to maybe realm warp out because it looks like Pioshik initially didn't want to 100% commit to the play, but see him, and they're like, yeah, that's a freebie. Gonna pick that one up. The amount of damage that is available is more than enough. And now lead gone.
That ain't it, Teddy. That ain't it. Welcome to Event Horizon. And I mean, again, all this vision is now being controlled by DRX. They're doing such a good job of it, and it's so difficult. I mean, Teddy's not the one who should be face-checking that, but even if Hoyt does, it's a Veigar. They have so much burst damage.
And we need to see something else from Kwangdong. We need to see them actually going for an engage. We need to see the first kill come through, but instead, they're opting into the split push. They have the opportunity here because, of course, there's no soul threat whatsoever from DRX. This will put a lot more gold into the pockets of Kwangdong, but again, it's on onto the tank rise, right? It's nice. It's not going to feel amazing. And at least Teddy is still happy. You can see how scared he is, how carefully he needs to navigate around the map, and 4 items would be the breakpoint, I'd say, for Kwangdong. That's where the fact that you only have a single damage dealer, provided that Teddy positions well, which generally he does, will get so much damage done if he can just get a couple of autos off, no matter into who.
Yeah.
But the more I see them, I'm like, DRX's combo just feels way more dependable to me, unless Keen can get a big cask. And they can start off the team fight. It's ironic because we have Pioshik, but I think Kwangdong is more reliant on getting a first kill just so Teddy gets excited.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if that's the way that these fights do end up playing out.
Yeah.
And I think that Kwangdong Freaks really need to... I mean, I suppose you could just hang out and wait for your Jinx to get like 6 items, and you're just like, okay, I mean, sure. But at the same time, it's a very relevant soul. There is some pretty good Baron damage on the side of DRX. They don't have a great tank, actually. But, I mean, there's a chance, you know, you can't just give over the entire map and potentially, you know, get picked left and right, which is what it kind of feels like is their position right now.
What I'm upset about is that I was promised mayhem.
Yeah.
25 minutes in.
We cursed it.
And we have 5 kills. That's not it.
It's just the LCK caster way.
Oh.
And, okay, little knock up. His team isn't nearby, and so Beryl is not going to fully commit to any kind of charm or anything like that.
Teddy running back. Might have his little Dominic's done now, and will finish that item.
And I think as Kwangdong Freaks, if you're just going to like sit for people in mid, then potentially, you know, send the Rise at least to do some of that split pushing we saw earlier on, but
they kind of, yeah.
Said they're just death falling.
They've been doing that a little bit. It's just baffling to me that there's no objective right now. So the value in grouping up like this is somewhat negligible.
It's minuscule.
It is minuscule indeed.
It's insignificant.
Also, yes. More synonyms. Kind of thought you
nah, man.
That's it?
Yeah, that's it. That's all I had prepared, actually, for today.
That was
yeah,
crap.
sorry.
Just open a dictionary. I guess it would be thesaurus. Like, synonyms for minuscule. Or, I guess, tiny.
Yeah, and that's the amount of action we're getting right now in this game, actually. We had a lot, I guess, in games 1 and 2, so now it's kind of like, oh, take a little rest. I thought the rest would just be for the beginning of the game, but not the case. As Kings, you know, he's kind of just going in there by himself, trying to clear out some vision. I think if you are going to Death Ball, you might want to clear the vision together as well, just to make sure somebody doesn't get picked off. But DRX, they're going for a back right now, so this is actually a good spot for Kwangdong Freaks to come in and secure some more of the map.
What scares me is that DRX and Kwangdong can both be like, no, we don't want to contest this Drake. We're good. Don't need it. And then we are denied more action. As one team will get Drake, and then the other team will look angrily at Baron, and then decide, no, it's not worth the risk.
Okay, Barrel little engaged now as Barrel is going to bite the dust, but immediately Pyosik does a huge engage though! Keen is going to catch the Xayah! Deft on the flash though, but he still gets taken out. Fate able to get that damage down, but now Kingen is getting in there with Pyosik. They're getting the resets. They're chasing him down the mid lane here as Hoyt is going to also be taken down. As Seti not really able to put out the damage in that insane fight once again.
Really big. And with that, gold still dead even. Teddy trying to sustain back up, but not actually a build that's heavy in lifesteal. Also spotted there. Pyosik on his way, will get seen. And I'm really happy you pointed that, as we're going to see in the replay. With Teddy immediately getting zoned out of the fight due to the damage that he took. With, I think it was a wonderful blade caller there from Deft that really chunked him for as much as it did. This would have been a completely different fight. I mean, it highlights the risk of Kwangdong's composition, because a lot of damage being thrown into Alan. Yes, he dies, but it's also not the really important target. Crucially, Teddy, that blade caller could have killed him for sure. I think he might be very feeling very happy, very lucky. And this is where you see the value of both Aatrox and the Viego really come in. Kill after kill after kill, just going their way.
And, you know, it's going back to what you said a little bit earlier, Chronicler. One team is going to get the Dragon. The other team is kind of staring at the Baron, but they need to use their binoculars because they can't really get in there, you know.
I was expecting more of the
Realm War play, okay. We're seeing if they can beat TF without the TF, as that is going to be the kick coming on in, and Deft is also going to be cast into the fight. Kwangdong Freaks find the insane angle. They're able to pick off one, but it's an extremely important one.
Teddy, able to get the shove in here, gets excited. Now they're moving towards, but don't forget, there is still a jungler here. Pyosik is in the building. Kingen, level 16, has flash, has his ultimate. Insanely strong.
I don't know about this one. I don't know about going for this Baron. They're looking for the turn.
Oh, man.
5v4, you're up against Pyosik and Zeka, but they're not really getting on in there. This is going to be the Baron going the way of Kwangdong Freaks. The counter engage does not come in. It's now the stun. Keen may be in a little bit of trouble, but trying to walk it out.
No.
Doesn't seem like he wants to go in there alone, as he will be spotted backing. You still have to back. Okay. Keen is just going to send him on his way out.
That's the angry look I was expecting at Baron. I hope we get a replay of that, because this play starts out looking questionable as Hoyt's like, we got him. Hooks the wall, but crucially, it's all a diversion tactic, as the real flank is Keen and Fate making their way into the backline. A truly wonderful, possibly game-winning cast there from Keen, delivering Deft into his team. And now we are looking at Kwangdong with the Baron buff, but of course, still actually walking in range. Pretty hard here.
Yeah, it's very difficult. You can see that DRX are really trying to use their pick ability with this composition to just play around vision, to deny vision, to get on in there and go for gank rushes, essentially. And Kwangdong Freaks, though, with this Baron, they should be able to push out on the map. Get some position here. Teddy still have to be careful with those feathers. They do a lot of damage. You can see that DRX is, in fact, able to step up and clear some of this at the moment, but Fate has gone to the bottom side. We have moved away from the mid lane.
Other lanes exist.
It's
the legends were true.
Historic moment in the series. You all were here when this happened, when they found out that bottom lane was a part of this map. It's really great to see. Keen, he's fine.
And that's going to be Infinity Edge, and that's the spot. Doesn't want to take the risk. Very good. Why? Why would you leave me? says Blue Buff. Because Teddy actually has a blue buff already, but that one's about to expire. And especially on Jinx, is obviously a carry that uses the blue buff extremely well. Infinity Edge now done means that, one, DRX, their health bars are expected to evaporate a whole lot quicker, and secondly, more importantly, highlights even further that it's about Teddy. Do DRX get Teddy? Cool, you win the fight. Does Zeka throw his ultimate into literally anyone else? Doesn't matter. No, it's not actually, not actually an ultimate. And this is going to be a balancing act from both teams. Guangdong need to control the sides, need to make sure Teddy's safe.
You can see Zeka, he's trying to wave clear, but I mean, it's only Teddy. Only Teddy damage.
The Fountain Laser with 4 protectors.
And I mean, it could be enough here. King is a little bit dangerous, but he's fine. And with the Baron buff finally going down, we will return to our normal scheduled broadcast.
We're going to 6 Drakes, surely.
Seems likely, Chronicler. Seems likely.
Now we can get Soul Flip. We can get Elder Flip.
We haven't had an Elder Flip in this series yet. That's crazy. We need to take that off our bingo cards.
Man, Guangdong DRX bingo is like the best bingo. Oh, it's got to be, right?
Yeah. I mean, just think of every insane, wacky possibility in the game of League of Legends.
Kill with Comet, had that.
Yeah.
Crazy flanks, had that.
No base race yet.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Sure, we can find a way.
Well, we do have the Hextech Drake coming up here. This will be Soul Point for Guangdong Freaks to tie it up at 3-3 Drakes. The engage here from Points. Got to be careful. Again, you're running straight into Veigar and Xayah. As Beryl says, hello, you know, just passing through.
Don't mind me.
They're going to spot him. He's on a great flank angle, but the damage here onto the Dragon might just be enough. DRX considering the follow-up fight as in goes the charm. The Realm Warp not good enough for Teddy. He gets excited. He's on the backside, and the engage from Keen is just perfect. And the front line is there for Teddy to do the damage. DRX, they try to end it after this one, but it is not going to happen. 3 kills will go to KDF as they will push.
And that might be the end of the game. Soul points found for Guangdong, but more importantly, they killed the crucial members. That Realm Mob was just a bait, Valdez.
It definitely was. It certainly baited in DRX into that one. Zeka and Kingen still alive. There is no Baron here. Let's see if they can potentially stop this one as well. That Event Horizon not going to be much, but Fate is going extremely deep. That's a pretty big shield. A relatively sizable one, I'd say. Fate is going to survive. A lot of damage does come out from Zeka, but take a look at that crit. Teddy doesn't give a damn. That's going to be the end of this game. 35 minutes, triple kill for Teddy. He will end the game 7-0-2, and Guangdong Freaks take the lead 2-1.
And Guangdong Freaks coming out with a classic here. Little bit scary moments in the mid game, especially that catcher on top side, Fate getting taken down and some slowing down. But then once those spikes were hit, we talked about it for the entire game because also there was not that much to talk about because the lack of action was definitely noticeable. And honestly, masterclass from I think both Keen and from Teddy. Keen's setup and Teddy's immaculate positioning for the entirety of this game was really what sold it.
Yeah, I mean, that's really what it came down to. There were multiple moments where it was looking so scary. DRX took control of the mid game and they were finding multiple picks, but they never really were able to get a big swing in their favor. And the Jinx was scaling the entire time untouched. I mean, Teddy didn't die. He got really fed. And then there were a bunch of fights in the late game where Teddy was really well protected and he did a ton of damage. So that was basically the end of it for DRX. They weren't able to match that damage. And so let's take a look at the post-game breakdown here. The damage is going to be most for Zeka. But that gold graph also tells you a really big story of 2 huge fights that win in KDF's favor.
It also, I think if we draw like a line just before that spike is what Infinity Edge was finished.
Yeah. Yeah.
From that point onwards, DRX, their window, I think, effectively closed. Unless they were going to be able to find a really big flank, Kingen or Beryl getting on top of Teddy, catching him with his summoners down. There was going to be no way, because there's so much tankiness, there was so much CC, so much protection.
Yeah.
And I would love for this to go to 5 games. But, at this point, Kwangdong are really looking strong in the games where they are able to find themselves. Again, that
Who
early game
knows?
lead.
Who knows, Chronicler? I don't know. I don't think we can say. We'll have to see. We're going to take a break and go to the analyst carpet space after that.
이거 야 싸워. 야 걔네 빨렸어. 아타. 자야.
야 비에고 높을. 비에고 높을. 보보보보보보.
바텀 가자. 잡았다.
바텀 가면.
아, 이거
텔로 올게.
이거 라인 상관없어. 그냥 바텀으로 와.
이거 베이가 라클만 조심해.
오케이. 이거 그냥 앞에 넘어가야 돼.
탱커가 안무빙 해줘야 돼.
그냥 앞으로 넘어갈게 이거. 나 그냥 블레이스 박 박으면 호응 돼? 홍대.
안무빙 좀 해줘 계속.
베이가 조냐는 있어. 야 급하게 하지 말고 그냥 타워부터 쳐. 이거 어차피 얘네가 막아야 돼. 넥서스. 나 오른쪽 압박 줄게. 나 앞자리에서 막아줄게. 내가 베이가 그래 압박 줄게. 나 초식에 있어. 이거 타워 맞지 말자 우리. 야 맞지 마 이거. 타워 맞지 마 이거. 돌아. 나 돌고 있을게. 나도 돌게. 야 타워부터. 베이가 압박 줄. 아트 잡아야 돼. 타워. 야 넥서스. 베이가 높을. 나카라. 야 자야 5초. 나이스.
When the sky falls and the sun turns black, when run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. Walk through the fire. Leave the space and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire. The embers glowing, we're waiting for the blaze, ascending from the ashes, bonfires in the haze. Standing tall now, your feet are on the ground. You fought your demons, nothing breaks you down. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Analyst Chairs and Collaborative Carpet Space. I am Atlas, this is Wolf. And that was another extraordinarily back and forth game of League of Legends. This time, it felt like it fell into Kwangdong's hands a little bit earlier than in our previous games.
Certainly true. I really like the draft here from DRX, though, outside of the Xayah priority that we keep seeing super highly valued by this team when Deft hasn't looked amazing on it, and it's not a catch-all pick. Very survivable, but has a lot of problems into champions like the Jinx that we saw picked up here for Kwangdong Freaks in the end. Also, Keen had the game of his life on the Gragas. He popped off, he had a fantastic game. Great engages through the early game, late game engages with the Realm Warps empowering him, shutting Deft out of several team fights. And it felt like a game defined by those final two picks here on the side of Kwangdong Freaks.
It certainly did, and I felt like the Lee Sin in combination with the Gragas were fantastic answers to the Xayah as well. The DRX seem extremely hellbent on making sure they pick up for Deft. And I think a lot of people watching this series, if they've never seen Deft play before, they're like, oh, he's a Xayah one trick. This is a problem. He's not. In fact, Xayah has never really been one of his most successful champions in the past. He has had good games on it, right? But it's not really that Deft synonymous type pick. So it's really interesting that they are defaulting back to it so much this series.
It's quite odd because Deft is more known for champions like the Jinx and champions that are more reliant on their actual auto attacks doing damage and not reliant on the kit of the champion, which is what Xayah is performing.
Especially the lethality variety.
Exactly, right. And this is a lethality champion in this meta, so he's not actually hitting those big autos. He's not doing great things positionally and actually winning those long fights. He's kind of like running away a little bit and then hoping for the best, right, in some of these team fights, and that's where Teddy's going to shine. Teddy's playing the Jinx, and I really like the final pick Jinx here. Fell out of priority big time in this series on the previous one, but I think in drafts like this, especially with the Aatrox coming through, like, you're going to have big problems as DRX in the late game, and that's exactly what they faced.
No, that's exactly right. And I felt like there wasn't really that access to the Jinx that they'd want. We did see in one of the fights the way that a Viego can sort of get some resets and put Jinx on the back foot, and then you can't really do anything. But that requires getting through one member at least of that front line, allowing these resets to start and then work to happen. But let's get into our first replay here, as in the mid lane, this was when Kwangdong Freaks really started to give it to DRX, and it looked like Hoyt was like almost inting.
Yeah,
moment, but the depth charge was just so good.
And notice the Realm Warp here where Fate puts Kane in the backline. Deft ults early because he's super nervous about the possibility of a body slam landing on him, so he doesn't actually have his ultimate for the subsequent cast.
Well, he eats the depth charge.
Yeah, and the cask like knocks him completely into oblivion, and that's basically it. That's the fight. Like, that's the replay. That's the highlight.
Yep.
And this is after, you know, what you were just talking about, which we didn't have a clip of really impressive play there from Pioshik, coming in, getting that initial pick, getting those Viego resets. But when the Realm Warps actually sped up the pace of the game and sped up those team fights, and Keen got into the back line, Rise got into the back line, the fights looked super disjointed for DRX.
Certainly did. I feel like Fate is having a fantastic series thus far. Teddy as well, looking brilliant there on that bottom side. But the whole game got started off the back of Keen, roaming away from the Aatrox lane, sacrificing his minions. He's been playing this very self-sacrificing style throughout the entirety of this series. And during the season, he was like getting 1v3s on Akali and things like this, just really showing his breadth of skill. Let's get into our final replay though, as this was the final fight of the game and the final nail in the coffin for DRX this series. It's going to be really tough for them to come back mentally up.
Yeah, I think it really will be. This is a fight where the Drake speed that Kwangdong have is so high, they feel very confident they can actually burst this one down the Realm Warp out. And then everybody holds their breath when the Realm Warp is canceled, like, oh, do DRX actually win this? Do they pull this off? Because Fate is not able to actually set this up. It's interrupted here by Kingin. However, he puts himself in extreme harm's way to pull this off. Teddy gets excited by killing Barrel. And then notice where Teddy is in the rest of this fight. Completely untouched. No one can actually get access to him. Zeka can't aggressively go in and lock him down in a team fight like this. Like, it's a defensive champion in the Veigar. If Barrel dies like that, you just turn right around on top of your own mark. You don't even need to evacuate. You turn that fight on a dime.
Yep, absolutely nothing they could do. Let's have a look at the player of the game who's going to pick it up for this one. It will be Keen. His early game play is absolutely amazing. 1-0-7, didn't die the entire time, but was tanking up a storm. This guy has just been so good on the defensive play this series.
This was one of those early roams where he came down, actually, and, you know, unfortunately, Kingin didn't really call this out. I think DRX were really caught off guard by this. There wasn't vision of him there, but they knew he was missing, and he could have easily been coming back. This is another great cast play. We're going to see a lot of these throughout this highlight clip. And in the Realm Warp play you see here, where Deft, again, had to ult early, and then is caught by the subsequent cask. And look at Keen, just at the last possible second at 1/3 health, just places that perfectly. So tanky, so difficult to kill. And then once again in this fight as well, the triple body slam, the cast there back as well, as Teddy is just completely untouched. Yeah. Great game from Keen, honestly one of his best so far in the second half of the season.
Yep, pure team fight control there from the Gragas, and we'll get the unanimous vote from everyone watching. Absolutely no surprises there. But ladies and gentlemen, this series is not over yet. There is a chance that DRX can potentially fight back up against Kwangdong Freak. So let's throw it back to the casters for the fourth game.
Thank you, Space Carpenters, for your wonderful breakdown once again. Kwangdong Freaks on the backs of Keen, and of course, Teddy picking up an Infinity Edge and then immediately blowing people up. We'll move to a lead here, 2-1 in the series. DRX have selected blue side, so we'll see how that does change things this time around.
As much as I love myself some Fountain Lays in action, I'm glad that Keen got the unanimous 13 out of 13, because as the cast highlighted, or the desk rather, that was a phenomenal game on the Gragas, and had he not played it that well, I don't know if they would have gotten the same angles on Deft. It might have been a completely different one, as I just want to see DRX, their draft prio change, even by a little bit. I am somewhat baffled by not the initial choices. I think it's fine, especially in game number 2 where you see it working out, but after 3 games where it felt like 2 of them were really kind of held back by this extremely high priority on this pick, I'm hoping to see a different direction here from DRX, because I would love a 5-game series. I think really, it's just because it'd be really fun. You know, we're having a great time, Feldes.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that these two teams are very evenly matched, and that's part of the reason why, although, you know, the games are crazy, and I think the teams could be playing safer a little bit. I think the fact that they're so evenly matched also makes it a very close and exciting series, as we are just not going to see Fate playing LeBlanc today. It's just not going to happen.
Ties into what the coach said as well at the beginning of the day. Right? He's like, yeah, Fate's our most important player. As we look at 3 mid lane bans.
Yeah, same as game 2 here. And a little bit of a change this time around, which of course will leave the Hecarim wide open for Pyoshi.
Oh, that's 100% getting picked. What?
Whoa, what?
That'd be wild.
I thought we were just gonna keep making that noise until he locked it in. Lee Sin!
That's not Hakarim.
Yeah, this is very interesting to see Pyoshik do this.
Okay, so Nautilus is going to get picked up. It's the only question for me is it going to be Hakarim or is Kwangdong going to say, no, I mean, we don't actually care about Hakarim, which I'm on board with this. I don't think Elam is a great Hakarim player. I'd much rather see Monzinzao. I think the pick suits him way better. Has a good matchup into Lee. He's played this matchup countless times. Instead of trying to force Elam onto a more carry, farm-heavy jungler, I'd personally be extremely happy to see the early pickup here of the Xin. Bear, I think, was okay. Game 2 didn't really give a good representation, but loving this opening from Kwangdong. Very much in line with how they usually play. Hoyt keeps getting his Nautilus, and that does open up.
Oh boy.
The Akali, yeah.
And the Xayah. So Deft is going to play, if I'm correct on this, his 4th game of Xayah in a row.
Yes.
4 games of Xayah. I mean, that's...
Is it the MF lock in here?
I mean, Atlas was just talking about how he is not a Xayah one-trick, but I suppose in this series, maybe he is.
That must be the read from DRX here. Kwangdong, I was kind of waiting for the MF pickup, but they might want to get it banned so that they can just lock in a Jinx later as well. I have a couple of good options there. And the Vex for Fade here, still getting a comfortable matchup. Now, do keep in mind, this Akali is flexible. But if that's going to be the case, you're going to find out beforehand anyway, right? And that's the one nice thing. Kwangdong will then be able to R5 a counter as Jinx getting taken off the board there. Not surprising after the previous game.
Yeah. Take away the Jinx here. Wonder what else they are going to ban away on their side. I mean, they already take away the Rakan away from the Rakan Xayah lane, so the Leona this time will get banned. Remember, we had a very similar pick ban in game 1 where they banned the Lee Sin instead, but obviously with the Lee Sin pick, they're going to go with the next support ban. Down the tier list almost.
I guess it would be an MF ban, but it's also possible that they don't identify the pick as a huge problem. Would lead me to believe that we're going to see the R4 MF here picked up again. Works very nicely, a lot of wombo combo potential, right? Both LM and Fade have good setup for a possible ultimate. Nautilus is pretty self-explanatory, we've seen it happen a lot previously. The one downside of this is that barring the MF, playing into the Xayah is somewhat of a risk, and this is a face ready we haven't seen previously, and my guess is that the MF into specifically Lee and Akali is going to feel very, very unsafe. It's a pick that definitely can get punished for mispositions, and that's a lot harder with the Aphelios, where if you don't execute the engage perfectly, Aphelios will eat you alive and use you for sustenance, as he so does. Wow. But this is so short range. The Gragas pick here is great because it also keeps away the option for Kwangdong to go for a Jace pick, which I think ideally is what you pick here to kind of bolster some of the range issues that you do have. But it does run into Keen's Gnaw, and if you throw a Gnaw into this, it's one of the most Kwangdong comps I've ever seen. Short range, it's brawly, has a lot of team fighting power. For DRX, we still need to pick up support for Barrier. Renata is still available, and that is very good into short range compositions. And will get picked up here.
Well, there you go. Perfect call right as it gets locked in. It's now the top lane up against Gragas. What are we going to see from Keen? He just absolutely smurfed it in the last game. Maybe that gives him a little bit of a leash to play something a little bit more risky. Like an Urgot, I guess.
Okay.
Alrighty then.
I'm on board with this.
Okay, okay.
The crab's back?
Yeah.
And they had this one ready. And in the now 4th game it's been Kwangdong, I think, that has been pushing the edge in terms of draft, actually having a lot of counter picks prepared here. The MF was a success in game 1. Didn't quite get it done in game number 2, but definitely wasn't the problem. Now the Urgot coming through here. I've casted a fair share of Urgot games. There was a Challenger one trick, or Challengers Urgot one trick that we had. He was okay. It wasn't amazing. Used all the Hullbreaker very well, but of course Hullbreaker nerfed on range, and Urgot, as much as he might not always, feels like it, still a ranged character. So what the build is going to be is something that I'm going to be looking forward to. Of course, Black Cleaver, Titanic Hydra, these items remain very strong on the pick. For DRX, very well on the comp. A lot of hard engage, a lot of disengage, a lot of backline threat, but somewhat reminiscent of game number 1, where I don't really see how it meshes together yet. Might see that better once we get into the game.
Yeah, your range amounts to Xayah Feathers and the Gragas as well. You have a lot of mobility, obviously, and ability to get into backlines with the Akali and Lee Sin. So excited to see how that one goes as well. As we're ready to jump onto the Rift for game number 4. And of course, as we highlighted before, guys, whoever does win the series, T1 is first seed, so they get to select who they will face off against. Damwon Kia already won the other side of the bracket, so they get to choose between Damwon Kia and the winner of this series. So we're expecting T1 to choose the winner of this series. And I don't know, right now it looks like Kwangdong Freaks are in a great spot. The mental blow that the guys were talking about on the carpet space, I think, is very true. It was a slow, grindy game towards the end of that, and it felt kind of inevitable eventually that Keen and Teddy were going to bop you in that late game, and they did. And so, excited to see if DRX can actually fight back in this series.
Keen going for the free footwork here. Triumph, last stand, nothing too shocking there. Also going for conditioning, which, you know, we love that rune. That's a great rune. Good pick up there, Keen. Very, very nice. King opting into Comet. So looking for a more punish-oriented gameplay. Expecting to see another hybrid play come through here as Urgot's level 1 is really
King's like, oh, I guess we're just going to have the friendly, like, say hello emote thing, right? Haha. King's like, no, I'm going to put you in the dumpster.
I'm the crab. Yeah, don't try that level 1 against Urgot. That's not... I've seen my fair share of Urgot's all-ins level 1.
It's been almost an entire year, and guess who played it last? It was Lord Morgan in a win against Nongshim Rich. Rich, of course, doing very well over in the LPL at the moment. But yeah, almost an entire year since we've seen this pick.
Wow, only a week.
Yeah.
1 week.
1 week.
The perfect... why do we have to have a consolidated schedule?
I know.
Could have been perfect.
Could have been perfect. I think I was calling for this pick like at the end of last year sometime. Like it was very not. This is like not something we see, which is why it has been an entire year, right? But I kind of like it. I think defensively, especially against some of the choices like an Akali, like a Lee Sin who jump into you, Urgot just laughs at you, flips you over his back, and you die. So, like, it has a lot of utility into some of the picks on the side of DRX, and as we can obviously see early on against the Gragas, can also be quite annoying in the lane. So I'm glad that we do get to see it back. I'm excited to see what kind of performance, especially a player like Keen, can give this champion, and see if it can give it a chance to come back in the meta.
And the Urgot, as especially weirdly enough, we had way back in the day we had the Urgot and Aatrox, right? And they kind of, even to this day, feel somewhat similar, as Pioshik is going to get the sneaky pick away here, and should just be a trade of the crabs here this time around. Elam is a little bit slower, but Urgot feels very reminiscent of Aatrox, where if you can get into a skirmish from a flank or from the right position, and you can get an early pick-off with your ultimate, you win the fight, like, immediately. You don't get resets, but the Fear is such a powerful tool, and that is a clean angle here.
It's such a massive backstop, and he's not even going to need it. He's not even going to need him. And this is the pressure you can put on. Kingen is clearly not well versed right now and is not handling this lane, and Keen looks like he's in his best form that we have seen. So awesome to see this out of Keen, the player, as now Hoyt has taken a ton of damage. And that is going to be a good trade now to Deft and Barrel, who get angry.
And they need to. Bot lane is going extremely well for DRX. Of course, this wave needs to get picked up. Teddy does have Infernum, and they're able to salvage most of this, but they desperately are looking for a back. Hope that Alum can provide them some respite. What has been a very hard lane here thus far, with a huge lead being found by Deft and Barrel, as expected, right? The Renata we've seen a lot into Nautilus. And honestly, that 1v1 is really big. First pickaxe, again, my expectation would be that you go for a Titanic Hydra early. Even with the nerfs, maybe he wants to go for the early hull breaker. The cold pickup is, of course, extremely strong. Gonna allow you to freely scale, especially if you already have a lead. And I'm going to be keeping a close eye on this crab as the game develops. And Teddy and Hoyt are just going to be left to their own devices here.
They know. Teddy. They know that Pioshik is up here on the top side, as now the 2v2 coming into effect. Sonic Wave lands, and Ellen is just running him down the river. He's still running him down the river.
Just keep running. Yeah. Just keep running. Just keep running as Teddy is going to be... are they going to...
Hoyt is still here, and so is Pioshik. So, I mean, not the easiest dive. And Hoyt will back away on that one.
No, we let this one go.
Deft is coming in for the gank, and he will just push him away. So, not much to amount from that. You see Kwangdong Freaks trying to take a very proactive play in the mid lane, but not much amounts of it.
I respect it.
And, okay, you're going to spot him in there, but it is 3v2 for the moment. Zeka, though, level 6, so has the ability to get on over. As here we go, they're trying to get on top of Lee Sin, and the burst damage is insane from their side, but Deft comes in first. Teddy now finally going to come on in here. The huge blade caller from Deft, but it's not enough. It is way too aggressive, and Zeka will get the 1 kill for DRX, but everything else goes into the pockets of the Kwangdong Freaks as they take a huge win in the fight.
And that's so big for Kwangdong. Teddy in a lane where he was struggling, now picking up a double kill. As we take another look at this play, it is just the classic, the Urgot play, right? Buffers, Hizzy, then goes for the flash. And not a quick enough response coming through from King. And this is the second time we've seen Hoyt do this. I think he did it in game number 1 as well. Then it was Pioshik on the Viego. And once the resets come through...
We got a trade on live. It looks like 1v2. Kingen is standing up to them. He's level 7 against Pioshik's level 5. The cask is... The barrel is not going to land, but they have vision of him, and the knock into the wall with the body slam will be enough.
That was cleanly played from DRX. If there would have been a kill for Keen, I think that might have been game over right there, but instead they crucially get a kill. Slowly halt, at least to a certain extent, the lead that this top lane was able to pick up. There is the Tiamat, so is going to go as expected into a Titanic first, or at the very least pick up some components for it. But still, like that bot side play, when you look at that as DRX, yes, you have Cryo on Deft, but crucially, you need to actually have him there. And no one can get hard engaged and then immediately die in Pioshik. It's exactly the same story as it was in game number 1.
Yeah, definitely is. And now, I mean, they're using this so well. Like, you take an early lead on the bottom side of the map, so get aggressive. Start taking some buffs away. Start taking some jungle, some vision, and Elm and Hoyt are able to do that exactly right. As Elm doesn't have Smite, but it doesn't seem to matter. And yeah, it's just going to be a nice little position for them at the moment. It's going to ease some of the pressure off the bottom lane too, as Teddy was able to pick up 2 kills. And he's just going to ult them. Just do a bunch of damage here with the Moonlight Vigil. Not much else, not able to land that caliber Q.
Not too much. Guardian mostly taking care of that one. He's trying to force out some threat, of course, as more items get finished. Plays like that become more and more threatening. And even with that kill on top side, rest assured, Kingen is going to respect the crab. and not get into any funny business here. Teddy is alone, no teleports available, so possible dive angle is something that I think DRX would like to look towards. It's just a 3 versus 2, and Fate,
Wait knows.
he reads the play.
Wait knows. And there's Fate coming in as well, and Piosik's going to be hooked out of this one. The Q is on Teddy, though, and the flash forward, yes, he will get the kill. Onto him, and here comes the Shadow Surge. Fate trying to go 1v3, and he will get 3v1'd. Down he goes, double kill for Piosik, as he's able to turn it around with an aggressive play.
The uh-oh was accurate. I was just wrong. For who? As it's Fate that got blown up. Really nice blade caller there from Deft. Able to immediately zone out, not giving Fate the opportunity to actually get his damage off there. And we take another look at this one, and the immediate setup here. Yeah, a little bit more damage there on Kingen, and that Fear Beyond Death leads Keen to what probably will be a double kill. Instead, they wait it out, play it slowly, no need to take any risks, and even then, Piosik almost dies. And this was actually kind of fine. I mean, obviously, Teddy dies, which is unfortunate, but it was looking pretty good.
And then?
And then a handshake, a set of feathers, and a dead Vex.
Yeah, I mean, right now, Fate doesn't have a completed item. And the Vex plays that we've seen out of players like Faker, like Toby, you know?
Oh, again.
This is not going to amount to much. But yeah, I mean, the Vex is not really in position to make those plays right now. And we've seen it happen before with Zeka TPing in with the Destiny with the TF already in the series. As Guangdong Freaks, they are going to get started onto this Drake now. It will be the first of the game.
Also, crucially, while there was a really big pickup for DRX, there is a Rift Herald that went over to Guangdong, so they picked up, in trade for that, a Rift Herald and a Drake as well. Still, in the short term, obviously favoring DRX, and Piosik gets a ton of dueling power that he can use. One-tap potential on someone like Teddy as well, especially without the flash available. But the flip side of that is that if a Herald is thrown down to, for example, Keen, and he cashes out his call, that top side will be unsustainable, I do think. We have a situation developing here in mid.
Yeah, a little bit of a situation on our hands, but Zeka reads the play, backs away. And with that Rift Herald, they're trying to drop it mid, actually, and give some of this gold over to Fate. Piosik and Beryl nearby. Again, trying to deny the effectiveness of this Rift Herald, and maybe even stop it. The Smite comes in, but it still gets the charge. And ends up with about 12 health as it does slam the head in.
Teddy now with Guild Force. Even with that kill on him, still able to farm a lot, and the DRX now completely even, and their composition still has an incredible amount of power. I do think that when it comes to team fighting, a lot more well-rounded. But after what was honestly a pretty up and down series of matches, I can't help but think that this one is going to be exactly the same. Because when you look at these comps, both of them are very reliant on hitting a couple of key skill shots, right?
Yeah.
Are you going to hit your Fear Beyond Death and get a couple of people? Big Moonlight Vigil, is that going to be enough? But the setup for Guangdong is a little better. The overall team fighting from DRX, I think, is stronger with things like the Cask and the Renata ultimate. Void.
Void is not scared of anything.
Get slammed into one another, but they're fine.
Yeah.
And that's going to be the key difference maker. I think Guangdong have some extremely high impact ultimates that if they land them well, can give them the edge in the fight. But overall, the DRX composition is a little bit more foolproof. And we're going to probably see that play out over this next Drake. Both teams already, I think, very strong. Gonna get closer towards this first item.
Oh, Fate was on vision, but not quite able to land that one. Piosik, no flash. He's just about to get it right now, actually.
The Fate crucially has the flash, which means that any subsequent fights around that Drake might be just a little bit easier for the DRX backline.
Yeah, it's going to be a pretty nice pick here for DRX. They're also having Deft kind of solo down on the bottom side, getting plates right before the timer ends. So some extra value being squeezed out of that bottom lane. Yeah, I think it's really going to come down to that next Drake fight, and we also do have potential for a Cloud Soul this time around, so...
I haven't had one yet. Gotta have one before the day ends.
We've avoided them for the majority of the day.
I kind of like Cloud Soul both these two teams. There's a lot of value to be found for Kingen, for Zeka, for Barrel, and then on the other hand for Keen, for Teddy, I guess to a certain extent if he does the classic Guild Force ult in trying to 1v9 people.
Could be a thing. Could be a thing.
I think it will be.
And another thing that might happen is a fight over this Rift Herald.
Oh yeah.
You see that Deft and Barrel certainly are considering it.
Oh, turret on bot side at the risk of going down, and don't want to give up first turret blood here. If you are Kwangdong, DRX with a solid lead. Level 11 now also hit. That's going to mean level 2 on the perfect execution. Both side laners also have the TP, so they can join this top side fight. And Kwangdong comp at its best when it can pick someone off, either with Amphibian Death or a Shadow Surge, and play it out from there.
Rift Herald started up here, but a little bit of a rotation. Teddy's going to be caught out with a lot of poke damage onto him. Kwangdong Freaks, you don't have to go all in on trying to
so, what are you saying?
Charge for this one.
What? I don't understand.
You don't have to fight.
They don't, actually.
Yeah, I mean, Keen's getting a turret by himself. This is Urgot, after all.
W Max Urgot.
Get that machine gun out. Zeka is, I don't think he knows who he's playing with right now.
They don't know about the crab?
Urgot does not care. And he's still down here.
Has to care a little. There's 5-man rotating, or 4-man rotating down towards it. More poke, landing here.
It's a very even game as we stand. There is only the Mountain Drake for the lead for Kwangdong Freaks, then about 200 gold the lead for DRX, so Keen kind of just walking through. He's going to get kicked there, enough fail flash as well, and now he's just got to go forward. He's looking for the damage, but immediately just going to be executed, and the crab cares now because he's dead, and the Drake will go the way of DRX.
And after one of the nicest flashes that we saw with that topside 1v1, we are now traded to one of the more unfortunate flashes as Kwangdong. Oh, there you go, it's past 15 minutes. that's the issue. And they were already in the deficit, of course, but some uncharacteristic mistakes here. And now DRX are taking control of this game, and this is looking good for the 5-game angle, Veldas. That's really the big benefactor here, as Zeka's getting fed, and he has been extremely consistent on his Akali generally.
He's 5-0 so far in this split,
yeah.
So he knows his way around the Akali. We'll take another look at this, unfortunately for Keen.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll just walk through the river, through the enemy, and just join my team, and they'll just let me.
It was a bit greedy. And had he flashed, he would have been fine. Might have even hit a fear beyond death. The team might have had time to respond. None of those things happened, and that is actually an incredibly important pickoff. Rage was looked for, but not found.
Getting a lot here is DRX. Just pushing in with that Rift Herald, able to get even the extra charge into that tier 2.
What is flash? Not really fighting for anything here.
There's no objectives on the map, but it's after 15 minutes, so group in mid, find the enemy, and take fight.
5-man top.
You know no. I think they want to go to the mid lane.
Well, mid turret is relatively low.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's actually not a bad spot to be in right now. I think,
no, it is a great spot. I'd agree with all this.
Group up.
Zeka is there, but should be fine. He is a Kali after all. Might have to invest his R, but no, not even necessary. Just rocket belts away. Pick off here.
Yeah, Kwangdong still roaming as a group, as Hoyt is unfortunately going to hook into the wall and then nearly die, so he has to flash away.
Oh, Teddy.
Okay, that is a pretty huge Moonlight Vigil, but there is 0 follow-up. Keen doesn't go in. Hoyt's not able to follow up on that one either.
Only he had flash.
Yeah.
He doesn't.
And Pyosik is behind them. So he's going to just get the kick on in here. A really nice setup play as Hoyt will now be berserked and Keen is trying to frontline. Not going to work out for them. A huge play caller comes in for Deft as in he goes. He's going to get the bailout, but it will not get the reset. So Zeka will go down as well.
Crucial flash there. Teddy keeping himself alive, denying. No.
He's going for it. And he shouldn't have. Really nice follow-up. It seemed like they were all ready for that, and DRX just group up and are able to punish him once again.
Parts of this game I was very excited about. The Urgot and the Vex are both having a pretty bad time.
Yeah.
It is not great. We have seen our fair share of unfortunate scenarios, and we have also gone back to one of the earlier games where there's just action. Is there an objective? No. But that's not what we're about here. And crucially, Keen gets picked off there. Urgot tanky, but not a tank. And this is a subpar trade, but one that is acceptable. And there is the heal. And Barrel lives.
So, yeah.
Yeah.
We've seen that a couple of times now out of Fate, unfortunately.
Ooh, I wonder if Teddy's going for Guildful into the Bloodthirster. It's looking like it right now. Do really like that into some of the poke that the DRX have available. Shield can help with the Akali as well, but these roams, these continuous moves around the map from Kwangdong have an underlying tone of creeping desperation as they try to match a DRX that is always one step ahead of them. And it's just playing, I think, a little bit too clean.
Keen doesn't have teleport, so DRX know this, and there is vision on this objective.
Alum doesn't have flash.
They don't seem to care. Alum can't really get into the pit as he will be hand shook. That is going to be the end of that. The Berserk goes in, and Hoyt goes in as well as they're trying to fight now, but Teddy with a big Moonlight Vigil, but it's not quite going to be enough. That's a lot of damage on the Zeka, though, and there's the Fear Beyond Death that finally comes in. The crab finally gets some value. Death is going to be forced to flash away. But at the end of the day, DRX still got Baron, and Fate is going to miss the follow-up Shadow Surge, so that will be the end of that.
2 for 2, but Baron going over. DRX getting another huge victory. Should also get them towards that Ocean Drake. And even with Big Fear Beyond Death, not quite enough. Ellen trying desperately to join here. Hoyt having a subpar game. Nice hook into Pyosik, but he doesn't really care. And the 100-0 looks like it should end the fight. But then the lockdown on Zeka is wonderful. And crucially, that Fear Beyond Death takes down Pyosik as well. And if this Shadow Surge, I don't even know if that Shadow Surge would have made a difference and if they would or should have gone in.
Yeah.
He would have. It's more a question of should, as the Ocean Drake now taken by DRX. And
okay, Zeka is a Kali. So I love what Jonah Strong is trying to do, but Zeka will be just fine. Knows his way around the kit, and yeah, I mean, no objective once again, but this is a DRX on the prowl.
Oh, they're hunting.
They're looking. Hunting as Kingen flashes in, does get the cask, but a little bit lackluster on the engage. It might not matter as they are so far ahead. The takedown does come in, and Kingen will survive. They force the engage, and they will get it. Teddy was not here, and that was enough for DRX to just pull the trigger.
And if it's an even game, if they have the ultimate from Keen immediately, then maybe they can do it, but DRX are forcing their leads in the best way possible. Beryl getting full value out of the Renata bailout as well, keeping his team alive. And I don't know how many times Teddy can play the assassin, stand around the corner and ult.
Okay, well.
Definitely one more time.
He does a lot of damage. Now he's got Keen. Oh, but the Q is going to land. Just waiting for the follow-up, and it is quick enough. Pyosik maybe a little bit too aggressive on this one as, oh, mistimed on the flip. And so there will not be a follow-up on that. Teddy, though, will survive.
Crucially, Teddy survives at the same time. Valdas, the overall state of the game getting worse and worse, and DRX skirting the lines a little bit, but still remaining in firm control of this game. Leads are getting bigger and bigger, and this is a point where the Kwangdong comp, they have no choice but to fight. That is all what their comp does. That is all they can do. Barring specifically Fate, the wave clear is very short-ranged. A lot of the champions don't really do anything unless they can go in.
Boy.
Ellen will be forced to flash.
Yeah.
Yeah. But he got the big chicken. Always look on the bright side.
Hashtag life goals. Just get the big chicken, and you'll be fine.
And I think the Fear Beyond Death actually went on Pioshik there as opposed to King, and he was definitely low enough.
Yeah.
And that's the reason why the Fear didn't come through. Then the bailout saved Zeka. If I'm not mistaken, or was it King? Not 100% certain who was bailed out there in the end, but result stays the same. Gold Graph getting bigger and bigger in DRX. Their comp skills very, very well, especially if you give them enough kills, right? Pioshik extremely far ahead. Deft having what feels like the first fun game of Xayah that he's allowed to play.
Yeah. Finally got one of those. You can see DRX, they're just grouping up in the bottom side. There's no Baron, there's no Dragon, so just trying to push their lead as much as possible. You know, you get a good cask, you get a pick off, could potentially lead to bigger things. You don't have to take a big risk by doing it. They're pushing their vision into the enemy jungle bit by bit as they go, so still going to be valuable. They're pushing through the top side jungle now, maybe looking for a rotation onto that top tier 2.
No way for Kwangdong to regain control of the map. And Hoyt, yeah, he definitely can't walk in there. No one can. That's the problem. And they will be able to establish just the slightest line of vision, but it's not enough. Side laning not really an option here, as all of your lanes are very far behind. Keen waiting in base for an item that hopefully is going to finish soon, because even without Baron buff, his team is getting pushed in.
He wants to teleport to the top side, and he will do it.
One.
Yeah. Brings it and goes in. Okay, which angle will he approach from? Oh, Depth! Oh, Depth! He's going to get the ult out of him already. But the front line, okay, he's going to flip Barrel over the back now as in goes Zeka onto the back line there, but they get the shutdown, the Fear Beyond Death. The Fear goes on to Pioshik only. But now Pioshik going in. Fate is going to fight front to back and survive, but Zeka is taking names as in goes Fate again. Going to take down another one, and Teddy's got some position here, but so does Deft, and Zeka is still alive. As Fate, not going to hit that time. Keen is so low. What an intense and close fight, as both teams will survive with 3 members.
And by the end of it, nothing has really changed. We got a great fight out of it.
Oh, they're going to try to do Baron.
Oh my god.
And, I mean, there's no vision.
They don't know.
Right?
No, they have no idea.
Yeah.
There's no way.
Just trying to have Teddy tank it up with Red Gun, and Keen has got some shields. And Deft is, I mean, he's walking through, and there are some pings onto it. Okay,
they know.
They know now as Zeka, yep, that's going to be the end of Keen, and Teddy now trying to go. Where did he go? Jesus. Down he gets burst, and that might just do it. I mean, DRX will be able to pick up this Baron now for sure.
It was a good Hail Mary, but a Hail Mary nonetheless, and DRX earned that lead this game. Off the back of Pioshik having, I think, the best early game that we've seen him had. Basically, this entire series really running over Kwangdong, as they do, opting into few fights too many in the 1v1.
You don't say.
Yeah, and you know what, Feldas? That means that we're going
to a game 5.
We got game number 5.
Going to a game 5 in this series. It's the way it was meant to be. And, I mean, you can see, I mean, this is another kind of Hail Mary, a really nice back teleport and flank from Keen.
What I love here is that Deft also doesn't path towards the part of the jungle where he doesn't have vision, but he paths upwards where they have vision and he has teammates. Not to walk randomly into what clearly was a nice and relatively successful teleport here. And had Fate hit that Shadow Surge, something that we've said multiple times throughout this game, there might have been a different story. And yeah, this was a Hail Mary, but not one that worked. And yeah, that's so it's second activation E and Q, and that ends the Aphelios. Unfortunately.
Yeah, he did not survives for very long on that one. As, yeah, I mean, Teddy, he's still doing a lot of damage, but it feels kind of like a one-man army at this point. Like, there has been a bit of shenanigans from Fate. You know, he's trying to get some of those shutdowns in the crazy fights. But I think, you know, Teddy, if he's got some range on some of the guns, perhaps, maybe, but this push is just so devastating right now. It's going to be 2 turrets that go down.
Yeah, it's just not enough. The Infinity Edge isn't there, the damage isn't there, and I'm pretty sure Kwangdong are just going to get shoved in here, despite their early opportunities. Caught a couple of times where they shouldn't have been, and now DRX pushing for the win here.
It might just be enough. Teddy's back. He's trying to hold on with the Infernum. But they're just sieging on it with the Baron, and they're letting the minions do the work. That is the safest way to pull it off. As the ult comes in from Deft, they do fight it front to back, and the Featherstorm is going to be enough. Another fantastic cast does come in here as Kingin is going to shut down the 200 years. And we will be going to a game number 5 in this series, of course, as the prophecy has determined in this one between these two teams. They're playing with their food. They're trying to make them feel bad before the end of this game. But it might not matter. Fate flashing forward, and he will not go down. That's going to be the end of game 4. We will have a game 5 to see who moves on to the next round.
And overall, wouldn't have it any other way, Valdez, as 5 games, a lot of messiness, a lot of back and forths, but between these two teams, I think it just makes sense. There's a reason why these teams are in the position that they're in, right? DRX started the split 0-3, and then they fought their way back. Kwangdong, at the time, was thought of as the worst team that we had in the LCK. They were 10th place, and they crawled their way back. So, of course, these two teams are not going to be flawless, but they are spirited. We do see a lot of exciting picks here. The Urgot, I think my personal favorite of the day, even though it didn't work at all. I was still happy to see it. And DRX able to, off the back of a wonderful game by Pioshik, get themselves to game 5 here.
Absolutely. Great to see that DRX were able to fight it back. And yeah, I mean, on that note, keep in mind that also, oh, this is actually Kingin's mother.
Aww.
So there you go. Coming down to cheer. And that is maybe what's given them the way back into this series. But yeah, I mean, Kwangdong Freaks ended the season 8-10, right? You know, they're a team that are no stranger to the fiestas that we have had here in the LCK. And we have had a bit of it over the top in this series. Def did insane amounts of damage by the end of that one. Zeka also extremely clean. Akali. And maybe they found something special here in this draft that could push them to the end, to the victory. I'm not so sure. But guys, we are going to have a quick commercial break. And when we come back, we will have the analysts' carpet space. And then, of course, the 5th and final game of the series. Don't go anywhere.
그냥 풀 압박 줘도 돼. 여기 좀 봐도 돼. 나 풀 압박 줄게. 압박만 줄게. 얘부터. 플레이가? 나 맞을 수 있어? 맞을 수 있어. 이거 보자. 봐봐. 얘 싸운다 뒤에. 나 더블 라인 남았어. 아니 레나타 있으니까 자신감이 너무 건데? 나 아직 더블 남았어. 나이스.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the analyst chairs and analytical carpet space as well. I'm Atlas, this is Wolf, that was Silver Scrapes. We are going to Game 5. I think a lot of us predicted that this was going to be the outcome, but the road that we got here was a rocky one, Wolf.
It certainly was. Really like to see the Urgot final pick here for Kwangdong Freaks. The R5 counter pick prepared, gets a solo kill early on in the game, and takes out the enemy Gragas, but then overplays his hand a little bit, gets overextended, didn't have too many great ultimates in team fights, and I really still like the Urgot pick overall, but it wasn't utilized here, I think, very correctly. And this was a game that's not really about the draft. I think this game is more about execution, some scrappy mid-game team fights, some play around vision, some lack of vision for Kwangdong Freaks. Kwangdong Freaks reverting back to old habits. I think both of these teams, to be totally frank, are a little bit underperforming in this series because the tensions are so high. We're in a Game 5 where anything could happen now, and this series will be decided by one final game. But it's been back and forth. It's been crazy. We've seen outplays, we've seen misplays, we've seen overextensions, and that's just what happens sometimes in a scrappy playoff series like this.
Yep, it's certainly hit some Fiesta levels, but also some really good plays. I want to note that Pyoshik had some fantastic moments in this series, especially in the early game on his Lee Sin. Kingen had sort of the opposite experience. We saw the power of early game Urgot, and we saw the lack of power of an Urgot from behind. There was a whole array of things to look at, but let's have a look at 6 minutes and 30 seconds into this game as we start things off with the Fiesta that began it all, right? And this was DRX feeling like they'd caught Kwangdong Freaks unawares, and then discovering all of these members, and then proceeding to misposition.
Yeah, and just staying here so long, and this is a moment where Hoyt just presses the go button. He's like, no, I think you've just stayed us one step too long, and I'm actually just gonna flash, look for the root, follow-up ultimate there, and or follow-up hook rather, and like, this feels like every single game we've watched today in this series, like all four of them, has started off with DRX just either misunderstanding their comp's weaknesses in the early game or overextending in a skirmish. And it's like almost every single game starts out with like a 4-for-1. Kwangdong Freaks have a massive lead, and then they either turn it into something beautiful or they toss it away. Like they've had these advantages in almost every single game, if not all four of them now, and maybe they'll even get it in Game 5, but can they actually turn it into a win is the question.
And I've just realized you're the same guy that I cast with as the glasses have come off. Wow, this is really, really cool news. He's been in disguise this entire time, and I never found out. And thankfully, to save me from all of my confusion, we have the next replay. And unfortunately, it's not going to save me from my confusion. This was just crazy.
Zeka's flank here is really nice. Pyoshik has a nice set of kick, and then the big Berserk goes down here as well. And we didn't talk about it too much in the drafting phase, but the Renata actually did so much utility-wise for DRX in this game and help extend fights out as Zeka, you know, trying to finish them off there at the end is unable to do so, but a bit of a Fiesta then.
This
Fate,
is where
don't
it all,
do this.
like, this is when you realize the moments that we were up to, right? Like, this is Fate doing his best Zeka from Game 1 impression.
And it's a really nicely timed heal to come through, and he gets taken out here, but yeah, you don't want to trade a mid for support anyways, and I mean, he had I think it was like 0, 4, and 1 or something like that at that point. He didn't have any kills. I think was feeling the pressure of the series, and we wanted to highlight that as well. Like, the pressure is on. These players are not playing at their best because there's so much pressure on them. The series is so intense, back and forth.
Yeah, it absolutely was, but there is one player that has been playing more consistently than we've seen what feels like all season, and it's the guy that's going to pick up this player of the game. Pyoshik grabs it on his Lee Sin, 7, 3, and 9, 100% kill contribution at 15 minutes, and he picked up the pieces of what was a messy early game here for DRX and really set the course.
Yeah, I mean, coming up here early on, punishing Keen was where things started off really well for him. Obviously, in the earlier exchange, he didn't end up getting the better hand of it, but in some of those mid to late game fights as well, he played extremely well around setting up plays. This one also, again, a really nice punish play from him here on the top side. I think if Teddy and Hoyt had actually played this under turret, things could have looked different, but he also punishes the Shadow Surge here as well. Just extremely aggressive and well-timed play here from Pyoshik once again. And he just set up so many kick plays. Like, it's a really easy vote, I think, for most people looking at this going, oh, okay, well, like, Pyoshik just was consistently there all the time. I ended up actually voting for Zeka because I thought that his Akali play and the follow-up that we saw from him in so many of those later team fights, like the late game ones, was really good. But I think Preshow kind of really was the glue that held this team together and put them ahead. And you need to have that consistency in a best of 5 like this, and it is good to finally see that come through.
Yep. I think Zeka definitely did that boom damage that we were talking about, and there were a few other players, but Preshow had a really good series. One little vote over there as well towards Beryl, whose Renata was very good. And I think Renata uniquely good into Nautilus because you can get stuns on the enemy team, of course, with the fact that they're just autoing each other. Really cool stuff. But it's time for game number 5. It's time for the decider. It's time to see who's going to be able to take this series. So let's throw it back to the casters, Valdez and Chronicler.
Thank you, Atlas and Wolf, for that wonderful breakdown, as indeed, you guys did hear the Silver Scrapes in the break. It is going to be game number 5, the decider, to see who will move on to round 2 of the playoffs for spring 2021, or 22 rather. It's a full year in advance. As win DRX. Could happen. I mean, their ability to come back after game number 3 loss, I think, is a testament to the idea that they're not going to go down easily.
I mentioned it to you when we were walking out after this 4th game. It feels to me like the game is decided on who executes the best mechanically. That really has been the main deciding factor when it comes to macro, when it comes to setup. Look to the upper side of the bracket. Look towards T1, of course, in particular. They set the golden standard, but even Domon Kia, even Genji have a little bit more in terms of consistency and in terms of setup. So many of these games feel like they're decided like 1 or 2 iconic plays, right? Like the play that gets the definitive lead, that breaks the game open. The situation in which this plays arise is generally just 5 men standing in mid. So, in this game, this final game, I'm expecting to have that be exactly the same. This time, Kwangdong are going to be on blue side. But what will they get themselves here? Will it be a composition that's enough? Or is DRX going to get, as we expected, the free to win? Although I say we, I know you, yourself.
I know one of us. Yeah.
Which, this could have been a free one.
You can call me Brandy Valdandy.
No, we've had very long conversations.
You wouldn't do that.
I'm not a believer in making fun of people for any prediction. Predictions are a wonderful thing.
They are sacred.
Well,
in the heart of Chronicler. Thank you.
I don't know if it's that or if it's the complete opposite, but the result is the same. should just, if you want to predict a 3-0 between these two teams, you can. Not that you did, but you can. And
nobody did, actually.
No, I think everyone was right about that, because there's no way, especially seeing the series right.
There's no one-sidedness in the series at all.
No.
0. Corki will be banned away here, so it's Kwangdong Freaks on the blue side for the 2nd time in this entire series. So we'll see how things change up once again. They banned Kate and Corki last time. Their 3rd ban was Hecarim.
Maybe they'll let the Hecarim go for the draft. After last time, Pioshik prioritizing the Lee over that is something that they could try again, but no, they don't want to take the risk. And that is going to lead into what surely will be a TF ban here. It does mean that the Rise is available again for Kwangdong, and that is a pick that they have used with great expertise, and doesn't really give too much away. Also means that Zeka here. Okay, well, I do not want. I don't need to speculate about what that first pick is going to be.
Yeah, I think it's definitely going to be the Twisted Fate. Maybe in some world you consider a Lee Sin, but I think with how good Fate especially is on the pick, you're probably not going to consider for very long, and so they will pick it up.
Pick that one up early. DRX can take away things like the Nautilus that Hoyd has heavily relied upon. Can get themselves an early Xayah. Zyrakon has been one of their mainstays. After Pioshik's last performance, I personally like the Lee. Lee Galio, I think a greater response, as great a response as you're going to get A lot of dive and setup for the Galio. Strong 2v2. The CC chain that you have available is very, very nice. Downside, of course, is that playing Galio from behind is a pretty unpleasant experience. And also should be able to draft themselves a decent amount of range. Alan, are we ever going to see the Poppy again? I don't think we will.
Maybe this is the game. Maybe this is the one.
We go back.
I mean, there's the range. You can pick up the Jace. We've seen it punished by an Ornn tonight. So I suppose, you know, that's still on the cards if Kingen wanted to pull out some kind of tank that could do well into the Jace. And there's more range. The Jinx coming through.
Ooh, not DRX. Camille, I don't think the matchup is that great into the Jace, but the first part of setup that you have available here, yeah. Yeah, I think it's a risk. The early laning phase is extremely rough. But if you can get through that, obviously the setup that you have available to yourself is monstrous. And now, the Kwangdong comp, I think on pretty thin ice. DRX's core is easy to play. It is something that kind of plays itself, right? Press one of your buttons, everyone goes in.
They love fighting.
Yeah, I'd honestly would love to see a Kai'Sa ban here. In my mind, there is very little doubt that that is what DRX would like to go for here. They have done this in the past as well. When they do go for dive, Kai'Sa is their main pick. Deft, one of our very few, there we go. One of our very few AD Kai'Sa aficionados as well. Just plays it like a full-on AD assassin. Gonna get taken off here.
Is there any world in which Deft could play like a Ziggs or something for the full wombo combo?
I would love it. But I think
will they ban Tom Kench?
Yeah, into Jinx.
Yeah,
I
that's
don't know
the
if it has the same value. Yeah, that'd be my
the
issue.
lane is
Clearly it's a Janna game.
Xayah going to be taken away here. We already had the Kai'Sa taken off the board, obviously, and curious about this bottom lane as well for DRX. I mean, it feels like it could go a couple of different ways, especially with all the bans on AD carries already.
Blind Rakan, maybe?
Yeah.
Could be an option here. Would fit very well with the rest of the comp. Go all in on this dive.
Down to 0 seconds. They pick Aphelios.
Oh.
And, you know, similar thing where the lane might not be so great, but, I mean, he can press an ult when the rest of them press an ult, I suppose. There he is. There she is.
It exists.
Poppy.
Yes.
Yeah.
Please.
Yeah.
It's very good into DRX.
There
With
it
the
is.
locks in here. Poppy Nautilus is my expectation. I think that there's a ton of supports that can provide insane value into dive, but some of those might be a little bit too esoteric. And there is a counter pick available as well. Right? So DRX can definitely go for something crazy. This gives them an engage potential.
And it takes away the Rakan that we were expecting.
Exactly.
So
I like it.
Yeah. Kind of two angles there.
Leona would be my expectation, but Nautilus synergizes, of course, extremely well. The way of the Aphelios specifically has been a popular lane for such a long time. Gonna get locked in here as well. And yeah, DRX, it is a dive comp. Deft is only there to Guild Force forward, Moonlight Vigil, and then watch everyone explode as the multiple, I mean, it's a mix of shapes, you know, there's a ton of geometric shapes happening for DRX.
Yeah, it's very true. On the side of Kwangdong Freaks, they have some peel now. You know, they pick up the Poppy, they have some gold cards and stuff like that. Rakan, not the best at peeling, but you can do it. And Hoyt, I believe that he can pull it off. But certainly a lot of range to kind of keep them at a distance. But, you know, it's Camille Galio. It's very difficult to deny that engage. I think that Elm will be crucial in helping to deny it.
That's the cool thing. If Kwangdong is allowed to kite back, if they are able to utilize the early power that the Poppy, the Twisted Fate have, spread that to side lanes, and get this hard engage, dive composition to a point where even if they finally engage, they're gonna get taken down. Or Teddy or Keen is fed enough that even if one or the other dies, they can hold them off. There's an angle, but you know how much I love a good dive comp. This is as basic as it gets. And provided that the DRX are able to get through the early game without too much hassle, once we get to Rift Herald fights, skirmishes, and 5v5s, which basically the series have brought down to every single time.
Yeah.
It's looking devastatingly strong.
It definitely could if they get all their ducks in a row and they press all their buttons at the same time, and Element is not in position to deny a Camille, most importantly. Pioshik gonna be annoyed by the Poppy as well, but, you know, you only have one steadfast presence. You only have one ability to ult somebody away before, you know, your entire backline gets ulted on. So this one, the stakes are super high. Trying to get into the next round of playoffs. Everybody must be nervous and tense in this moment. And, you know, we didn't even need the Malphite to impress Chronicler. We just needed an engage comp where you press your ultimate abilities and you try to kill the enemy Jinx. Or Jace, or TF, or really anyone.
I'm pretty easily impressed. I don't think it's that bad.
Yeah, I mean, you just like Malphite a lot.
I do. Well, not just Malphite.
That's all I was saying.
No, true. That's more. But I mean, I haven't talked about things like Swain.
Yeah.
In a long time, and I don't think it's ever going to be relevant in the LCK. But
yeah,
we can dream. And hey, last best of one that Kwangdong played, they won. True. Tiebreaker against Fred Brion. Did very well in that one.
The last game that Kwangdong played was a loss to DRX.
Well, I know that. I was there. I was there for that battle.
Oh, forgot.
Am I that unimportant?
No, you're very important. We have the Biscuits only taken in the top side. Of course, always a hot topic. Always checking Twitter in between the games. Shout out to LS. Hope he's enjoying the series. But I feel like, you know, that might be the one lane where it would make sense, right? You were talking about how Kingen is going to be having some trouble against the Jace. You need that extra sustain just to stay alive, potentially, in the lane. We'll see how that goes. As Jinx for Khan, it's doing pretty well. It's doing pretty well here. 8-1 so far.
Also, seemingly dodging the monstrous loss streak that has kind of plagued Jinx throughout a large part of the final few weeks of spring. And something that really was a problem even for our Jinx aficionados. Deft coming to mind as well, but just a lot of losses overall as right now, not expecting too much action. It's really once the level 6s come in that I truly expect mayhem to erupt around the entirety of the Rift. Although Keen does need to be mindful as...
Oh, right? There's a lot of damage already. Of course, it's not going to be a kill. No Ignite used by Beryl either. And Hoyt has a potion, so he's going to be okay. But a nice little trade. This is the power of the Aphelios Nautilus, of course.
Oh, and Keen should be fine. He got the crash. Should be relatively safe here. Crucially, should also know that Pioshik expected to be on the top side of the map. And with that, we are looking at, again, Pioshik already going back. LM showing some inclination to go to bot side, but not actually opting into doing that definitively. Instead, going to path towards the top side crab, but Pioshik, pretty far ahead, has already gotten the back end and is about to get started on the crab as well.
Yeah, he's going to be in a good spot here. Just immediately smites that down. And yeah, we're just kind of hanging out. You know, I was very much curious about this top side because I feel like every other lane we kind of know the way it's going to go. I think the junglers are probably just going to farm it out too. But this is Keen on Jace, and he's up against Kingen's Camille, which we said was a risk. In the lane, especially, because this is what happens. The Jace can be really oppressive against some melee characters, especially one like Camille.
Like this roam timer from Beryl here. running towards top side. Keen, who should be able, and with how low Kingen is, this is pretty high risk, but Keen is almost doom. Crucially,
there's a ward here.
Yeah, they spot him. I was about to say Keen not quite getting the crash just yet, but with the spot, does mean that he will just back off, not take the risk, and with the teleport also available, will be making his way back to the lane shortly.
Yeah. Goes back, picks up a tier, does Keen. Just going to teleport back to the lane, continue with the pressure.
Refillable as well, so really looking to get as much longevity in this lane as he possibly can, try and eke out every single bit of value in the pure 1v1 again, going to be heavily favored. Wants to try and get as big a lead as he is able to find before the Thunderdome comes in, and then Zeka starts joining, and Kingen can just press his R on him at demand and take him down whenever anyone visits the top side of the map.
Yeah, definitely going to be having fun eventually with that combination. And as long as Kingen doesn't fall too far behind, he can always press his R ability and kind of, you know, be the cog in the gears that make this composition work. You know, might take him a little bit longer to scale up, to be a very big presence in a side lane. You know, Keen is always going to be pretty strong with this lead, but at least he'll be able to do his job. Other than that, the other lane's going pretty swimmingly. That looks like that trade in the bottom side working out pretty well for Deft and Barrel. They get about 4 CS ahead, maybe not even that much. So very even down there as well. We're just cruising. We're just cruising to the fighting that we know eventually is going to happen.
It makes sense as well, as this is for these players possibly their final game, right, of the season. If you lose here, your spring season is over. Otherwise, you're going to have a fighting chance, take on presumably T1, although of course we won't know definitively until they have picked their opponent. So with how many early game deficits DRX have found themselves in, I really like it, especially from their perspective, because you don't need a lead. Like, this comp is going to work, right? As long as you're not really far behind, once you get to the fights, this comp is going to do what it needs to do. So not opting into risky contests on scuttles or overextensions into invades is definitely the way to go. And in about 30 seconds, we'll have the Rift Herald available. Already see some movement towards that top side.
Yeah, this is where you gotta be.
Yeah, Zeka's he's very safe.
Okay, Elim's here. He's level 5. Can actually soak some of this XP. I'm not sure. He's very close to level 6. That would be really nice to hit right before this Rift Herald fight, but looks like he is going to go onto the Rift Scuttler right now.
Yeah.
It's down there in the river. That should probably give him level 6, importantly.
It's a big wave as well. So if you do get counter-ganked, might end up very poorly for you. Also Camille with E up, and also Kingen going for the flash as opposed to the ignite. Actually getting their gank off in a way that's satisfactory for you is going to be pretty hard. Might want to instead save all your cooldowns and your summoners for what I was expecting to be a fight towards the Herald. However, with the positioning that we have right now, not sure if that's something that Kwangdong actually want to go for, because the resets do come in, but this is very late. I am fairly certain that this is going to be gone.
Yeah.
By the time they actually get here.
Yeah, they're just not really in position to contest this, and so DRX should take it for free. I mean, Elim is walking up here.
Yeah, we see the pivot.
There it is. So, no fighting over the Rift Herald, actually. Kind of going against the grain here. Biosik just going to take that one down and say thank you very much.
Ooh, sneaky poppy position here. But the wave is pushing into Kingen, so he has no need to move up here.
You would only really be able to convert if Kingen hook shots into you.
Yeah.
That's probably not going to happen unless Biosik is here, which he is on the top side, but not going for a gank.
And that's a very nice first lead here for DRX. Able to pick themselves up the Herald. Might turn that into some plates for Deft, as that bot side turret is already a little bit low. And again, the dive potential that they have is monstrously strong. See Zeka heading towards the bot side as well, already threatening You can sense the sense of insecurity that Teddy and Hoyt have here. Not going to feel very safe unless they know definitively where the Galio is. And no show in mid with Zeka's position known. Kwangdong is going to feel a little bit better.
Yeah. It's good to know where the enemy Galio is. And yeah, I mean, Pyosik, he's on vision this time. I mean, he's taken down the Mountain Drake, and I mean, will LM and the side of Kwangdong Freaks do anything about this is the question. Or will they just give this Drake over, wait a little bit until the Jinx gets some items, the Jace gets some items? Because for right now, everything's just being given for free over to the side of DRX.
Somewhat surprising what we're seeing here. I understand Kwangdong's hesitation to make a misplay, but at the same time, not doing anything is not going to work into a team like DRX, right? You can't play not to lose, you have to play to win. And I don't think that giving up these two objectives in of itself is a testament to that. But if they keep playing like this, then yeah, I don't think you draft this type of composition and then just sit and wait for Jinx and your...
Okay, little play here, and that's going to be Keen in a whole boatload of trouble, but not quite having the damage. And Keen will just survive. Never mind. It was a very small boat. It was like a tugboat.
Oh,
here's Pyosik, though, trying to get in on the backside, but the minions are going to troll him, and that's going to be the end of him. Down he will go, first blood, as Keen will pick that up. He gets rewarded for surviving.
That is a really big turnaround, and you see the combo go down, and you're, that's going to be a kill, surely, right? But no, Keen actually makes it out and picks up a kill. And if this is your call, then you know what? Sure. Crucially, is very aware of what is happening right here. Flashes very early, and the amount of damage that's available here thus far, not that big.
Oh boy! And now they're getting aggressive. They're going to take out Deft underneath this turret as Keen's still surviving. I mean, can they kill this man? They finally will. As the Poppy Elf is going to say no to the Camille. And KDF will just get away with their kill and trade 1 for 1.
And that is a kill on Deft. Not sure who we went over to in the end. Fate's definitely not alive. Has Flash, maybe?
Yeah, he does have Flash. Okay, he is going to get away, and the Red line is going to be a swoosh in the thin air as they're just trying to look for an angle for this Rift Herald drop, and they will find one up on the top side. But again, I mean, every single Rift Herald drop is not really found too much as Beryl has to back away. There's going to be all the gold for Pyosik, and here comes Teddy looking for the rocket plays as he will get the snipe onto Zeka, and that is going to be a big kill in the pocket of the Jinx.
Well, and this is the second time. It's basically the same play. What DRX tried to punish someone, and Kwangdong's like, no. This is our trap. Turn it around on them. And now some of the most important members of Kwangdong Freaks sporting a bunch of kills. Teddy most notably. And this play, yeah, there's no check on the vision. Unfortunately, Pyosik flashes initially through the Status presence, but doesn't have the actual damage and then can't follow up. Deft doesn't have a lot of counterplay here, unfortunately, but crucially, Beryl is able to CC Kane for long enough, even with Hoyt finding what almost would have been a life-saving grand entrance. Not going to be enough, and then LM just runs them real fast, and there's not that much to do, unfortunately. It's grand entrance from Hoyt, plus the ultimate from Teddy is going to be more than enough. And again, it's basically the same play twice. First turbo going over as well.
Before plates.
To Kwangdong and DRX. This has happened before. This is no cause in of itself for panic. Which I can't believe I'm saying this, but this is a composition that you could be 10k gold behind, and if you find the right engage, it still works.
True.
But that said, Teddy being 1.6k gold up generally, it's not a great thing for teams playing into him.
Yeah, it's an issue, absolutely, for DRX, because you might engage, but you have to get a good engage now. Like in the past, you might have just been able to choose any target and try to blow them up and then 5v4, but if Teddy survives and everybody's in front of him, like, yeah, maybe you kill Fate or Elim or Keen or Hoyt, but if Teddy's alive, like, and he's fed, it doesn't really matter, right? And I believe, I mean, we haven't seen yet, but I think he got all 5 plates on the top side as he was hitting that before we went to the replay, and then he went back. So not only does he have the kill, but he has all those plates.
I mean, he's what, like 1.6, 1.7k gold up.
Yeah.
So he is so far ahead. And while this was happening, not only is Kwangdong able to, with Alam and with Hoyt being at the ready to make sure, and again shadowing Keen here now as well, but Keen got a bot side turret as well. He's going to shove this wave into the turret, and now Kwangdong have, I think, beautiful positioning here to pick themselves up a quick Drake. And it's not even about this Drake, it's just about making sure that a possible win condition for DRX becomes a lot harder to accomplish, and this is starting to be an actual issue of a gold lead. And Kwangdong have at the moment, but
they're looking for more as they are going to find Beryl in the front line. He will finally go down, and the damage is there. And Kwangdong Freaks, you know, you even said it in the draft, this Rakan, it allows them some engage potential as well. You take it away, it allows you to get picks, and you're ahead, you're denying vision, you find Beryl, who's trying to get vision for his team, and that's just another pick that gets you even farther ahead.
And DRX's comp, we talked about the perfect engage, can get you anywhere. That's definitely still true, but it's also a composition with no range.
Yeah.
So there is a limit to what you can actually do on the map. Team fights, I firmly believe with this comp, you can always win. Right? Teddy only has to miss position once, and then you can take him down. But as we mentioned previously, if the rest of Kwangdong is also fed, yeah, I don't know about this one.
Don't even need to do this, but they are doing it. They have Fate and Hoyt on top of him right now as Kingen will go down. And that's going to be another kill into the pockets of TF. And this game is blown so far open, it's unbelievable. Deft is getting some free damage onto this mid-tier 2, but his team is falling apart around him.
It really is. And now, Keen.
Okay, he's going to get taunted there, and we'll have to flash away with Teleport now coming in here. And Kwangdong, I mean, seems like they really want to accelerate this game, which...
They can. That's the crazy thing.
They can.
They don't even need to, as we pointed out. This game started off pretty slow. But now, they are accelerating at an incredible pace, picking up the side lane turret, gonna hit the 2-item spike on both Fate and Teddy very, very imminently, and this is an Inferno Soul. And remember that thing that we said where, man, if they kill Teddy, Kwangdong's really gonna struggle. No. No, that's not happening anymore. And this is the downside of a dive composition, of a short-range composition like this. Kingen's not allowed to be here, because while your offensive capabilities are amazing, range wave clear, basically non-existent, barring Deft's Infernum gun. And when you get collapsed upon, a lot of your ultimates lose so much value, and this is not an insurmountable gold lead, especially in the context of how these games have generally played out.
Yeah.
But at the same time, we have to give credit to Kwangdong. When the lead gets too big, they might be a little bit slow, but they generally do close it out very, very meticulously.
Yeah, they have certainly developed in that manner. And it's been really nice to see. And unfortunately, it just feels like DRX after the early game has been just, too much on the back foot. You know, they tried to be extremely proactive in the top side, tried to use that comp of theirs. It backfired, and they gave an extra kill over and all the turret plates to the Jinx. So immediately from there, it's like, well, you know, now we're even scared to press our buttons. So what does our comp do? The answer is nothing.
It's a very depressing answer, but it's also true. You can see this in the itemization as well. Deft's going for a collector, right? Which I think it's all squishies, barring Poppy, is pretty decent. But the main thing is it gives you a quick and immediate power spike, which you desperately need. You need to go for like a Hail Mary here, because how the game has been developing thus far, Kwangdong is just going to stack multiple Infernal Drakes, and then it doesn't matter who you kill, as long as you don't kill anyone. Either King or Teddy or Fate can just take down everyone on your team.
All right, let's see what Pyoshi can do. He's got a nice little angle here, but he's on vision, so actually...
I know.
Yeah. There's Just a really nice ward there that does spot him on the backside as Beryl, once again, just trying to check for vision here, but I don't know if DRX even feel like they can fight over this one, but I think you got to make a move soon. That would be my impression with what you're looking at here with Teddy getting fed, Fate getting fed, and King getting fed, but the poke is there. As now you're going to be knocked into the wall, and here's the engage. They're going to go for it. That's a huge amount of damage on the front line as the Poppy is just going to get burst as Red. Teddy will get kicked, and he will get taken down, and now Death is fighting front to back. How did this happen? Two guys jump into the Aphelios, and he gets so much value. And now trying to kite it out here, and this is right before the Infernal Drake. Maybe DRX can take it.
All the buttons were pressed. Comp still works, Valdez. No problem. Why Kwangdong is pushing their lead that hard when they just got the Drake? That Shock Blast is, that's the Drake. You don't, this is it. You don't actually need to kill them.
It's two melee guys right in front of an Aphelios.
Don't need to kill them. That's enough. That gets you the Drake, but instead, Kwangdong feeling too far ahead, feeling like they have to pull the trigger. The team goes in. It is a favorable trade for DRX, who I'm sure on the back of that also picked up the Drake. Haven't actually been able to. Just don't make the same mistake again, Kwangdong. You're still very far ahead.
All right, take two.
Try again.
No ultimates this time for the side of DRX, so okay, goodbye Beryl. And this time it's much cleaner, especially because Kingen is in the top side.
We just needed a do-over. Everything went fine.
At least they get a second chance.
Well, game's not over, Feldas. That's of course the key lesson
they got
here.
A second chance, but you know.
What about third chances?
We don't do third chances here usually. Kingen once again, but he's fine. He just have hook shot.
Pioshik, I remember what happened last time. Let's not repeat the incident in top lane. And you can see this across the line as well. Kwangdong have already been generally treated to a 2-item spike on multi-carries, with the only person that hasn't benefited from that be LM and Hoyt, but I mean, they were Khan and Poppy, so who cares? And then on the flip side, DRX, Kingen probably going to build towards a Ravenous Hydra, just sitting on a pickaxe right now. Might even go towards Death Dance, which I think in a situation like this, definitely going to give you the longevity that you so desperately need. But Teddy also went Kraken Slayer.
Yeah.
He's not afraid at all. Maybe he should be.
See how that works out for him. I mean,
it's a big risk, but it's also, there's a lot of beefiness on the enemy team. So you can argue either way. I think that with the comp that he has especially, I don't think Guild Force matters. Like if King and ult you, you're dead anyway. But we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. It's going to be interesting because especially as the game comes along, if Teddy just gets blown up immediately, then, you know, you're going to want all the survivability you could ask for. Although, in the same vein, the other guys are going to get beefier. So it's a trade.
Yeah, and it's also, I think, the way that it works is that Kingen might not, you might be able to Guild Force the hook shot, but you can't Guild Force the ultimate anyway, right? So just position better, 5-head.
4-head even.
Just don't get flanked.
Yeah.
I think that's 5-head. Is it not good enough for you?
I wish it were that easy. Wish it were that easy.
Hey, Teddy does it. I mean, he doesn't always do it, actually, now that I think about it.
And, I mean, we had a 1,600 gold lead. Now it's 1,800, 1,900 gold leads. It hasn't ballooned out of control, at least in the AD carry position. We do have a pretty big lead right now for Keen over Kingen as well, which is another one of those places where we're looking at almost 2,000 gold in the lead. And, you know, with a couple of items already completed and a stopwatch for Keen, he's 50 CS ahead. He's got that extra kill and all the assists. He's really enjoying his position right now against Kingen. I'd say even in a side lane, probably go head-to-head. But as for now, they're just grouping up. They're just poking him down and allowing Fate to do the side lane.
Wouldn't actually mind a 4th item GA from Teddy. Just going into Infinity Edge into GA, going to give you so much value in situations like this. And yeah, Fate's just happy to side lane. They have good vision control there. Kingen, man on a mission. He is the one that needs to get it done. Him or Pioshik needs to get into the back line, but you can see the protection squadron is always there as the ult.
Yeah, Deft in the front line. Where is the peel? He has the cleanse and the Gale Force. The rocket will sail wide, but it means that barrel is going to be the sacrifice here. He eventually gets taken out. Where's the damage? Deft is trying to kite it back as a big kick for Preshow, but that's not enough. A huge Moonlight Vigil as Deft is just trying to push them away as much as possible, and he will, but it's still a trade up here for Kwangdong.
Yeah. Still the early game, right? That's the problem. Deft hitting Infernum Ultimate with just a Collector and a Gale Force, not going to do enough. And now, Kwangdong go home, able to spend the gold that they just found as... Oh, okay, not even close.
Swept him into the fountain.
Yeah, there's a little bit of damage. Might have even gotten the healing proc of that. Not that he needs it,
nice.
But that's a big win, Valdez. They got him good.
Big if true.
Now Infinity Edge is done for Teddy. Remember the last time Jinx got IE?
The game ended.
Yeah.
The game quite literally just ended.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's as black and white.
It's not this time around.
It's a different game, but certainly it's a gigantic spike.
Also see that Fade actually waits on going in on this until the Shock Blast hits, knowing that if that doesn't hit, like the damage is never going to be enough to even force Deft to use some. Really nice kick from Bioshik. I think after that, as Kwangdong, you probably just have to say, okay, we peace out. That's enough. They don't. They walk into a Moonlight Vigil, but again, damage isn't quite there yet. Soul Point available for Kwangdong if they are able to get this Drake. But DRX, again, all they need is one misposition.
It's so
Back
true.
in mid lane.
And, you know, we've seen this before. That's why I'm laughing. I think that Kwangdong, you know, just go ahead and use your poke, right? You have Jinx and Jace. Just
play it slow.
Just try to poke them out and then take the Drake. And you're on Soul Point at that point. But DRX, I think, are playing this pretty nicely, you know, kind of slow in their own right. They're not just standing in the front and getting poked down here. Looking for an angle. As the Destiny is, okay, we're going in here. That's a red card. It's going to slow them real well, as now the Rockets are going to be shooting out here. Preshow has to back away.
Just take Drake. Just take the Drake. Don't overchase, please.
Teddy want red buff.
Don't overchase. Just get the Drake, Kwangdong.
And they will.
They will.
We'll take it.
All as well.
Yeah, DRX have given up on this. They do not have the position. Preshow took too much damage. And so everybody's just going to go to their side lanes and pick it up. And we will be in the same position, just with one extra Infernal for Kwangdong.
Okay, hear me out. So what they're doing is they're ignoring side lanes so that when you go, you get a bigger dopamine boost of how big the wave is. And you need that, Valdez. It's been a long day.
The mental
Players
boost.
are tired.
Yeah.
And seeing that many minions die just feels good. It's a lot of
I
gold.
like it.
Yeah.
And you were talking about GA. It starts with a stopwatch, and I think that's going to be huge, right? It'll buy you a second chance, even if you do get caught in this position. Of course, I'm talking about Teddy here, picking up the stopwatch because he has all the damage basically that he needs, right? Like, but if he dies immediately, then the fight could go awry. So
yeah.
start building defensive items.
He can go Lord Doms. If he gets proc,
Sure.
he can sell in and pick that up. But yeah, I'm a big fan of it. Obviously, you are because it contains a stopwatch. So
Sure.
that's,
Yeah.
it's
Well,
not
I like defensive items from ahead as well.
Well, yeah.
The stopwatch meme
just
dream
the
is
best
real as well.
This makes Valdez happy. That makes me happy. As again, poke setup. Really good here for Kwangdong. They have full vision control. And that should allow them to hit some of these key shock blasts. Actually, doing the Baron, I think is bait. I don't think you want to do that. As I say that.
Yeah.
They start the Baron.
They do have boatloads of damage, going back to that.
Oh,
this one's
yes.
a bigger boat.
Love this. The peel off.
Yeah. You can see that DRX, they have to push forward to get vision because they know as well that they could potentially get a nice little engage. Kingen is spotted.
They know.
Wrapping around here and okay. Nice little
Game's
burst
not
damage
over.
on the Hoyt, yeah.
Yeah, just want to reiterate that you might look at might look at this one and think it's a problem as King.
Yeah, he does have a flash and a dream at this point in time. The Galio going to defensively ult. Try to keep him alive, but the damage is coming out here. The rocket also hits him on the backside, and the flash forward with the gold card is enough. They chase him down. Kingen once again going to be caught out here, and this time the Moonlight Vigil not nearly as effective or scary, and now Kwangdong Freaks. No Camille for the engage, and so they can now run at the Baron.
Only hitting Hoyt. Hoyt immediately gets away from his team.
Yeah.
Gets rid of the payload that he's carrying, the Deft. Able to get, the big shock blast. Lee's still alive.
Okay.
This is still a risk.
Yeah, Pyoshik is here. Where is Pyoshik? He's at the Baron, but it's not going to matter. Barrel's going to be the first one that goes down. They keep the Baron alive and leashed. Pyoshik, again, he's still here. The Q comes in. They got to stop damage, wait for the Q to go down, and then maybe. But it is still a risk. Another Q comes through.
Yeah, let it go.
Just let it go. Oh, they're going to try to burst it. They're going to try to burst it, and it goes the way of DRX. Are you kidding me? They steal it away. And now Kingen's got it, Def's got it, Zeka's got it. And the game is not over.
I said it, Veldas. Doing Baron is bait. Fall for it, hook, line, and sinker. I don't know. Okay. Start of display, very nice. They are already aware of this flank, having spotted Kingen about 30 seconds before this is happening. So display, great punish, really nicely done. Textbook, very good.
Great.
Yes.
Two thumbs up, 5 stars.
Picking up Barrel here, very good as well. But just accept that if Pyoshik is in the pit, he should 100% of the time get this Baron. And I just love the presence of mind.
He's leased him.
Well, yeah, but I also love the presence of Def's like, we're going in. This hasn't reset. This is ours. I think Pyoshik smites it from like 947 and 57, like as good as it gets.
And Elm knocks Deft out of the pit, so he didn't even have to flash.
Yeah.
Oh my, that's just the most hilarious way.
Okay.
Like, not only do they steal it, but also Deft just
gets a free
ride out. Okay.
Thank you.
And yeah, I mean, I suppose the Poppy, still a good pick, but not quite, not quite working out the way we have expected.
They're still in a great position. They just need Infernal Soul. That's all they need. Just get the soul. It's not hard. It's one objective.
I don't know. They are pinging where the Camille is, but they do not have sufficient vision to cover their flanks.
You can let this one go, right? They still have Baron buff. If you feel like the setup's not good, letting this one go, completely fine. No problem at all. Well.
They're grouping up as 5, and Teddy could get flanked here. So the Destiny is going to spot Kingen on the backside. And Zeka also on the top side. So
red card.
Yeah, red goes into him. There's the engage onto the Poppy, and here we go into the back line. Kingen's looking for that one, but he's just going to engage on the front, and here we go! Deft is able to push forward on the Aphelios, and that is 2 kills and an Inferno. Can this game actually be taken down by DRX? That's another big chunk in their favor.
It's a really big pickup there. Exactly what we were worried about. And Kwangdong, still a lead, but just seemingly not knowing how to play this one out, and the composition of DRX leaves very little space for mistakes. That's the whole point of the comp. They still have Baron buff.
This game is getting off the rails. DRX now, they're going to take this mid inhibitor, and they're going to get more. I mean...
Well, I think they should back off. Baron buff's gone.
They could get this turret in back, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, rockets are coming through. You don't want an excited Jinx. And, I mean, I think the pressure's getting it to them. You know, it's game 5, and this is what you talked about in the draft, right? DRX, sometimes you just got to press your buttons, and it works, right? Camille pressed the button on the front line. Galio ulted, created space for the Aphelios, and then everything died.
And so much gets thrown into Barrel here. Barrel, I don't care. Doesn't matter to me at all. Crucially, Def is completely fine. Yeah, Def doesn't care at all. Def is fully healthy, and as long as he can do damage, the rest of the team is fine. And here you see the value of this composition where you don't even need to kill Teddy. Just the threat of zoning Teddy, what Kingen does there, is so big. Yeah, that's the pressing looking graph right there.
Oh, man. Sell. Quick.
Let's go pick up again, Velders.
No, you gotta sell on the spike.
You see the Baron, and you're like, that's unfortunate, but it's not the end of the world. And then the real the real
battle
problem starts. As now, Kwangdong.
This is just insane.
It can still work, but
yeah.
They need to play it out better. That's really all there is to it. They can still win this game. They're still in control. They still have sword point. Their position on the map should be easier to play out.
Yeah, and note the itemization of Teddy too. He's going for more damage after the stopwatch. So he doesn't even finish a GA or whatever.
Oh.
He's just going straight into Lord Dom. So it's like, because he didn't use that stopwatch, he's getting a lot of value for the next fight where maybe he gets to do damage, because in the last fight, he didn't do any damage just because he was zoned the entire time.
And now, a little bit of respite as double GA for DRX. They're going in. Doesn't matter what the circumstances are going to be. They're diving Teddy, and I don't know if there's enough peel, honestly, to be found here for Keen and Teddy. Add to that, the Infernal Rift, as good as the Soul will be, Kwangdong can actually get it, leaves so many openings, right? Leaves so many easy spaces for everyone on DRX to just saunter through and then walk their way, as Deft is now on 4 items. Picked up Swifties as well. And that's the stopwatch. Lord Dominic's done for Teddy. That's a really big spike. But I don't know if Kwangdong can contest this Baron. And without Baron, I don't know if they can contest the Drake. And if the RX just go fully even, Camille at some point is still going to 2-tap everyone, Velda.
Yeah. And not only the Camille, even just the space that you create for Deft to begin to blow people up, right? Like, he is also a Felios. And Kingen,
no,
he's on the flank, but he's spotted. Barrel's still looking for it. The hook is not going to go into Steadfast Presence. Also on the deny. It's now the rocket. When the shields go down, this is again, this is what Kwangdong Freaks have in their comp. If they can keep you at a distance, if they can kite you back and poke you down, they can take a fight. It didn't have to be this even, but here we are in this game where it really could go either way.
And it's understandable because of how much pressure there is in this game. We've had so many long ones in this series, even the ones that were messy went the distance pretty much. Will be the case here as well. They do see Deft, and resets are going to come through. Maybe. Don't think they have enough time as of right now. That's a very important ward.
Yeah. I love how Jonah Strong just zoom in on that one. Other than that, there is... Okay, we're still zooming in. Deft looking for a pick of his own, and...
Oh, that's big ultimate now gone.
It is down, but you can see that Kwangdong Freaks still terrified of the amount of engage and damage that DRX have in their comp now.
They're going to be zoned out. They're not going to be able to contest Drake. They can't even go for a Baron either because all this vision control is there for DRX.
DRX.
I think DRX, from here on out, I don't know how you match this.
Okay, well, maybe the Rocket does it. Does the Rocket do it? Yes, it does! The Rocket does it! The teams have been so good at blocking those for the second half of the season, and here, when everything is on the line, you let Teddy steal it with the Rocket. I can't believe that.
Is that enough? I don't even know.
I think it might be. I don't know. It might even just be the moral victory that KDF need to actually stand up to DRX.
Oh, they know this is happening.
Yeah.
Gonna shove in side lane. Fade doesn't have ultimate, crucially. Not gonna be able to get full control of the vision here. Teddy in a safe place.
He's in a safe spot. I don't even think they know where he is right now.
That's big.
Okay, no shock blast. And the poke is beginning to come out, and they just want to engage onto someone and create room for Deft to auto. Koshik is just doing the world's slowest Baron as this is happening. Deft beginning to help out as well. Fade has taken the damage. They're going in for the engage, and Hoyt immediately just gets 2-tapped by Deft. Okay, Teddy. Now he's got the front to back. The taunt goes in, and the damage is enough. They take out the Jinx, but down goes the Felios too. Kwangdong Freaks turn it around. Koshik tries to get the kick and the kill, but it is not enough. And Kwangdong Freaks will look to push the top lane.
And the amount of damage done by Teddy in that fight, even if they eventually got them, was way too much, Feldas. That Infernal Soul paying dividends. And Kwangdong might have done it.
I think they did. I think they just had the damage with the Infernal Soul. And they kept their 80 carry alive for just long enough. As Kwangdong Freaks, they'll push in. They don't have the Baron buff, but it's late enough in the game. We're 40 minutes in. And you can see Zeka's face. I think he knows it as well. They also have Keen coming in here. It's going to be Beryl to desperately try to stop them, but it will not happen. Kwangdong Freaks will make it to the next round of playoffs in a 40-minute insane end to a Game 5.
What a game. What a series. And what a typical ending, honestly. Because, man, this was a roller coaster from start to finish. KT might not have made playoffs, but they were here in spirit because, yeah, you got a feel for DRX as well, but Kwangdong very much earned themselves this victory.
I mean, they certainly earned it because of the amount of blood, sweat, and tears that went into that series. Was it the cleanest League of Legends we've ever seen? Absolutely not. Does it matter? Well, they made it to the second round, so I mean, they make it on through, and yeah, I mean, you can see Pioshik, obviously, that's a rough way to lose Game 5. You got to feel for him and the guys on DRX. But congrats to Kwangdong Freaks. And if you thought that was hard, just wait for round 2, because you're playing either T1 or Gen G, and those two teams are on another level.
Oh yeah, well, you have to enter the secret codes to get to the super boss at the end of the game. That's where you're eventually going to be looking. And what a day, honestly. Yeah.
Oh,
it was a lot. It was a lot.
King carry.
The best part of this day was that every player got its moment in the spotlight. Excuse me, it's been a long
It's been a day.
It's been an intense day.
It's been a really fun one, actually. I really loved this series.
Just wonderful.
It's exactly what it needed to be, you know?
It was.
5 games
really
back and forth. You never knew, even down to the wire.
I thought Deft had actually won the fight when he went in and killed Eddie. I thought it was going to be enough.
I thought that was it. I would really love to see like a slow-mo of the last fight because it was absolute chaos. But man, I'm sure we'll get a look on the analyst carpet space at least. As all the Kwangdong fans obviously extremely happy with the win, but they know that it's only one step on the ladder. But you can be satisfied at least for today.
And this is where the composition from DRX should have had its first glorious moment. Picking off a Jace, easy peasy, no problem. Instead, unfortunately, it is a return kill. And that's really a trend that keeps continuing. Even with Kwangdong in all their generosity and for the sake of the series, donating a Baron over to DRX did not stop them. And when you look at the early games, I do think that it's really earned from Kwangdong. As much as we can fault them for their mid-game inconsistencies, they have had, I think, a lead in effectively every single early game that they played against DRX today. And that in of itself, I think, is a big feat. And DRX,
yeah, I mean, they certainly were the better team tonight. I think we can all agree on that.
954. That's pretty impressive, Smite.
The Poppy ult on death is still hilarious to me. I just can't get over it. Oh man. Didn't matter in the end. Ellen was the winning jungler in the end.
Yeah, and this fight, you see how the comp's supposed to work.
Yeah.
Because it's like, what, 1-2 shots?
Oh. And it's
34 health.
Yeah, 34. Kingen gets hit by the rocket. And it's a great engagement from Kingen here too.
싸움 괜찮아. 나 상태 좋진 않아.
높여.
야 카메라 볼. 탑 리신. 야 탑 가야 돼.
It is just chaos on the comms. I mean, they're
잠깐만 나 태대.
push top after they win this, but
They don't know
even as the fight is beginning, they're like, oh, it's not good. It's not feeling good. Like, and then the second Aphelios goes in, they're like, Aphelios.
야 잠깐 이거 끝났어. 노텔
I
프리스.
mean, they don't know here yet, right?
Yeah, Teddy's trying to tell him like, oh, it's over, just push.
파카로 때림.
Like, even at this moment.
얘들아 그 타워 너무 맞지 마. 쓸데없이.
I think this is where
이거
like,
무조건 끝나. 야 무조건 끝나 무조건.
think we got it, guys.
They're like, it's definitely over.
위에 거.
Take it slow. Top tower.
아래. 근데 15초. 야 넥서스 무조건 넥서스. 끝났다. 나이스.
And then it's over. And then they know.
잘했다.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Felt that one.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And that is a graph for the archives. We can save that one for a long time. A very beautiful pattern there.
Twists and turns, this
Yeah.
one. Trials and tribulations, but in the end, Kwangdong Freaks with a composition that could have definitely, with a few more missteps, just been completely demolished by DRX, but wasn't meant to be.
And that was the second series of playoffs, round one. I hope you guys did enjoy it here at the LCK because I know that me and Chronicler and I absolutely did. Win to game 5, we had silver scrapes, and I just can't wait to see what the guys on the carpet space have to say about this one as well. So let's hand it over to Atlas and Wolf and have them break down the series.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. We also had the privilege of enjoying such spectacularly high-level League of Legends with absolutely no blunders whatsoever. Right?
None! We got the 5-gamer, Atlas. We knew it was coming. It was something you could feel in your bones.
Oh,
you know?
yeah.
We knew it when we saw the bracket drawn out. We were like, these two teams are going to 5 games. You and I predicted that DRX would take it 3-2.
Honestly, I had to flip a coin to figure that out, though.
And it was Kwangdong and Teddy's Rocket who take it in the end. Pretty crazy series, lots of insane circumstance. If we go back to the draft, it was the Jinx again that was the defining pick here.
Yeah.
And the Aphelios chosen into this really limited, I think, DRX's playmaking around this Galio-Camille composition. And there's a lot that went wrong, I think, for DRX in the later parts of the game. Once again, Kwangdong Freaks taking an early lead, losing control of the game, wrestling for it back. I mean, there's so much we could say, but we only have so little time. And
yeah, it's true. I think like
my mind is blown.
The early attempted plays from DRX were cool, right? I really did enjoy the idea that Pioshik had towards that top side to try and put the Jace behind, because if that had worked, it would have been fantastic. Elam's positioning though, his flash in front of the Sonic Wave to make sure that the Jace was going to be okay, absolutely fantastic, and that really put Kwangdong in the right footing to win the game from the beginning, you know, pick that snowball up, roll it down the hill, and Bob's your uncle. Unfortunately, that wasn't how they were able to play out the game, right? And they were giving things back to DRX, the Baron steal, the insanity. Let's get into our first highlight and really start having a look at how this one went. Because this is what the DRX composition is capable of, right? They get a flank, and then things can be okay.
Yep. This is when Chronicler was yelling like, you don't have to kill them. And no, you didn't have to kill them. You did a bunch of poke damage. You could actually just push back down and take the Drake. I'd be happy with the exchange you had with your Shock Blast. But instead they follow it up too much. Kingen comes over here with the punish. Really nice stopwatch from Zeka as well. And Kwangdong Freaks bit off more than they could chew. And this is one of those big defining moments in the mid game where we were like, ooh, Kwangdong just once again not able to take a lead and push it through. Obviously, the score says that in the end they in fact could, but there were some warning signs that we're gonna have to pay attention to that in the next round of playoffs.
No, exactly right. And I think that one thing that we've learned is that Kwangdong Freaks need to do some tidying up over the next couple of days, get those nerves in order, because this is not how you're going to face off against T1 or Gen G. I think likely it's going to be T1 unless T1's desperate for that revenge against Darm1 Kia and doesn't want Gen G to kick them out before they get their chance. But I'd expect that if you're just going to try and get to that final, then you'd probably pick the team that won here today, which was Kwangdong Freaks, because the level of play wasn't as high. Let's get into our second replay and show an example of some of that, as this was the Baron.
This was when things like really went out of control Fiesta-wise. So they know Pyosik is back here, and they're kind of stuck. They don't have to stick onto this, but they've done enough damage to it, and they get the pick on the barrel, and they're like, okay, we're going to actually commit to this. We're going to actually pull this off, right? And Pyosik can go for the steal, but we'll just kill him if he does. They've already taken out the support. If they end up killing Pyosik, then they might be able to push to actually end. And so they're just kind of slowing this down, like trying to bait Pyosik again, playing it out defensively around Zeka. Then Pyosik and Deft come in, and the Poppy ultimate hits Deft. As Pyosik is able to dodge away, so he saves Deft as Pyosik gets the steal. Pyosik, of course, does have to give his life for this, but it was a steal that actually bought a ton of time for DRX going forward. If they don't end up stopping this Baron, then the push hits their inhibitors so much earlier, they lose more control over the map.
No, they do, and it was such a crazy moment, because at that moment, the game really swung back into DRX's favor, and they have a composition that's very, very good at team fighting if they can start it on their terms, and they're not too far behind, right? But then, a crazy rocket comes out of nowhere and gets an Infernal Soul for Teddy. And as we jump into the next replay, which we are going to put into slow motion for Brendan Valdez, because he deserves it. If he asks for it, he should get it. That's what I think.
So Teddy has Infernal Soul. This is a fight, as you can see here, that's set up by Kingan's attempted flank here with hookshot, and he's not actually in range to threaten Teddy anymore. So as he hookshots in, and Zeka and him are trying to decide, do we back around the long way? Teddy starts moving into position to do damage here, and this is such an incredible turning point. Kingan goes left here to try to trap Keen, and this fight is no longer about Keen, it's about Teddy. Stun comes through with a gold card, and Teddy is able to continuously do damage here. The GAs actually stop him from getting any resets here. You can see he does get ulted by the Nautilus, but his positioning is so fantastic that once again, Kingan is struggling to find a Hextech ultimatum target. Ends up Hextech ultimating Ellen here, as Teddy is still, once again, completely untouched in this fight. Dies in the end here, but so much damage has been done by Keen, who still part of this story. In the early part of the fight, he had to back all the way around, but he comes in and cleans up house.
Yeah. And of course, Deft getting on in there, and I really like the aggressive move, and I was very similar with the casters on their opinion. I thought that as soon as Teddy goes down, then it's not going to be enough, but of course, Keen has a lot of damage, and Fate has a fair bit as well. We are going to have a look at the player of the game and see who's going to pick it up here for game number 5. It will be Teddy. And very reliable this series.
Dragon Steals one. As the casters pointed out, and it's something that everybody who probably rewatched this will tell you, is that the Dragon Steal was an incredible play from Teddy. He timed it out very nicely. And we've talked so much about how blocking these has been a staple here in the second half of the LCK. It was just unfortunately for DRX, they didn't know what angle it was going to come from. The Dragon was at so low health, and it was actually hit the AoE blast that took it out, which makes it even crazier that he's able to steal it away.
It was 30 health.
Yeah, like look at this.
Yeah, 34.
And you can't block that quickly enough. Like at first, my gut reaction was to be angry at DRX for not preparing for this, but watching it again, you could just see that it was very difficult to actually react to that and play that well. And it's a game-defining moment. And his team fighting was great. He's 7-2-6 on the Jinx, but like that moment alone, I think is what is going to get him maybe even 13 for 13 here in this game. Because without that Dragon Soul, it's so difficult to actually win the subsequent team fights.
Yep, I also thought that his draft choices in the first few games as well, the Misfortune in game number 1 especially, was very impressive. He looked to be the more flexible AD carry this series, and a well-deserved POG to end this one off. 8 out of 13 going to be the votes, a few of them going around elsewhere. But let's jump into the interview. So here is Ji-sun for some translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Ji-sun for the POG interview translation for the second match of the playoffs round 1. How do you feel, Teddy? You just beat DRX and advanced the second round. Yeah, 5-game series. It was really exciting, and I'm happy that we were able to win in the end. Same. It's been a while since I played this kind of a 5-game series, so it feels great to pick up a win after a very long one. Yeah, indeed, we had a very split prediction for the series as well. So what kind of mood did you have on your way to Low Park today? Did you see this kind of a intense 5-game series coming? Yeah, because DRX is one of the strong teams, so I thought it's gonna be a very close one, but at the same time, we were able to lead throughout the majority of the series, so we were not too concerned overall. Then what was the process of getting ready for the playoffs? Yeah, I mean, we didn't have too much time, so we focused on our comfort picks and what we're really good at. However, I think we were able to see that there were a lot of works done for the draft. We had Misfortune into Xayah, so could you tell us about that pick? After we played Xayah and got punished by Misfortune yesterday, we thought it's really good, so we wanted to give it a shot today. I am also very curious about Urgot top by Keen, even though it was a loss, but could you break down the pick for us? I'm pretty confident in Urgot, and looking at our comp, Urgot looked like a really good pick, however, we lost in the end. And Teddy, Deft played Xayah for 4 games in a row. Did you predict that? I mean, Deft has been doing a great job on Xayah, but I didn't really predict that back-to-back-to-back Xayah. But it was really scary, but at the same time, yeah, I didn't see that coming at all. Then how did Kwangdong Freaks decide to kind of play into that Xayah? At first, we thought MF will have a high priority, but after MF got removed, we just focused on Jinx or Aphelios. Yeah, I mean, we had a lot of plays coming from your Jinx, Teddy, so are you kind of satisfied with your own performance? Well, other than the game number 4 turret dive, it was all good. And Kiin, these days, a lot of people think that you prefer tank champions, but you did carry game number 5. So which one do you think is better in the current meta? I think both styles are really working well these days. I think it all comes down to what kind of comp your team is playing. So sometimes I get to play damage dealer, sometimes I get to play tanks. Speaking of draft, Hoyt really prioritized Nautilus, but in the final game, he actually skipped it and decided to play Recon instead. So Hoyt said he wanted to play Recon, so we wanted to let him play whatever he wants because it's the last game. And then it worked out so well. And in the last game, we had a miraculous Inferno Soul Steal, but at the same time, your Baron also got stolen. So how did the Kwangdong Freaks players reacted to each moment? When we got our Baron stolen, yeah, it was a bummer, we were so bummed, but we couldn't really help it. So we weren't too kind of sad about it, but at the same time, after that Soul Steal, I just threw my ult and I got the soul, so I was like, what happened? Indeed, and in the last game, Kiin, DRX was trying to play the Camille Galio comp, so I think Kwangdong Freaks wanted to kind of get rid of their pressure with the strong lane pick, Jace. Did you feel any pressure playing those picks? I mean, I had a good time in all 4 games, so I wasn't feeling any pressure. I was more like, let's go all in. It's like, go hard or go home kind of a game. And we had a news. T1 decided to play against Kwangdong Freaks in the second round. Were you guys aware of that? Yeah, we just heard it too. So what is your resolution heading into the second round of playoffs against T1? I get to play against T1. I mean, either T1 and Genji, they're both a very hard opponent, so we will do our best to prepare for the upcoming series. T1 is definitely a strong team, but we will do our best in order to get another victory in that series. And that's it from KDF players, and back to the carpet space. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jason, as per usual, for the fantastic translation. Great to hear from both Keen and Teddy after the series. And of course, you heard it from them, actually. We have confirmation that T1 has chosen Kwangdong Freaks as their opposition in their first semi-final. Surprise to no one.
Exactly. We have one very likely to be one-sided potentially round on Saturday, but the matchup between Genji and Damwon Kia was our closest one by far, and our best one, I think, in the regular season in round 1. So with Genji's roster at full power, at full strength against a Damwon Kia that is peaking when it matters most, That series on Sunday, definitely going to be an exciting one.
And I think all of us, ever since round one, ever since that match where we saw the Singe support in game 3 and all of that really cool stuff, and Doran saying like, this is so fun, right? Like that re-falling in love with League of Legends moment that we had, we get a best of 5 of that series. That is so exciting. Kwangdong Freaks as well. Teddy up against his former team. Hoyt, the same thing. T1, can they, in a best of 5, continue their extraordinary streak? I think Smart Money is on yes, but we'll see whether they can actually do it as well to get towards that final. But ladies and gentlemen, that'll do it for us tonight. We'll see you in a couple of days as the playoffs continues.